Chapter 17 of The Portion of Labor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. Chapter 17. Ellen had always had objective points, as it were, in her life, and she always would have, no matter how long she lived. She came to places where she stopped mentally for retrospection and forethought, wherefrom she could seem to obtain a view of that which lay behind, and of the path which was set for her feet in advance. She saw the tracked and the trackless. Once, going with Abby Atkins and Floretta in search of early spring flowers, Ellen had lingered and let them go out of sight, and had sat down on a springling mat of wintergreen leaves under the windy outstretch of a great pine, and had remained there quite deaf to shrill halloos. She had sat there with eyes of inward scrutiny, like an Eastern sage's, motionless as on a rock of thought, while her daily life eddied around her. Ellen, sitting there, had said to herself, "This I will always remember, no matter how long I live, where I am, and what happens to me. I will always remember how I was a child, and sat here this morning in spring under the pine tree, looking backward and forward. I will never forget." When, finally, Abby and Floretta had run back and spied her there, they had stared half frightened. "You ain't sick, are you, Ellen?" asked Abby, anxiously. "What are you sitting there for?" asked Floretta. Ellen had replied that she was not sick, and had risen and run on, looking for flowers, but the flowers for her bloomed always against the background of the past, and nodded with forward flings of fragrance into the future. For the other children, who were wholly of their day and generation, they bloomed in the simple light of their own desire of possession. They picked only flowers, but Ellen picked thoughts, and they kept casting bewildered side glances at her, for the look which had come into her eyes as she sat beneath the pine tree lingered. It was as if a rose had a second of self consciousness between the bud and the blossom, a bird between its mother's brooding and the song. She had caught sight of the innermost processes of things, of her wheels of life. Ellen waked up on that June morning, and the old sensation of a pause before advance was upon her, and the strange solemnity which was almost a terror, from the feeble clutching of her mind at the comprehension of infinity. She looked at the morning sunlight coming between the white slants of her curtains, an airy flutter of her new dress from the closet, her valedictory tied with a white satin ribbon on the stand, and she saw quite plainly all which had led up to this, and to her, Ellen Brewster, and she saw also the inevitableness of its passing, the precious valedictory being laid away and buried beneath a pile of future ones. She saw the crowd of future valedictorians advancing like a flock of white doves in their white gowns, when hers was worn out, and its beauty gone, pressing forward, dimming her to her own vision. She saw how she would come to look calmly and coldly upon all that filled her with such joy and excitement to day, how the savor of the moment would pass from her tongue, and she said to herself that she would always remember this moment. Then suddenly, since she had in herself an impetus of motion which nothing, not even reflection, could long check, she saw quite plainly a light beyond, after all this should have passed, and the leaping power of her spirit to gain it. And then, since she was healthy, and given only at wide intervals to these Eastern lapses of consciousness from the present, she was back in her day, and alive to all its importance as a part of time. She felt the bounding elation of tossing on the crest of her wave of success, and the full rainbow glory of it dazzled her eyes. She was first in her class, she was valedictorian, she had a beautiful dress, she was young, she was first. It is a poor spirit and one incapable of courage in defeat, who feels not triumph in victory. Ellen was triumphant and competent. She had faith in herself and the love and approbation of everybody. When she was seated with her class on the stage in the City Hall, where the graduating exercises were held, she saw herself just as she looked, and it was with a satisfaction which had nothing weakly in its vein, and smiled radiantly and innocently at herself as seen in this mirror of love and appreciation of all who knew her. When the band stopped playing, and Ellen, who as valedictorian came last as the crown and cap sheaf of it all, stepped forward from the semicircle of white-clad girls and seriously abashed boys, there was a subdued murmur and then a hush all over the hall. Andrew and Fanny and the grandmother, seated directly in front of the stage, for they had come early to secure good seats, heard whispers of admiration on every side. It was admiration with no dissent. Such jealous ears as theirs could not be deceived. Fanny's face was blazing with the sweet shame of pride in her child. Andrew was pale. The grandmother sat as if petrified, with a proud toss of her head. They looked straight ahead. They dared not encounter each other's eyes, for they were more self-conscious than Ellen. They felt the attention of the whole assembly upon them. Andrew was conscious of feeling ill and faint. His own joy seemed to overwhelm him. He forgot his stocks. He forgot his borrowed money. He forgot Lloyd's. He was perfectly happy at the sight of that beautiful young creature of his own heart, who was preferred before all others in the sight of the whole city. In truth, there was about Ellen a majesty and nobility of youth and innocence and beauty which overawed. The other girls of the class were as young and as pretty, but none of them had that indescribable quality which seemed to raise her above them all. Ellen still kept her blonde fairness, but there was nothing of the doll-like which often characterizes the blonde type. Although she was small, Ellen's color had the firmness and unwavering of tinted marble. She carried her crown of yellow braids as if it had been gold. She moved and looked and spoke with decision. The violent and intense temperament which she had inherited from two sides of her family had crystallized in her to something more forcible, but also more impressive. However, she was, after all, only a young girl, scarcely more than a child, whatever her principle of underlying character might be, and when she stood there before them all her townspeople who represented her world, the human shore upon which her own little individuality beat, when she saw those attentive faces, row upon row, all fixed upon her, she felt her heart pound against her side. She had no sensation of the roll of paper in her hand. An awful terror as of suddenly discovered depths came over her, as the wild clapping of hands to which her appearance had given rise died away. Ellen stood still, holding the valedictory as if it had been a stick. A little wondering murmur began to be heard. Andrew felt as if he were dying. Fanny gripped his arm hard. Mrs. Zelotes had the look of one about to spring. Ellen had the terrible sensation which has in it a nightmare of inability to move, allied with the intensest consciousness. She knew that she was to read her valedictory. She knew that she must raise that white-ribboned roll and read, or else be disgraced forever, and yet she was powerless. But suddenly some compelling glance seemed to arouse her from this lock of nerve and muscle. She raised her eyes, and Cynthia Lennox, on the farther side of the hall, was gazing full at her with an indescribable gaze of passion and help and command. Her own mother's look could not have influenced her. Ellen raised her valedictory, bowed, and began to read. Andrew looked so pale that people nudged one another to look at him. Mrs. Zelotes settled back, relaxing stiffly from her fierce attitude. Fanny wiped her forehead with a cheap lace-bordered handkerchief. There was a stifled sob farther back. That came from Eva Tenny, who sat back on account of a break across the shoulders in the back of her silk dress. Amabel, anemic and eager, in a little tawdry cheap muslin frock, sat beside her, with worship wistful eyes on Ellen. "What ailed her?" she whispered, hitting her mother with a sharp little elbow. "Hush up," whispered Eva, angrily, surreptitiously wiping her eyes. In front, directly in her line of vision, sat the woman of whom she was jealous, the young widow who had been Aggie Bemis, arrayed in a handsome India silk and a flower-laden hat. Eva's hat was trimmed with a draggled feather and a bunch of roses which she had tried to color with aniline dye. When she got home that night she tore the feather out of the hat and flung it across the room. She wished to do it that afternoon, every time she looked at the other woman's roses against the smooth knot of her brown hair, and that represented impulse with her alarm at Ellen's silence had made her almost hysterical. When Ellen's clear young voice rose and filled the hall she calmed herself. Ellen had not folded back her first page with a flutter of the white satin ribbons before people began to sit straight and stare at each other incredulously. The subject of the valedictory, as well as those of the other essays, had been allotted, and Ellen's had been equality, and she had written a most revolutionary valedictory. Ellen had written with a sort of poetic fire, and, crude as it all was, she might have had the inspiration of a Shelley or a Chatterton as she stood there, raising her fearless young front over the marshalling of her sentiments on the smooth sheets of foolscap. Her voice, once started, rang out clear and full. She had hesitated at nothing. She flung all castes into a common heap of equality with her strong young arms, and she set them all on one level of the synagogue. She forced the employer and his employee to one bench of service in the grand system of things. She gave the laborer, and the laborer only, the reward of labor. As Ellen went on reading calmly, with the steadfastness of one promulgating principles, not the excitement of one carried away from enthusiasm, she began to be interrupted by applause. But she read on, never wavering, her clear voice overcoming everything. She was quite innocently throwing her wordy bomb to the agitation of public sentiment. She had no thought of such an effect. She was stating what she believed to be facts with her youthful dogmatism. She had no fear lest the facts strike too hard. The schoolmaster's face grew long with dismay. He sat pulling his mustache in a fashion he had when disturbed. He glanced uneasily now and then at Mr. Lloyd and at another leading manufacturer who was present. The other manufacturer sat quite stolid and unsmiling before a fidgeting wife, who presently arose and swept out with a loud rustle of silks. She looked back once and beckoned angrily to her husband, but he did not stir. He was on the school board. The schoolmaster trembled when he saw that imperturbable face of storing recollection before him. Mr. Lloyd leaned towards Lyman Risley, who sat beside him, and whispered and laughed. It was quite evident that he did not consider the flight of this little fledgling in the face of things seriously. But even he, as Ellen's clearly delivered sentiments grew more and more defined, almost anarchistic, became a little grave in spite of the absurd incongruity between them and the girlish lips. Once he looked in some wonder at the school teacher, as much as to say, "Why did you permit this?" And the young man pulled his mustache harder. When Ellen finished and made her bow, such a storm of applause arose as had never before been heard at a high school exhibition. The audience was for the most part comprised of factory employees and their families, as most of the graduates were of that class of the community. Many of them were of foreign blood, people who had come to the country expecting the state of things advocated in Ellen's valedictory, and had remained more or less sullen and dissenting at the non-fulfillment of their expectation. One tall Swede, with a lurid flashing of blue eyes under a thick blond thatch, led the renewed charges of applause. Red spots came on his cheeks, gaunt with high cheekbones. His cold northern blood was up. He stood upreared against a background of the crowd under the balcony. He stamped when the applause died low. Then it swelled again and again like great waves. The Swede brandished his long arms. He shouted. Others echoed him. Even the women hallooed in a frenzy of applause. They clapped their hands. They stood up in their seats. Only a few sat silent and contemptuous through all the enthusiasm. Thomas Briggs, the manufacturer, was one of them. He sat like a rock, his great red imperturbable face of dissent fixed straight ahead. Mrs. Lloyd clapped wildly, on account of the girl who had read the valedictory. She had slept through the greater part of it, for it was very warm, and the heat always made her drowsy. She kept leaning toward Cynthia as she clapped, and asking in a loud whisper if she wasn't sweet. Cynthia did not applaud, but her delicate face was pale with emotion. Lyman Risley, beside her, was clapping energetically. "She may have a bomb somewhere concealed among those ribbons and frills," he said to Lloyd when the applause was waxing loudest, and Lloyd laughed. As for Ellen, when the storm of applause burst at her feet, she stood still for a moment, bewildered. Then she bowed again and turned to go. Then the compelling uproar brought her back. She stood there quite piteous in her confusion. This was too much triumph, and moreover she had not the least idea of the true significance of it all. She was like a chemist who had brought together quite ignorantly and unwittingly the two elements of an explosive. She thought that her valedictory must have been well done, that they liked it, and that was all. She had no sooner finished reading than the ushers began in the midst of the storm of applause to approach the stage with her graduating presents. They were laden with great bouquets and baskets of flowers, with cards conspicuously attached to most of them. Cynthia Lennox had sent a basket of roses. Ellen took it on her arm, and wondered when she saw the name attached to this pink satin bow on the handle. She did not look again towards Cynthia, since the old impulse of concealment on her account came over her. Ellen had great boxes of candy from her boy admirers, that being a favorite token of young affection upon such occasions. She had a gift book from her former school teacher, and a 98-cent gilded vase from Eva and Amabel, who had been saving money to buy it. She heard a murmur of admiration when she had finally reached her seat, after the storm of applause had at last subsided, and she unrolled the packages with trembling fingers. "My, ain't that handsome!" said Floretta, pressing her muslin-clad shoulder against Ellen's. "My, didn't they clap you, Ellen? What's that in that package?" The package contained Ellen's new watch and chain. Floretta had already received hers, and it lay in its case on her lap. Ellen looked at the package, not hearing in the least the Baptist minister who had taken his place on the stage, and was delivering an address. She had felt her Aunt Eva's and Amabel's eager eyes on her when she unrolled the gaudy vase. Now she felt her father's and mother's. The small, daintily tied package was inscribed, "Ellen Brewster, from Father and Mother." "Why don't you open it?" came in her ear from Floretta. Maria was leaning forward also, over her lapful of carnations which John Sargent had presented to her. "Why don't she open it?" she whispered to Floretta. They were all quite oblivious of the speaker, who moved nervously back and forth in front of them, so screening them somewhat from the observation of the audience. Still Ellen hesitated, looking at the little package and feeling her father's and mother's eyes on her face. Finally she untied the cord and took out the jeweler's case from the wrapping paper. "My, you've got one too, I bet," whispered Floretta. Ellen opened the box and gazed at her watch and chain. Then she glanced at her father and mother down in the audience, and the three loving souls seemed to meet in an ineffable solitude in the midst of the crowd. All three faces were pale. Ellen's began to quiver. She felt Floretta's shoulder warm through her thin sleeve against hers. "My, you've got one. I said so," she whispered. "It isn't chased as much as mine, but it's real handsome. My, Ellen Brewster, you ain't going to cry before all these people." Ellen smiled against a sob, and she gave her head a defiant toss. Down in the audience Fanny had her handkerchief to her eyes. and Andrew sat looking sternly at the speaker. Ellen said to herself that she would not cry. She would not. But she sat gazing down at her flower-laden lap and the presents. The golden disk under her fixed eyes waxed larger and larger, until it seemed to fill her whole comprehension as with the golden light of a suffering, self-denying love, which was her best reward of life and labor on the earth. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 18. After the exhibition, there was a dance. The Brewsters, even Mrs. Zelotes, remained to see the last of Ellen's triumph. Mrs. Zelotes was firmly convinced that Ellen's appearance excelled anyone's in the hall. Not a girl swung past them in the dance hall but she eyed her white dress scornfully, then her rosy face, and sniffed with high nostrils like an old war horse. "Just look at that fine girl's dress. Coarse enough to strain through," she said to Fanny, leaning across Andrew, who was sitting rapt, his very soul dancing with his daughter, his eyes never leaving her one second, following her fair head and white flutter of muslin ruffles and ribbons around the hall. "Yes, that's so," assented Fanny, but not with her usual sharpness. A wistful softness and sweetness was on her coarsely handsome face. Once she reached her hand over Andrew's and pressed it, and blushed crimson as she did so. Andrew turned and smiled at her. All that annoyed Andrew was that Ellen danced with Granville Joy often, and also with other boys. It disturbed him a little, even while it delighted him, that she should dance at all, that she should have learned to dance. Andrew had been brought up to look upon dancing as an amusement for Louds rather than for Brewsters. It had not been in vogue among the aristocracy of this little New England city when he was young. Mrs. Zelotes watched Ellen dance with inward delight and outward disapproval. "I don't approve of dancing, never did," she said to Andrew, but she was furious once when Ellen sat through a dance. Towards the end of the evening she saw with sudden alertness Ellen dancing with a new partner, a handsome young man, who carried himself with more assurance than the schoolboys. Mrs. Zelotes hit Andrew with her sharp elbow. "Who's that dancing with her now?" she said. "That's young Lloyd," answered Andrew. He flushed a little and looked pleased. "Norman Lloyd's nephew?" asked his mother, sharply. "Yes, he's on here from St. Louis. He's going into business with his uncle," replied Andrew. "Sargent was telling me about it yesterday. Young Lloyd came into the post office while we were there." Fanny had been listening. Immediately she married Ellen to young Lloyd, and the next moment she went to live in a grand new house built in a twinkling in a vacant lot next to Norman Lloyd's residence, which was the wonder of the city. She reared this castle in Spain with inconceivable swiftness, even while she was turning her head towards Eva on the other side, and prodding her with an admonishing elbow, as Mrs. Zelotes had prodded Andrew. "That's Norman Lloyd's nephew dancing with her now," she said. Eva looked at her, smiling. Directly the idea of Ellen's marriage with the young man with whom she was dancing established full connections, and ran through the line of Ellen's relatives as though an electric wire. As for Ellen, dancing with this stranger, who had been introduced to her by the schoolmaster, she certainly had no thought of a possible marriage with him. But she had looked into his face with a curious, ready leap of sympathy and understanding of this other soul which she met for the first time. It seemed to her that she must have known him before, but she knew that she had not. She began to reflect as they were whirling about the hall. She gazed at that secret memory of hers, which she had treasured since her childhood, and discovered that what had seemed familiar to her about the young man was the face of a familiar thought. Ever since Miss Cynthia Lennox had told her about her nephew, the little boy who had owned and loved the doll, Ellen had unconsciously held the thought of him in her mind. "You are Miss Cynthia Lennox's nephew," she said to young Lloyd. "Yes," he replied. He nodded towards Cynthia, who was sitting on the opposite side from the Brewsters, with the Norman Lloyds and Lyman Risley. "She used to be like a mother to me," he said. "You know I lost my mother when I was a baby." Ellen nodded at him with a look of pity of that marvelous scope which only a woman in whom the maternal slumbers, ready to awake, can compass. Ellen, looking at the handsome face of the young man, saw quite distinctly in it the face of the little motherless child, and all the tender pity which she would have felt for that child was in her eyes. "What a beautiful girl she is," thought the young man. He smiled at her admiringly, loving her look at him, while not in the least understanding it. He had asked to be presented to Ellen from curiosity. He had not been at the exhibition, and had heard the schoolmaster and Risley talking about the valedictory. "I didn't know that you taught anarchy in school, Mr. Harris," Risley had said. He laughed as he said it, but Harris had colored with an uneasy look at Norman Lloyd, whose face wore an expression of amusement. "Perhaps I should have," he began, but Lloyd interrupted him. "My dear fellow," he said, "you don't imagine that any man in his senses could take seriously enough to be annoyed by it, that child's effusion on her nice little roll of foolscap tied with her pretty white satin ribbon?" "She is just as sweet as she can be," said Mrs. Norman, "and I thought her composition was real pretty. Didn't you, Cynthia?" "Very," replied Cynthia. "What you are worrying about it for, Edward, I don't see," said Mrs. Norman to the schoolmaster. "Well, I am glad if it struck you that way," said he, "but when I heard the applause from all those factory people," he lowered his voice, since a number were sitting near, "I didn't know but" he hesitated "that the spark that would fire the mine might be in that pretty little beribboned roll of foolscap," said Risley, laughing. "Well, it was a very creditable production, and it was written with the energy of conviction. The Czar and that little schoolgirl would not live long in one country, if she goes on as she has begun." It was then that young Lloyd, who had just come in, and was standing beside the schoolmaster, turned eagerly to him and asked who the girl was, and begged him to present him. "Perhaps he'll fall in love with her," said Mrs. Norman, directly, when the two men had gone across the hall in quest of Ellen. Her husband laughed. "You have not seen your aunt for a long time," Ellen said to young Lloyd, when they were sitting out a dance after their waltz together. "Not since I came on with my father when he died," he replied. Again Ellen looked at him with that wonderful pity in her face, and again the young man thought he had never seen such a girl. "I think your aunt is beautiful," Ellen said presently, gazing across at Cynthia. "Yes, she must have been a beauty when she was young." "I think she is now," said Ellen, quite fervently, for she was able to disabuse her mind of associations and rely upon pure observation, and it was quite true that leaving out of the question Cynthia's age and the memory of her face in stronger lights, at closer view, she was as beautiful from where they sat as some graceful statue. Only clear outlines showed at that distance, and her soft hair, which was quite white, lay in heavy masses around the intense repose of her face. "Yes," admitted Robert, somewhat hesitatingly. "She used to think everything of me when I was a little shaver," he said. "Doesn't she now?" "Oh, yes, I suppose she does, but it is different now. I am grown up. A man doesn't need so much done for him when he is grown up." Then again he looked at Ellen with eyes of pleading which would have made of the older woman what he remembered her to have been in his childhood, and hers answered again. Robert did not say anything to her about the valedictory until just before the close of the evening, when their last dance together was over. "I am sorry I did not have a chance to hear your valedictory," he said. "I could not come early." Ellen blushed and smiled, and made the conventional schoolgirl response. "Oh, you didn't miss anything," said she. "I am sure I did," said the young man, earnestly. Then he looked at her and hesitated a little. "I wonder if you would be willing to lend it to me," he said. Then, "I would be very careful of it, and would return it immediately as soon as I had read it. I should be so interested in reading it." "Certainly, if you wish," said Ellen, "but I am afraid you won't think it is good." "Of course I shall. I have been hearing about it, how good it was, and how you broke up the whole house." Ellen blushed. "Oh, that was only because it was the valedictory. They always clap a good deal for the valedictory." "It was because it was you, you dear beauty," thought the young man, gazing at her, and the impulse to take her in his arms and kiss that blush seized upon him. "I know they applauded your valedictory because it was worthy of it," said he, and Ellen's eyes fell before his, and the blush crept down over her throat and up to the soft toss of hair on her temples. The two were standing, and the man gazed at Ellen's pink arms and neck through the lace of her dress, those incomparable curves of youthful bloom shared by a young girl and a rose. He gazed at that noble fair head bent not so much before him as before the mystery of life, of which a perception had come to her through his eyes, and he said to himself that there never was such a girl, and he also wondered if he saw aright, he being one who seldom entirely lost the grasp of his own leash. Having the fancy and the heart of a young man, he was given, like others of his kind, to looking at every new girl who attracted him in the light of a problem, the unknown quantity being her possible interest for him, but he always worked it out calmly. He kept himself out of his own shadow when it came to the question of emotions, in something the same fashion that his Uncle Norman did. Now, looking at Ellen Brewster with the whole of his heart settling towards her in obedience to that law which had brought him into being, he yet was saying quite coolly and loudly in his own inner consciousness, "Wait, wait, wait! Wait until to morrow. See how you feel then. You have felt in much this way before. Wait. Perhaps you don't see it as it is. Wait." He realized his own wisdom all the more clearly when Ellen led him to the settee where her relatives sat guarding her graduation presents and her precious valedictory. She presented him gracefully enough. Ellen knew nothing of society etiquette. She had never introduced such a young gentleman as this to any one in her life, but her inborn dignity of character kept her self-poise perfect. Still, when young Lloyd saw the mother coarsely perspiring and fairly aggressive in her delight over her daughter, when poor Andrew hoped he saw him well, and Mrs. Zelotes eyed him with sharp approbation, and Eva, conscious of her shabbiness, bowed with a stiff toss of her head and sat back sullenly, and little Amabel surveyed him with uncanny wisdom divided between himself and Ellen, he became conscious of a slight disappearance of his glamour. He thanked Ellen most heartily for the privilege which she granted him, when she took the valedictory from the heap of flowers and took his leave with a bow which made Fanny nudge Andrew almost before the young man's back was turned. Then she looked at Ellen, but she said nothing. A sudden impulse of delicacy prevented her. There was something about this beloved daughter of hers which all at once seemed strange to her. She began to associate her with the sacred mystery of life as she had never done. Then, too, there was the more superficial association with one of another class, which she held in outward despite, but inward awe. Ellen gathered up her presents into her lap and sat there a few minutes through the last dance, which she had refused to Granville Joy, who went away with nervous alertness for another girl, and nobody spoke to her. When young Lloyd and Cynthia Lennox and the others left, as they did directly, Fanny murmured, "They've gone," and they all knew what she meant. she was thinking, and so were they all, except Ellen, that that was the reason, because he had to go, that he had not asked Ellen for the last dance. As for Ellen, she sat looking at her gold watch and chain, which she had taken out of the case. Her face grew intensely sober, and she did not notice when young Lloyd left. All at once she had reflected how her father had never owned a watch in his whole life, though he was a man, but he had given one to her. She reflected how he had so little work, how shabby his clothes were, how he must have gone without himself to buy this for her, and the girl had such a heart of gold that it rose triumphantly loyal to its first loves and tendernesses, and her father's old, worn face came between her and that of the young man who might become her lover. Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 19. The day after Ellen's graduation, there might have been seen a touching little spectacle passing along the main street of Rowe about 10 o'clock in the forenoon. It was touching because it gave evidence of that human vanity common to all, which strives to perpetuate the few small good things that come into the hard lives of poor souls, and strives with such utter futility. Ellen held up her fluffy skirts daintily. The wind caught her white ribbons and the loose locks of her yellow hair under her white hat. She carried Cynthia Lennox's basket of roses on her arm, and each of the others was laden with bouquets. Little Amabel clasped both slender arms around a great sheaf of roses. The thorns pricked through her thin sleeves, but she did not mind that, so upborne with the elation of the occasion was she. Her small, pale face gazed over the mass of bloom with challenging of admiration from every one whom she met. She was jealous lest any one should not look with full appreciation of Ellen. Ellen was the one in the little procession who had not unmixed delight in it. She had a certain shamefacedness about going through the streets in such a fashion. She avoided looking at the people whom she met, and kept her head slightly bent and averted, instead of carrying it with the proud directness which was her habit. She felt vaguely that this was the element of purely personal vanity which degrades a triumph, and the weakness of delight and gloating in the faces of her relatives irritated her. It was a sort of unveiling of love, and the girl was sensitive enough to understand it. "Oh, mother, I don't want to have us all go through the street with all these flowers, and me in my white dress," she had said. She had looked at her mother with a shrinking in her eyes which was incomprehensible to the other coarser natured woman. "Nonsense," she had said. "Sometimes you have real silly notions, Ellen." Fanny said it adoringly, for even silliness in this girl was in a way worshipful to her. Ellen, with her heart still softened almost to grief by the love shown her on the day before, had yielded, but she was glad when they arrived at the photograph studio. She had particularly dreaded passing Lloyd's, for the thought came to her that possibly young Mr. Lloyd might see her. She supposed that he was likely to be in the office. When they passed the office windows she looked the other way, but before she was well past, her aunt, Eva, hit her violently and laughed loudly. Ellen shrank, coloring a deep crimson. Then her mother also laughed, and even Amabel, shrilly, with a precocious recognition of the situation. Only Mrs. Zelotes stalked along in silent dignity. "Don't laugh so loud. He'll hear you," said she, severely. "It was that young man who was at the hall last night, and he was looking at you awful sharp," said little Amabel to Ellen, squeezing her warm arm and sending out that shrill peal of laughter again. "Don't, dear," said Ellen. She felt humiliated, and the more so because she was ashamed of being humiliated by her own mother and aunt. Why should I be so sensitive to things in which they see no harm?" she asked herself reprovingly. As for the young Lloyd, he had, ever since he parted with the girl the night before, that sensation of actual contact which survives separation, and had felt the light pressure of her hand in his all night, and along with it that ineffable pain of longing which would draw the substance of a dream to actuality, and cannot. He saw her with her coarsely exultant relatives, the inevitable blur of her environments, and felt himself not so much disillusioned as confirmed. He had been constantly saying to himself, when the girl's face haunted his eyes, and her hand in his own, that he was a fool, that he had felt so before, that he must have, that there was no sense in it, that he was Robert Lloyd, and she a good girl, a beautiful girl, but a common sort of girl, born of common people to a common lot. "Now," he said to himself, with a kind of bitter exultation, "there, I told you so." The inconceivable folly of that glance of the mother at him, then at Ellen, and the meaning laughter, repelled him to the point of disgust. He turned his back to the window and resumed his work, but, in spite of himself, the pathos of the picture which he had seen began to force itself upon him, and he thought almost tenderly and forgivingly that she, the girl, had not once looked his way. He even wondered pityingly if she had been mortified and annoyed by her mother's behavior. A great anger on Ellen's behalf with her mother seized upon him. How pretty she did look moving along in that little flower laden procession, he thought. How very pretty. All at once a desire for the photograph which would be taken seized him, for he divined the photograph. However, he said to himself that he would send back the valedictory, which he had not yet read, by post, with a polite note, and that would be the end. But it was only the next evening that Robert Lloyd, with the valedictory in hand, got off the trolley car in front of the Brewster house. He had proved to himself that it was an act of actual rudeness to return anything so precious and of so much importance to the owner by the post, that he ought to call and deliver it in person. When he regained his equilibrium from the quick sidewise leap from the car, and stood hesitating a little, as one will do before a strange house, for he was not quite sure as to his bearings, he saw a white blur, as of feminine apparel, in the front doorway. He advanced tentatively up the little path between two rows of flowering bushes, and Ellen rose. "Good evening, Mr. Lloyd," she said, in a slightly tremulous voice. "Oh, good evening, Miss Brewster," he cried, quickly. "So I am right. I was not sure as to the house." "People generally tell by the cherry trees in the yard," replied Ellen, taking refuge from her timidity in the security of commonplace observation, as she had done the night before, giving thereby both a sense of disappointment and elusiveness. "Won't you walk in?" she added, with the prim politeness of a child who accosts a guest according to rule and precept. Ellen had never, in fact, had a young man make a formal call upon her before. She reflected now, both with relief and trepidation, that her mother was away, having gone to her Aunt Eva's. She had an instinct which she resented, that her mother and this young man were on two parallels which could never meet. Her father was at home, seated in the south door, with John Sargent and Nahum Beals and Joe Atkins, but she never thought of such a thing as her father's receiving a young man caller, though she would not have doubted so much his assimilating with Robert Lloyd. She understood that the young man might look at her mother with dissent, while she resented it, but with her father it was different. The group of men at the south door were talking in loud, fervent voices which seemed to rise and fall like waves. Nahum Beals's strained, nervous tones were paramount. "Mr. Beals is talking about the labor question, and he gets quite excited," Ellen remarked, somewhat apologetically, as she ushered young Lloyd into the parlor. Lloyd laughed. "It sounds as if he were leading an army," he said. "He is very much in earnest," said the girl. She placed painstakingly for her guest the best chair, which was a spring rocker upholstered with crush plush. The little parlor was close and stuffy, and the kerosene lamp, with the light dimmed by a globe decorated with roses, heated the room still further. This lamp was Fanny's pride. It had, in her eyes, the double glory of high art and cheapness. She was fond of pointing at it and inquiring, "How much do you think that cost?" and explaining with the air of one who expects her truth to be questioned that it only cost 49 cents. This lamp was hideous. The shape was aggressive, a discordant glare of brass, and the roses on the globe were blasphemous. Somehow this lamp was the first thing which struck Lloyd on entering the room. He could not take his eyes from it. As for Ellen, long acquaintance had dulled her eyes. She sat in the full glare of this hideous lamp, and Lloyd considered that she was not so pretty as he had thought last night. Still, she was undeniably very pretty. There was something in the curves of her shoulders, in her pink and white cotton waist, that made one's fingers tingle and heart yearn, and there was an appealing look in her face which made him smile indulgently at her as he might have done at a child. After all, it was probably not her fault about the lamp, and lamps were a minor consideration, and he was finical. But suppose she liked it? Lloyd, sitting there, began to speculate if it were possible for one's spiritual nature to be definitely damaged by hideous lamps. Then he caught sight of a plate decorated with postage stamps, with a perforated edge through which ribbons were run, and he wondered if she possibly made that. "They are undoubtedly perfectly moral people," he told his aunt Cynthia afterwards, "but I wonder that they keep such an immoral plate." However, that was before he fell in love with Ellen, while he was struggling with himself in his desire to do so, and making all manner of sport of himself by way of hindrance. Ellen at that age could have had no possible conception of the sentiment with which the young man viewed her environment. She was sensitive to spiritual discords which might arise from meeting with another widely different nature, but when it came to material things she was at a loss. Then, too, she was pugnaciously loyal to the glories of the best parlor. She was innocently glad that she had such a nice room into which to usher him. She felt that the marble topped table, the plush lambrequin on the mantel shelf, the gilded vases, the brass clock, the Nottingham lace curtains, the olive and crimson furniture, the pictures in cheap gilt frames, the heavily gilded wall paper, and the throws of thin silk over the picture corners must prove to him the standing of her family. She felt an ignoble satisfaction in it, for a certain measure of commonness clung to the girl like a cobweb. She was as yet too young to bloom free of her environment. Her head was not yet over the barrier of her daily lot. Her heart never would be, and that was her glory. Young Lloyd handed her the roll of valedictory as soon as he entered. "I am very much obliged to you for allowing me to read it," he said. Ellen took it, blushing. Her heart sank a little. She thought to herself that he probably did not like it. She looked at him proudly and timidly, like a child half holding, half withdrawing its hand for a sweet. It suddenly came to her that she would rather this young man would praise her valedictory than any one else, that if he had been present when she read it in the hall, and she had seen him standing applauding, she could not have contained her triumph and pride. She was not yet in love with him, but she began to feel that in his approbation lay the best coin of her realm. "It is very well written, Miss Brewster," said Robert, and she flushed with delight. "Thank you," she said. But the young man was looking at her as if he had something besides praise in mind, and she gazed at him, shrinking a little as before a blow whose motion she felt in the air. However, he laughed pleasantly when he spoke. "Do you really believe that?" he asked. "What?" she inquired vaguely. "Oh, all that you say in your essay. Do you really believe that all the property in the world ought to be divided, that kings and peasants ought to share and share alike?" She looked at him with round eyes. "Why, of course I do," she said. "Don't you?" Robert laughed. He had no mind to enter into an argument with this beautiful girl, nor even to express himself forcibly on the opposite side. "Well, there are a number of things to be considered," he said. "And do you really believe that employer and employees should share alike?" "Why not?" said she. Her blue eyes flashed. She tossed her head. Robert smiled at her. "Why not?" she repeated. "Don't the men earn the money?" "Well, no, not exactly," said Robert. "There is the capital." "The profit comes from the labor, not from the capital," said Ellen, quickly. "Doesn't it?" she continued, with fervor, and yet there was a charming timidity, as before some authority. "Possibly," replied Robert, guardedly. "But the question is how far we should go back before we stop in searching for causes." "How far back ought we to go?" asked Ellen, earnestly. "I confess I don't know," said Robert, laughingly. "I have thought very little about it all." "But you will have to, if you are to be the head of Lloyd's," Ellen said, with a severe accent, with grave blue eyes full on his face. "Oh, I am not the head of Lloyd's yet," he answered easily. "My uncle is far from his dotage. Then, too, you know that I was never intended for a business man, but a lawyer, like my father. If there had not been so little for my father's second wife and the children—" He stopped himself abruptly on the verge of a confidence. "I think I saw you on your way to the photographer to day," he said, and Ellen blushed, remembering her Aunt Eva's violent nudge, and wondering if he had noticed. She gave him a piteous glance. "Yes," she said. "All the girls have their pictures taken in their graduating dresses with their flowers." "You look to me as if the picture would be a great success," said Robert. He longed to ask for one, and yet did not, for a reason unexplained to himself. He knew that this innocent, unsophisticated creature would see no reason on earth why he should not ask, and no reason why she should not grant, and on that account he felt prohibited. That night, after he had gone, Ellen wondered why he had not asked for one of her pictures, and felt anxious lest he should have seen the nudge. "Well," she said to herself, "if he finds any fault with anything that my mother has done, I don't want him to have one." Robert stayed a long time. He kept thinking that he ought to go, and also that he was bored, and yet he felt a singular unwillingness to leave, possibly because of his sense that the visit was in a measure forbidden by prudence. The longer he remained, the prettier Ellen looked to him. New beauties of line and color seemed to grow apparent in the soft glow from the hideous lamp. There was a wonderful starry radiance in her eyes now and then, and when she turned her head her eyeballs gleamed crimson, and her hair seemed to toss into flame. When she spoke he was conscious of unknown depths of sweetness in her voice, and it was so with her smile and her every motion. There was about the girl a mystery, not of darkness, but of light, which seemed to draw him on and on and on without volition. And yet she said nothing especially remarkable, for Ellen was only a young girl, reared in a little provincial city in common environments. She would have been a great genius had she more than begun to glimpse the breadth and freedom of the outer world through her paling of life. She was too young and too unquestioning of what she had learned from her early loves. "Have you always lived here in Rowe?" asked Lloyd. "Yes," said she. "I was born here, and I have lived here ever since." "And you have never been away?" "Only once. Once I went to Dragon Beach and stayed a fortnight with mother." She said this with a visible sense of its importance. Dragon Beach was some 10 miles from Rowe, a cheap seashore place, built up with flimsy summer cottages of factory hands. Andrew had hired one for a fortnight once when Ellen was ailing, and it had been the event of a lifetime to the family. They hereafter dated from the year we went to Dragon Beach. Lloyd looked with a quick impulse of compassionate tenderness at this child who had been away from Rowe once to Dragon Beach. He had his own impressions of Dragon Beach, and also of Rowe. "I suppose you enjoyed that?" said he. "Very much. The sea is beautiful." So, after all, it was the sea which she had cared for at Dragon Beach, and not the clambakes and merry-go-rounds and women in wrappers in the surf. Robert felt rebuked for thinking of anything but the sea in his memory of Dragon Beach. There was a wonderful water view there. All the time they sat there in the parlor, the murmur of conversation at the south door continued, and now and again over it swelled the fervid exhortations of Nahum Beals. Not a word could be distinguished, but the meaning was beyond doubt. That voice was full of denunciation, of frenzied appeal, of warning. "Who is it?" asked Lloyd, after an unusually loud burst. "Mr. Beals," replied Ellen, uneasily. She wished that he would not talk so loud. "He sounds as if he were preaching fire and brimstone," said Robert. "No, he is talking about the labor question," replied Ellen. Then she looked confused, for she remembered that this young man's uncle was the head of Lloyd's, that he himself would be the head of Lloyd's some day. All at once, along with another feeling which seemed about to conquer her, came a resentment against this young man with his fine clothes and his gentle manners. Two men passed the windows, and one of them looked in, and when the electric light flashed on his face, she saw Granville Joy, and the man with him was in his shirt sleeves. She saw those white shirt sleeves swing into the darkness, and felt at once antagonized against herself and against Robert, and yet she knew that she had never seen a man like him. "I suppose he has settled it," said Robert. "I don't know," replied Ellen. "He sounds dangerous." "Oh, no, he is a good man. He wouldn't hurt anybody. He has always talked that way. He used to come here and talk when I was a child. It used to frighten me at first, but it doesn't now. It is only the way that poor people are treated that frightens me." Again Robert had a sensation of moving unobtrusively aside from a direct encounter. He looked across the room and started at something which he espied for the first time. "Pardon me," he said, rising, "but I am interested in dolls. I see you still keep your doll, Miss Brewster." Ellen sat stupefied. All at once it dawned upon her what might happen. In the corner of the parlor sat her beloved doll, still beloved, though the mother and not the doll had outgrown her first condition of love. The doll, in the identical dress in which she had come from Cynthia so many years ago, sat staring forth with the fixed radiance of her kind, seated stiffly in a tiny rocking chair, also one of the treasures of Ellen's childhood. It was a curious feature for the best parlor, but Ellen had insisted upon it. "She isn't going to be put away up garret because I have outgrown her," said she. "She's going to sit in the parlor as long as she lives. Suppose I outgrew you and put you up in the garret. You wouldn't like it, would you, mother?" "You are a queer child," Fanny had said, laughing, but she had yielded. When young Lloyd went close to examine the doll, Ellen's heart stood still. Suppose he should recognize it? She tried to tell herself that it was impossible. Could any young man recognize a doll after all those years? How much did a boy ever care for a doll, anyway? Not enough to think of it twice after he had given it up. It was different with the girl. Her doll meant God only knew what her doll meant to her. Perhaps it had a meaning of all humanity. But the boy, what had he cared for the doll? He had gone away out West and left it. But Lloyd remembered. He stared down at the doll a moment. Then he took her up gingerly in her fluffy pink robes of an obsolete fashion. He held her at arm's length, and stared and stared. Suddenly he parted the flaxen wig and examined a place on the head. Then he looked at Ellen. "Why, it is my old doll!" he cried, with a great laugh of wonder and incredulity. "Yes, it is my old doll. How in the world did you come by my doll, Miss Brewster? Account for yourself. Are you a child kidnapper?" Ellen, who had risen and come forward, stood before him, absolutely still and very pale. "Yes, it is my doll," said Lloyd, with another laugh. "I will tell you how I know. Of course I can tell her face. Dolls look a good deal alike, I suppose, but I tell you I love this doll and I remember her face, and that little cast in her left eye, and that beautiful, serene smile. But there's something besides. Once I burned her head with the red hot end of the poker to see if she would wake up. I always had a notion when I was a child that it was only a question of violence to make her wake up and demonstrate some existence besides that eternal grin. So I burned her, but it made no difference. But here is the mark now. See?" Ellen saw. She had often kissed it, but she made no reply. She was occupied with considerations of the consequences. "How did you come by her, if you don't mind telling?" said the young man again. "It is the most curious thing for me to find my old doll sitting here. Of course Aunt Cynthia gave her to you, but I didn't know that she was acquainted with you. I suppose she saw a pretty little girl getting around without a doll after I had gone, and sent her, but—" Suddenly, between the young man's face and the girl's flashed a look of intelligence. Suddenly Robert remembered all that he had heard of Ellen's childish escapade. He knew. He looked from her to the doll and back again. "Good Lord!" he said. Then he set the doll down in her little chair all of a heap, and caught Ellen's hand and shook it. "You are a trump, that is what you are," he said, "a trump. So she—" He shook his head and looked at Ellen dazedly. She did not say a word, but looked at him with her lips closed tightly. "It is better for you not to tell me anything," he said. "I don't want to know. I don't understand, and I never want to, how it all happened, but I do understand that you are a trump. How old were you?" Robert's voice took on a tone of tenderness. "8," replied Ellen, faintly. "Only a baby," said the young man, "and you never told. I would like to know if there is another baby who would do such a thing." He caught her hand and shook it again. "She was like a mother to me," he said, in a husky voice. "I think a good deal of her. I thank you." Suddenly, to the young man looking at the girl, a conviction as of some subtle spiritual perfume came. He had seen her beauty before, he had realized her charm, but this was something different. A boundless approbation and approval which was infinitely more precious than admiration seized him. Her character began to reveal itself, to come in contact with his own. He felt the warmth of it through the veil of flesh. He felt a sense of reliance as upon an inexhaustibility of goodness in another soul. He felt something which was more than love, being purely unselfish, with as yet no desire of possession. "Here is a good, true woman," he said to himself. "Here is a good, true woman who has blossomed from a good, true child." He saw a wonderful faithfulness shining in her blue eyes. He saw truth itself on her lips, and could have gone down at the feet of the little girl in the pink cotton frock. Going home, he tried to laugh at himself, but could not succeed. It is easy to shake off the clasp of a hand of flesh, but not the clasp of another soul. Ellen, on her part, was at once overwhelmed with delight and confusion. She felt the fervor of admiration in the young man's attitude towards her, but she was painfully conscious of her undeservingness. She had always felt guilty about her silence and disobedience towards her parents, and as for any self‐approbation for it, that had been the farthest from her thoughts. She murmured something deprecatingly, but Lloyd cut her short. "It's no use crying off," said he. "You are one girl in 1,000, and I thank you. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. It might have made awful trouble. My Aunt Lizzie told me what a commotion there was over it." "I ran away," said Ellen, anxiously. Suddenly it occurred to her he might think Cynthia worse than she had been. "Never mind," said Lloyd. Never mind. I know what you did. You held your blessed little tongue to save somebody else, and let yourself be blamed." The door which led into the sitting room opened, and Andrew looked in. He made a shy motion when he saw Lloyd. Still he came forward. His own callers had gone, and he had heard voices in the parlor, and had feared Granville Joy was calling upon Ellen. As he came forward, Ellen introduced him shyly. "This is Mr. Lloyd, father," she said. "Mr. Lloyd, this is my father." Then she added, "He came to bring back my valedictory." She was very awkward, but it was the charming awkwardness of a beautiful child. She looked exceedingly childish, standing beside her father, looking into his worn, embarrassed face. Lloyd shook hands with Andrew, and said something about the valedictory, which he had enjoyed reading. "She wrote it all herself, without a bit of help from the teacher," said Andrew, with wistful pride. "It is remarkably well written," said Robert. "You didn't hear it read at the Hall?" said Andrew. "No, I had not that good fortune." "You ought to have heard them clap," said Andrew. "Oh, father," murmured Ellen, but she looked innocently at her father as if she delighted in his pride and pleasure without a personal consideration. The front door opened. "That's your mother," said Andrew. Fanny looked into the lighted parlor and dodged back with a little giggle. Ellen colored painfully. "It is Mr. Lloyd, mother," she said. Then Fanny came forward and shook hands with Robert. Her face was flaming. She cast involuntary glances at Andrew for confirmation of her opinion. She was openly and shamelessly triumphant, and yet all at once Robert ceased to be repelled by it. Through his insight into the girl's character he had seemed to gain suddenly a clearer vision for the depths of human love and pity which are beneath the coarse and the common. When Fanny stood beside her daughter and looked at her, then at Robert, with the reflection of the beautiful young face in her eyes of love, she became at once pathetic and sacred. "It is all natural," he said to himself, as he was going home. Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Portion of Labor, by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 20. Robert Lloyd, when he came to Rowe, was confronted with one of the hardest tasks in the world, that of adjustment to circumstances which had hitherto been out of his imagination. He had not dreamed of a business life in connection with himself. Though he had always had a certain admiration for his successful uncle, Norman Lloyd, yet he had always had along with the admiration a recollection of the old tale of the birthright and the mess of pottage. He had expected to follow the law, like his father, but when he had finished college, about 2 years after his father's death, he had to face the unexpected. The stocks in which the greater part of the elder Lloyd's money had been invested had depreciated. Some of them were for the time being quite worthless, as far as income was concerned. There were two little children, girls, by his father's second marriage, and there was not enough to support them and their mother, and allow Robert to continue his reading for the law. So he pursued, without the slightest hesitation, but with bitter regret, the only course which he saw open before him. He wrote to his Uncle Norman, and was welcomed to a position in his factory with more warmth than he had ever seen displayed by him. In fact, Norman Lloyd, who had no son of his own, saw with a quickening of his pulses the handsome young fellow of his own race who had in a measure thrown himself upon his protection. He had never shared his wife's longing for children as children, and had never cared for Robert when a child. But now, when he was a man grown and bore his name, he appealed to him. Norman Lloyd was supposed to be heaping upon riches, and wild stories of his wealth were told in Rowe. He gave large sums to public benefactions, and never stinted his wife in her giving within certain limits. It would have puzzled any one, when faced with facts, to understand why he had the name of a hard man, but he had it. whether justly or not. "He's as hard as nails," people said. His employees hated him. That is, the more turbulent and undisciplined spirits hated him, and the others regarded him as slaves might a stern master. When Robert started his work in his uncle's office, he started handicapped by this sentiment towards his uncle. He looked like his uncle, he talked like him, he had his same gentle stiffness, he was never unduly familiar. He was at once placed in the same category by the workmen. Robert Lloyd did not concern himself in the least as to what the employés in his uncle's factory thought of him. Nothing was more completely out of his mind. He was conscious of standing on a firm base of philanthropic principle, and if ever these men came directly under his control, he was resolved to do his duty by them so far as in him lay. Ellen, since her graduation, had been like an animal which circles about in its endeavors to find its best and natural place of settlement. "What shall I do next?" she had said to her mother. "Shall I go to work, or shall I try to find a school somewhere in the fall, or shall I stay here, and help you with some work I can do at home? I know father cannot afford to support me always at home." "I guess he can afford to support his only daughter at home a little while after she has just got out of school," Fanny had returned indignantly, with a keen pain at her heart. Fanny mentioned this conversation to Andrew that night after Ellen had gone to bed. "What do you think? Ellen was asking me this afternoon what she had better do," said she. "What she had better do?" repeated Andrew, vaguely. He looked shrinkingly at Fanny, who seemed to him to have an accusing air, as if in some way he were to blame for something. And, indeed, there were times when Fanny in those days did blame Andrew, but there was some excuse for her. She blamed him when her own back was filling her very soul with the weariness of its ache as she bent over the seams of those grinding wrappers, and when her heart was sore over doubt of Ellen's future. At those times she acknowledged to herself that it seemed to her that Andrew somehow might have gotten on better. She did not know how, but somehow. He had not had an expensive family. Why had he not succeeded, she asked herself. So there was in her tone an unconscious recrimination when she answered his question about Ellen. "Yes, what she had better go to work at," said Fanny, dryly, her black eyes cold on her husband's face. Andrew turned so white that he frightened her. "Go to work?" said he. Then all at once he gave an exceedingly loud and bitter groan. It betrayed all his pride in and ambition for his daughter, and his disgust and disappointment over himself. "Oh, my God, has it come to this," he groaned, "that I cannot support my one child?" Fanny laid down her work and looked at him. "Now, Andrew," said she, "there's no use in your taking it after such a fashion as this. I told Ellen that it was all nonsense, that she could stay at home and rest this summer." "I guess, if she can't," said Andrew. He dropped his gray head into his hands and began to sob dryly. Fanny, after staring at him a moment, tossed her work onto the floor, went over to him, and drew his head to her shoulder. "There, old man," said she, "ain't you ashamed of yourself? I told her there was no need for her to worry at present. Don't do so, Andrew. You've done the best you could, and I know it, if I stop to think, though I do seem sort of impatient sometimes. You've always worked hard and done your best. It ain't your fault." "I don't know whether it is or not," said Andrew in a high, querulous voice like a woman's. "It seems as if it must be somebody's fault. If it ain't my fault, who is it? You can't blame the Almighty." "Maybe it ain't anybody's fault." "It must be. All that goes wrong is somebody's fault. It can't be that it just happens. That would be worse than the other. It is better to have a God that is cruel than one that don't care, and it is better to be to blame yourself, and have it your fault, than his. Somehow I have been to blame, Fanny. I must have. It would have been enough sight better for you, Fanny, if you'd married another man." "I didn't want another man," replied Fanny, half angrily, half tenderly. "You make me all out of patience, Andrew Brewster. What's the need of Ellen going to work right away? Maybe by and by she can get an easy school. Then we've got that money in the bank." Andrew looked away from her, with his face set. Fanny did not know yet about his withdrawal of the money for the purpose of investing in mining stocks. He never looked at her, but the guilty secret seemed to force itself between them like a wedge of ice. "Then Grandma Brewster has got a little something," said Fanny. "Only just enough for herself," said Andrew. Then he added fiercely, "Mother can't be stinted of her little comforts, even for Ellen." "I 'ain't never wanted to stint your mother of her comforts," Fanny retorted, angrily. "She 'ain't got but a precious little, unless she spends her principal," said Andrew. "She 'ain't got more'n $150 or so a year clear after her taxes and insurance are paid." "I ain't sayin' anythin'," said Fanny. "But I do say you're dreadful foolish to take on so when you've got so much to fall back on, and that money in the bank. Here you haven't had to touch the interest for quite a while, and it has been accumulating." It was agreed between the two that Ellen must say nothing to her grandmother Brewster about going to work. "I believe the old lady would have a fit if she thought Ellen was going to work," said Fanny. "She 'ain't never thought she ought to lift her finger." So Ellen was charged on no account to say anything to her grandmother about the possible necessity of her going to work. "Your grandmother's awful proud," said Fanny, "and she's always thought you were too good to work." "I don't think anybody is too good to work," replied Ellen, but she uttered the platitude with a sort of mental reservation. In spite of herself, the attitude of worship in which she had always seen all who belonged to her had spoiled her a little. She did look at herself with a sort of compunction when she realized the fact that she might have to go to work in the shop sometime. School teaching was different, but could she earn enough school teaching? There was a sturdy vein in the girl. All the time she pitied herself, she blamed herself. "You come of working people, Ellen Brewster. Why are you any better than they? Why are your hands any better than their hands? Your brain than theirs? Why are you any better than the girls who have gone to work in the shops? Do you think you are any better than Abby Atkins?" And still Ellen used to look at herself with a pitying conviction that she would be out of place at a bench in the shoe factory, that she would suffer a certain indignity by such a course. The realization of a better birthright was strong upon her, although she chided herself for it, and everybody abetted her in it. When she said once to Abby Atkins, whom she encountered one day going home from the shop, that she wondered if she could get a job in her room in the fall, Abby turned upon her fiercely. "Good Lord, Ellen Brewster, you ain't going to work in a shoe shop," she said. "I don't see why not as well as you," returned Ellen. "Why not?" repeated the other girl. "Look at yourself, and look at us." As she spoke, Ellen saw projected upon her mental vision herself passing down the street with the throng of factory operatives which her bodily eyes actually witnessed. She had come opposite Lloyd's as the 6 o'clock whistle was blowing. She saw herself in her clean light summer frock, slight and dainty, with little hands like white flowers in the blue folds of her skirt, with her fine, sensitive outlook of fair face, and her dainty carriage. And she saw others, those girls and women in dingy skirts and baggy blouses, with coarse hair strained into hard knots of exigency from patient or sullen faces, according to their methods of bearing their lots, all of them rank with the smell of leather, their coarse hands stained with it, swinging their poor little worn bags which had held their dinners. There were not many foreigners among them, except the Irish, most of whom had been born in this country, and a sprinkling of fair haired, ruddy Swedes and keen Polanders, who bore themselves better than the Americans, being not so apparently at odds with the situation. The factory employees in Rowe were a superior lot, men and women. Many of the men had put on their worn coats when they emerged from the factory, and their little bags were supported to disguise the fact of their being dinner satchels. And yet there was a difference between Ellen Brewster and the people among whom she walked, and she felt it with a sort of pride and indignation with herself that it was so. "I don't see why I should be any better than the rest," said she, defiantly, to Abby Atkins. "My father works in a shop, and you are my best friend, and you do. Why shouldn't I work in a shop?" "Look at yourself," repeated the other girl, mercilessly. "You are different. You ain't to blame for it any more than a flower is to blame for being a rose and not a common burdock. If you've got to do anything, you had better teach school." "I would rather teach school," said Ellen, "but I couldn't earn so much unless I got more education and got a higher position than a district school, and that is out of the question." "I thought maybe your grandmother could send you," said Abby. "Oh no, grandma can't afford to. Sometimes I think I could work my own way through college if it wasn't for being a burden in the meantime, but I don't know." Suddenly Abby Atkins planted herself on the sidewalk in front of Ellen, and looked at her sharply, while an angry flush overspread her face. "I want to know one thing," said she. "What?" "It ain't true what I heard the other day, is it?" "I don't know what you heard." "Well, I heard you were going to be married." Ellen turned quite pale, and looked at the other girl with a steady regard of grave, indignant blue eyes. "No, I am not," said she. "Well, don't be mad, Ellen. I heard real straight that you were going to marry Granville Joy in the fall." "Well, I am not," repeated Ellen. "I didn't suppose you were, but I knew he had always wanted you." "Always wanted me," said Ellen. "Why, he's only just out of school." "Oh, I know that. And he's only just gone to work, and he can't be earning much, but I heard it." The stream of factory operatives had thinned. Many had taken the trolley cars, and others had gone to the opposite side of the street, which was shady. The two girls were alone, standing before a vacant lot grown to weeds, rank bristles of burdock, and slender spikes of evanescent succory. Abby burst out in a passionate appeal, clutching Ellen's arm hard. "Ellen, promise me you never will," she cried. "Promise you what, Abby?" "Oh, promise me you never will marry anybody like him. I know it's none of my business. I know that is something that is none of anybody's business, no matter how much they think of anybody. But I think more of you than any man ever will. I don't care who he is. I know I do, Ellen Brewster. And don't you ever marry a man like Granville Joy. Just an ordinary man who works in the shop, and will never do anything but work in the shop. I know he's good, real good and steady, and it ain't against him that he ain't rich and has to work for his living, but I tell you, Ellen Brewster, you ain't the right sort to marry a man like that, and have a lot of children to work in shops. No man, if he thinks anything of you, ought to ask you to, but all a man thinks of is himself. Granville Joy, or any other man who wanted you, would take you and spoil you, and think he'd done a smart thing." Abby spoke with such intensity that it redeemed her from coarseness. Ellen continued to look at her, and two red spots had come on her cheeks. "I don't believe I'll ever get married at all," she said. "If you've got to get married, you ought to marry somebody like young Mr. Lloyd," said Abby. Then Ellen blushed, and pushed past her indignantly. "Young Mr. Lloyd," said she. "I don't want him, and he doesn't want me. I wish you wouldn't talk so, Abby." "He would want you if you were a rich girl, and your father was boss instead of a workman," said Abby. Then she caught hold of Ellen's arm and pressed her own thin one in its dark blue cotton sleeve lovingly against it. "You ain't mad with me, are you, Ellen?" she said, with that indescribable gentleness tempering her fierceness of nature, which gave her caresses the fascination of some little untamed animal. Ellen pressed her round young arm tenderly against the other. "I think more of you than any man I know," said she, fervently. "I think more of you than anybody except father and mother, Abby." The two girls walked on with locked arms, and each was possessed with that wholly artless and ignorant passion often seen between two young girls. Abby felt Ellen's warm round arm against hers with a throbbing of rapture, and glanced at her fair face with adoration. She held her in a sort of worship. She loved her so that she was fairly afraid of her. As for Ellen, Abby's little leather stained, leather scented figure, strung with passion, like a bundle of electric wire, pressing against her, seemed to inform her farthest thoughts. "If I live longer than my father and mother, we'll live together, Abby," said she. "And I'll work for you, Ellen," said Abby, rapturously. "I guess you won't do all the work," said Ellen. She gazed tenderly into Abby's little dark, thin face. "You're all worn out with work now," said she. "And there you bought that beautiful pin for me with your hard earnings." "I wish it had been a great deal better," said Abby, fervently. She had given Ellen a gold brooch for a graduating gift, and had paid a week's wages for it, and gone without her new dress, and stayed away from the graduation, but that last Ellen never knew. Abby had told her that she was sick. That evening Robert Lloyd and his aunt Cynthia Lennox called on the Brewsters. Ellen was under the trees in the west yard when she heard a carriage stop in front of the house, and saw the sitting room lamp travel through the front entry to the front door. She wondered indifferently who it was. Carriages were not given to stopping at their house of an evening. Then she reflected that it might be some one to get her mother to do some sewing, and remained still. It was a bright moonlight night. The whole yard was a lovely dapple of lights and shadows. Ellen had a vivid perception of the beauty of it all, and also that unrest and yearning which comes often to a young girl in moonlight. This beauty and strangeness of familiar scenes under the silver glamour of the moon gave her, as it were, an assurance of other delights and beauties of life besides those which she already knew. And along with the assurance came that wild yearning. Ellen seemed to scent her honey of life, and at the same time the hunger for it leaped to her consciousness. She had begun by thinking of what Abby had said to her that afternoon, and then the train of thought led her on and on. She quite ignored all about the sordid ways and means of existence, about toil and privation and children born to it. All at once the conviction was strong upon her that love, and love alone, was the chief end purpose of life, at once its source and its result, the completion of its golden ring of glory. Her thought, started in whatever direction, seemed to slide always into that one all comprehending circle. She could not get her imagination away from it. She began to realize that the mind of mortal man could not get away from the law which produced it. She began to understand dimly, as one begins to understand any great truth, that everything about her obeyed that unwritten fundamental law of love, expressed it, sounded it, down to the leaves of the trees casting their flickering shadows on the silver field of moonlight, and the long drawn chorus of the insects of the summer night. She thought of Abby and how much she loved her. Then that love seemed the step which gave her an impetus to another love. She began to remember Granville Joy, how he had kissed her that night over the fence, and twice since, how he had walked home with her from entertainments, how he had looked at her. She saw the boy's face and his look as plain as if he stood before her, and her heart leapt with a shock of pain which was joy. Then she thought of Robert Lloyd, and his face came before her. Ellen had not thought as much of Robert as he of her. For some 2 weeks after his call she had watched for him to come again. She had put on a pretty dress and been particular about her hair, and had stayed at home expecting him. Then, when he had not come, she had put him out of mind resolutely. When her mother and aunt had joked her about him she had been sensitive and half angry. "You know it is nothing, mother," she said. "He only came to bring back my valedictory. You know he wouldn't think of me. He'll marry somebody like Maud Hemingway." Maud Hemingway was the daughter of the leading physician in Rowe, and regarded with a mixture of spite and admiration by daughters of the factory operatives. Maud Hemingway was attending college, and rode a saddle horse when home on her vacations. She had been to Europe. But that evening in the moonlight Ellen began thinking again of Robert Lloyd. His face came before her as plainly as Granville Joy's. She had arrived at that stage when life began to be as a picture gallery of love. Through this and that face the goddess might look, and the look was what she sought. As yet the man was a minor quantity. All at once it seemed to Ellen, looking at her mental picture of young Lloyd, that she could see love in his face yet more plainly, more according to her conception of it, than in the other. She began to build an air castle which had no reference whatever to Robert's position, and to his being the nephew of the richest factory owner in Rowe, and so far as that went, he had not a whit the advantage of Granville Joy in her eyes. But Robert's face wore to her more of the guise of that for which the night and the moonlight and her youth had made her long. So she began innocently to imagine a meeting with him at a picnic which would be held some time at Liberty Park. She imagined their walking side by side through a lovely dapple of moonlight like this, and saying things to each other. Then, all at once, the man of her dreams touched her hand in a dream, and a faintness swept over her. Then, suddenly, gathering shape out of the indetermination of the shadows and the moonlight, came a man into the yard, and Ellen thought with awe and delight that it was he, but instead, Granville Joy stood before her, lifting his hat above his soft shock of hair. "Hullo," he said. "Good evening," responded Ellen, and Granville Joy felt abashed. He lay awake half the night reflecting that he should have greeted her with a good evening instead of hello, as he had been used to do in their school days, that she was now a young lady, and that Mr. Lloyd had accosted her differently. Ellen rose with a feeling of disappointment that Granville was himself, which is the hardest greeting possible for a guest, involving the most subtle reproach in the world, the reproach for a man's own individuality. "Oh, don't get up, Ellen," the young man said, awkwardly. "Here, I'll sit down here on the rock." Then he flung himself down on the ledge of rock, which cropped out like a bare rib of the earth between the trees, and Ellen seated herself again in her chair. "Beautiful night, ain't it?" said Granville. Ellen noticed that Granville said "ain't" instead of "isn't," according to the fashion of his own family, although he was recently graduated from the high school. Ellen had separated herself, although with no disparaging reflections, from the language of her family. She also noticed that Granville presently said "wa'n't" instead of "wasn't." "Hot yesterday, wa'n't it?" said he. "Yes, it was very warm," replied Ellen. That "wa'n't" seemed to insert a tiny wedge between them. She would have flown at any one who had found fault with her father and mother for saying "wa'n't." But with this young man in her own rank and day it was different. It argued something to him, or a lack of something. An indignation all out of proportion to the offense seized her. It seemed to her that he had in this simple fashion outraged that which was infinitely higher than he himself. He had not lived up to her thought of him, and fallen short by a little slip in English, which argued a slip in character. She wanted to reproach him sharply, to ask him if he had ever been to school. He noticed her manner was cool, and was as far as the antipodes from suspecting the cause. He never knew that he said "ain't" and "wa'n't," and would die not knowing. All that he looked at was the substance of thought behind the speech. And just then he was farther than ever from thinking of it, for he was single hearted with Ellen. The boy crept nearer her on the rock with a shy, nestling motion. The moonlight shone full on his handsome young face, giving it a stern quality. "Ellen, look at here," he said. Then he stopped. Ellen waited, not dreaming what was to follow. She had never had a proposal. Then, too, he had just been chased out of her mental perspective by the other man. "Look at here, Ellen," said Granville. He stopped again. Then when he spoke his voice had an indescribably solemn, beseeching quality. "Oh, Ellen," he said, reaching up and catching her hand. He dragged himself nearer, leaned his cheek against her hand, which it seemed to burn. Then he began kissing it with soft, pouting lips. Ellen tried to pull her hand away. "Let my hand go this minute, Granville Joy," she said, angrily. The boy let her hand go immediately, and stood up, leaning over her. "Don't be angry. I didn't mean any harm, Ellen," he whispered. "I shall be angry if you do such a thing again," said Ellen. "We aren't children. You have no right to do such a thing, and you know it." "But I thought maybe you wouldn't mind, Ellen," said Granville. Then he added, with his voice all husky with emotion and a kind of fear, "Ellen, you know how I feel about you. You know how I have always felt." Ellen made no reply. It seemed inconceivable that she for the minute should not know his meaning, but she was bewildered. "You know I have always counted on having you for my wife some day when we were both old enough," said the boy. "And I've gone to work now, and I hope to get bigger pay before long, and " Ellen rose with sudden realization. "Granville Joy," cried she, with something like panic in her voice, "you must not. Oh, if I had known, I would not have let you finish. I would not, Granville." She caught his arm and clung to it, and looked up at him pitifully. "You know I wouldn't have let you finish," she said. "Don't be hurt, Granville." The boy looked at her as if she had struck him. "Oh, Ellen," he groaned. "Oh, Ellen, I always thought you would. I am not going to marry anybody," said Ellen. Her voice wavered in spite of herself. The young man's look and voice were shaking her through weakness of her own nature which she did not understand, but which might be mightier than her strength. Something crept into her tone which emboldened the young man to seize her hand again. "You do, in spite of all you say," he began, but just then a long shadow fell athwart the moonlight, and Ellen snatched her hand away imperceptibly, and young Lloyd stood before them. Chapter 21 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 21 Granville Joy was employed at Lloyd's, and Robert had seen him that very day, and spoken to him, but he did not recognize him, not until Ellen spoke. "This is Mr. Joy, Mr. Lloyd," she said. "Perhaps you know him. He works in your uncle's shop." She said it quite simply, as if it were a matter of course that Robert was on speaking terms with all the employees in his uncle's factory. "I saw Mr. Lloyd this afternoon in the cutting room," he said, "and we had some talk together, but maybe he don't remember, there are so many of us." Granville said, "So many of us," with an indescribably bitter emphasis. Suddenly his gentleness seemed changed to gall. It was the terrible protest of one of the herd who goes along with the rest, yet realizes it, and looks ever out from his common mass with fierce eyes of individual dissent at the immutable conditions of things. Immediately, when Granville saw the other young man, this gentleman in his light summer clothes, who bore about him no stain nor odor of toil, he felt that here was Ellen's mate, that he was left behind. He looked at him, not missing a detail of his superiority, and he saw himself young and not ill looking, but hopelessly common, clad in awkward clothes. He smelled the smell of leather that steamed up in his face from his raiment and his body, and he looked at Ellen, fair and white in her dainty muslin, and saw himself thrust aside, as it were, by his own judgment as to the fitness of things, but with no less bitterness. When he said, "There are so many of us," he felt the impulse of revolution in his heart, that he would have liked to lead the many of us against this young aristocrat. But Robert smiled, though somewhat stiffly, and bowed. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Joy," he said. "I do remember, but for a minute I did not." "I don't wonder," said Granville, and again he repeated, "There are so many of us," in that sullen, bitter tone. "What is the matter with the fellow?" thought Robert, but he said civilly enough: "Oh, not at all, Mr. Joy. I will admit there are a good many of you, as you say, but that would not prevent my remembering a man to whom I was speaking only a few hours ago. It was only the half light, and I did not expect to see you here." "Mr. Joy is a very old friend of mine," Ellen said, quickly, with a painful impulse of loyalty. The moment she saw her old schoolboy lover intimidated, and manifestly at a disadvantage before this elegant young gentleman, she felt a fierce instinct of partisanship. She stood a little nearer to him. Granville's face lightened. He looked at her gratefully, and Robert stared from one to the other doubtfully. He began to wonder if he had interrupted a love scene, and was at once pained with a curious new pain, and indignant. Then, too, he scarcely knew what to do. He had been sent to ask Ellen to come into the parlor. "My aunt is in the house," he said. "Your aunt?" "Yes, my aunt, Miss Lennox." Ellen gave a great start, and stared at him. "Does she want to see me?" she asked abruptly. Robert glanced at Granville. He was afraid of being rude towards this possible lover, but the young man was quick to perceive the situation. "I guess I must be going," he said to Ellen. "Must you hurry?" she returned, in the common, polite rejoinder of her class in Rowe. "Yes, I guess I must," said Granville. He held out his hand towards Ellen, then drew it away, but she extended hers resolutely, and so forced his back again. "Good night," she said, kindly, almost tenderly. And again Robert thought with that sinking at his heart that here was quite possibly the girl's lover, and all his dreams were thrown away. As for Granville, he glowed with a sudden triumph over the other. Again he became almost sure that Ellen loved him after all, that it was only her maiden shyness which had led her to refuse him. He pressed her hand hard, and held it as long as he dared. Then he turned to Robert. "I'll bid you good evening, sir," he said, with awkward dignity, and was gone. "I will go in and see your aunt," Ellen said to Robert, regarding him as she spoke with a startled expression. It had flashed through her mind that Miss Lennox had possibly come to confess the secret of so many years ago, and she shrank with terror as before the lowering of some storm of spirit. She knew how little was required to lash her mother's violent nature into fury. "She was not?" she began to say to Robert. Then she stopped, but he understood. "Don't be afraid, Miss Brewster," he said kindly. "It is not a matter of bygones, but the future. My aunt has a plan for you which I think you will like." Ellen looked at him wonderingly, but she went with him across the moonlit yard into the house. She found Miss Cynthia Lennox, fair and elegant in a filmy black gown, and a broad black hat draped with lace and violets shading her delicate, clear cut face, and her father and mother. Fanny's eyes were red. She looked as if she had been running. In fact, one could easily hear her breathe across the room. "Ellen, here is Miss Lennox," she said. Ellen approached the lady, who rose, and the two shook hands. "Good evening, Miss Brewster," said Cynthia, in the same tone which she might have used towards a society acquaintance. Ellen would never have known that she had heard the voice before. As she remembered it, it was full of intensest vibrations of maternal love and tenderness and protection beyond anything which she had ever heard in her own mother's voice. Now it was all gone, and also the old look from her eyes. Cynthia Lennox was, in fact, quite another woman to the young girl from what she had been to the child. In truth, she cared not one whit for Ellen, but she was possessed with a stern desire of atonement, and far stronger than her love was the appreciation of what that mother opposite must have suffered during that day and night when she had forcibly kept her treasure. The agony of that she could present to her consciousness very vividly, but she could not awaken the old love which had been the baby's for this young girl. Cynthia felt much more affection for Fanny than for Ellen. When she had unfolded her plan for sending Ellen to college, and Fanny had almost gone hysterical with delight, she found it almost impossible to keep her tears back. She knew so acutely how this other woman felt that she almost seemed to lose her own individuality. She began to be filled with a vicarious adoration of Ellen, which was, however, dissipated the moment she actually saw her. She realized that this grown-up girl, who could no longer be cuddled and cradled, was nothing to her, but her sympathy with the mother remained. Ellen remained standing after she had greeted Cynthia. Robert went over to the mantelpiece and stood leaning against it. He was completely puzzled and disturbed by the whole affair. Ellen looked at Cynthia, then at her parents. "Ellen, come here, child," said her father, suddenly, and Ellen went over to him, sitting on the plush sofa beside her mother. Andrew reached up and took hold of Ellen's hands, and drew her down on his knee as if she had been a child. "Ellen, look here," he said, in an intense, almost solemn voice. "Father has got something to tell you." Fanny began to weep almost aloud. Cynthia looked straight ahead, keeping her features still with an effort. Robert studied the carpet pattern. "Look here, Ellen," said Andrew, "you know that father has always wanted to do everything for you, but he ain't able to do all he would like to. God hasn't prospered him, and it seems likely that he won't be able to do any more than he has done, if so much, in the years to come. You know father has always wanted to send you to college, and give you an extra education so you could teach in a school where you would make a good living. And now here Miss Lennox says she heard your composition, and she has heard a good deal about you from Mr. Harris, how well you stood in the high school, and she says she is willing to send you to Vassar College." Ellen turned pale. She looked long at her father, whose pathetic, worn, half triumphant, half pitiful face was so near her own. Then she looked at Cynthia, then back again. "To Vassar College?" she said. "Yes, Ellen, to Vassar College, and she offers to clothe you while you are there. But we thank her, and tell her that ain't necessary. We can furnish her clothes." "Yes, we can," said Fanny, in a sobbing voice, but with a flash of pride. "Well, what do you say to it, Ellen?" asked Andrew, and he asked it with the expression of a martyr. At that moment indescribable pain was the uppermost sensation in his heart, over all his triumph and gladness for Ellen. First came the anticipated agony of parting with her for the greater part of 4 years, then the pain of letting another do for his daughter what he wished to do himself. No man would ever look in Ellen's eyes with greater love and greater shrinking from the pain which might come of love than Andrew at that moment. "But," said Ellen, then she stopped. "What, Ellen?" "Can you spare me for so long? Ought I not to be earning money before that, if you don't have much work?" "I guess we can spare you as far as all that goes," cried Andrew. "I guess we can. I guess we don't want you to support us." "I rather guess we don't," cried Fanny. Ellen looked at her father a moment longer, with an adorable look, which Robert saw with a sidewise glance of his downcast eyes, then at her mother. Then she slid from her father's knee and crossed the room and stood before Cynthia. "I don't know how to thank you enough," she said, "but I thank you very much, and not only for myself, but for them." She made a slight, graceful backward motion of her shoulder towards her parents. "I will study hard and try to do you credit," said she. There was something about Ellen's direct, childlike way of looking at her, and her clear speech, which brought back to Cynthia the little girl of so many years ago. A warm flush came over her delicate cheeks. Her eyes grew bright with tenderness. "I have no doubt as to your doing your best, my dear," she said, "and it gives me great pleasure to do this for you." With that, said with a graceful softness which was charming, she made as if to rise, but Ellen still stood before her. She had something more to say. "If ever I am able," she said, "and I shall be, some day, if I have my health, I will repay you." Ellen spoke with the greatest sweetness, yet with an inflexibility of pride evident in her face. Cynthia smiled. "Very well," she said, "if you feel better to leave it in that way. If ever you are able you shall repay me. In the meantime I consider that I am amply paid in the pleasure it gives me to do it." Cynthia held out her slender hand to Ellen, who took it gratefully, yet a little constrainedly. In the opposite corner the doll sat staring at them with eyes of blank blue and her vacuous smile. A vague sense of injury was over Ellen, in spite of her delight in her gratitude, a sense of injury which she could not fathom, and for which she chided herself. However, Andrew felt it also. After this surprising benefactress and Robert had gone, after repeated courtesies and assurances of obligation on both sides, Andrew turned to Fanny. "What does she do it for?" he asked. "Hush, she'll hear you." "I can't help it. What does she do it for? Ellen isn't anything to her." Fanny looked at him with a meaning smile and nod which made her tear-stained face fairly grotesque. "What do you mean, looking that way?" demanded Andrew. "Oh, you wait and see," said Fanny, with meaning, and would say no more. She was firm in her conclusion that Cynthia was educating their girl to marry her favorite nephew, but that never occurred to Andrew. He continued to feel, while supremely grateful and overwhelmed with delight in this good fortune for Ellen, the distrust and resentment of a proud soul under obligation for which he sees no adequate reason, and especially when it is directed towards a beloved one to whom he would fain give of his own strength and treasure. As for Ellen, she was in a tumult of wonder and delight, but when she looked at the doll in her corner there came again that vague sense of injury, and she felt again as if in some way she were being robbed instead of being made the object of benefit. After Ellen had gone to bed that night, she wondered if she ought to go to college, and maybe gain thereby a career which was beyond anything her own loved ones had known, and if it were not better for her to go to work in the shop after all. Chapter 22 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 22. When Mrs. Zelotes was made acquainted with the plan for sending Ellen to Vassar, she astonished Fanny. Fanny ran over the next morning, after Andrew had gone to work, to tell her mother-in-law. She sat a few minutes in the sitting room, where the old lady was knitting, before she unfolded the burden of her errand. "Cynthia Lennox came to our house last night with Robert Lloyd," she said finally. "Did they?" remarked Mrs. Zelotes, who had known perfectly well that they had come, having recognized the Lennox carriage in the moonlight, and having been ever since devoured with curiosity, which she would have died rather than betray. "Yes, they did," said Fanny. Then she added, after a pause which gave wonderful impressiveness to the news, "Cynthia Lennox wants to send Ellen to college, to Vassar College." Then she jumped, for the old woman seemed to spring at her like a released wire. "Send her to college!" said she. "What does she want to send her to college for? What right has Cynthia Lennox got to send Ellen Brewster anywhere?" Fanny stared at her dazedly. "What right has she got interfering?" demanded Mrs. Zelotes again. "Why," replied Fanny, stammering, "she thought Ellen was so smart. She heard her valedictory, and the school teacher had talked about her, what a good scholar she was, and she thought it would be nice for her to go to college, and she should be very much obliged herself, and feel that we were granting her a great pleasure and privilege if we allowed her to send Ellen to Vassar." All unconsciously Fanny imitated to the life Cynthia's soft elegance of speech and language. "Psha!" said Mrs. Zelotes, but still she said it not so much angrily as doubtfully. "It's the first time I ever heard of Cynthia Lennox doing such a thing as that," said she. "I never knew she was given to sending girls to college. I never heard of her giving anything to anybody." Fanny looked mysteriously at her mother-in-law with sudden confidence. "Look here," she said. "What?" The two women looked at each other, and neither said a word, but the meaning of one flashed to the other like telegraphy. "Do you suppose that's it?" said Mrs. Zelotes, her old face relaxing into half shamed, half pleased smiles. "Yes, I do," said Fanny, emphatically. "You do?" "Yes, I ain't a doubt of it." "He did act as if he couldn't take his eyes off her at the exhibition," agreed Mrs. Zelotes, reflectively. "Maybe you're right." "I know I'm right just as well as if I'd seen it." "Well, maybe you are. What does Andrew say?" "Oh, he wishes he was the one to do it." "Of course he does. He's a Brewster," said his mother. "But he's got sense enough to be pleased that Ellen has got the chance." "He ain't any more pleased than I be at anything that's a good chance for Ellen," said the grandmother, but all the same, after Fanny had gone, her joy had a sharp sting for her. She was not one who could take a gift to heart without feeling its sharp edge. Had Ellen's sentiment been analyzed, she felt in something the same way that her grandmother did. However, she had begun to dream definitely about Robert, and the reflection had come, too, that this might make her more his equal, as nearly his equal as Maud Hemingway. Maud Hemingway went to college, and so would she. Of the minor accessories of wealth she thought not so much. She looked at her hands, which were very small and as delicately white as flowers, and reflected with a sense of comfort, of which she was ashamed, that she would not need ever to stain them with leather now. She looked at the homeward stream of dingy girls from the shops, and thought with a sense of escape that she would never have to join them. But she was conscious of loving Abby better, and Maria, who had also entered Lloyd's. Abby, when she heard the news about Vassar, had looked at her with a sort of fierce exultation. "Thank the Lord, you're out of it, anyhow," she cried, fervently, as a soul might in the midst of flames. Maria had smiled at her with the greatest sweetness and a certain wistfulness. Maria was growing delicate, and seemed to inherit her father's consumptive tendencies. "I am so glad, Ellen," she said. Then she added, "I suppose we shan't see so much of you." "Of course we shan't, Maria Atkins," interposed Abby, "and it won't be fitting we should. It won't be best for Ellen to associate with shop girls when she's going to Vassar College." But Ellen had cast an impetuous arm around the neck of each. "If I ever do such a thing as that," said she, "if I ever turn a cold shoulder to either of you for such a reason as that, what's Vassar College to hearts? That's at the bottom of everything in this world anyhow. I guess you'll see it won't make any difference unless you keep on thinking such things. If you do, if you think I could do anything like that, I won't love you so much." Ellen faced them both with gathering indignation. Suddenly this ignoble conception of herself in the minds of her friends stung her to resentment. But Abby seized her in two wiry little arms. "I never did, I never did," she cried. "Don't I know what you are made of, Ellen Brewster? Don't you think I know? But after all, it might be better for you if you were worse. That was all I meant." Ellen, one afternoon, set out in her pretty challis, a white ground with long sprays of blue flowers running over it, and a blue ribbon at her neck and waist, and her Leghorn hat with white ribbons, and a knot of forget me nots under the brim. She wore her one pair of nice gloves, too, but those she did not put on until she reached the corner of the street where Cynthia lived. Then she rubbed them on carefully, holding up her challis skirts under one arm. Cynthia was at home, seated on the back veranda in a rattan chair, with a book which she was not reading. Ellen stood before her, in her cheap attire, which she wore with an air which seemed to make it precious, such faith she had in it. Ellen regarded her coarse blue flowered chalice with an innocent admiration which seemed almost able to glorify it into silk. Cynthia took in at a glance the exceeding commonness of it all. She saw the hat, the like of which could be seen in the milliners' windows at fabulously low prices. The foam of spurious lace, and the spray of wretched blue flowers made her shudder. The poor child, she must have something better than that, she thought, and insensibly she also thought that the girl must lose her evident faith in the splendor of such attire, must change her standard of taste. She rose and greeted Ellen sweetly, though somewhat reservedly. When the two were seated opposite each other, Cynthia tried to talk pleasantly, but all the time with a subconsciousness, as one will have of some deformity which must be ignored. The girl looked so common to her in this array that she began to have a hopeless feeling of disgust about it all. Was it not manifestly unwise to try to elevate a girl who took such evident satisfaction in a gown like that, in a hat like that? Ellen wore her watch and chain ostentatiously. The watch was too large for her chatelaine, but she had looped the heavy chain across her bosom, and pinned it with the brooch which Abby Atkins had given her, so it hung suspended. Cynthia riveted her eyes helplessly upon that as she talked. "I hope you are having a pleasant vacation," said she, as she looked at the watch, and all at once Ellen knew. Ellen replied that she was having a very pleasant vacation. Then she plunged at once into the subject of her call, though with inward trembling. "Miss Lennox," said she, and she followed the lines of a little speech which she had been rehearsing to herself all the way there, "I am very grateful to you for what you propose doing for me. It will make a difference to me during my whole life. I cannot begin to tell you how grateful I am." "I am very grateful to be allowed to do it," replied Cynthia, with her unfailing refrain of gentle politeness, but a kindly glance was in her eyes. Something in the girl's tone touched her. It was exceedingly earnest, with the simple earnestness of childhood. Moreover, Ellen was regarding her with great, steadfast, serious eyes, like a baby's who shrinks and yet will have her will of information. "I wanted to say," Ellen continued, and her voice became insensibly hushed, and she cast a glance around at the house and the leafy grounds, as if to be sure that no one was within hearing, "that I should never under any circumstances have said anything regarding what happened so long ago, that I never have and never should have, that I never thought of doing such a thing." Then the elder woman's face flushed a burning red, and she knew at once what the girl had suspected. "You might proclaim it on the housetops, if it would please you," she cried out vehemently. "If you think " "Oh, I do not," cried Ellen, in an agony of pleading. "Indeed, I do not. It was only that I feared lest you might think I would be mean enough to tell." "I would have told myself long ago if there had been only myself to consider," said Cynthia, still red with anger, and her voice strained. All at once she seemed to Ellen more like the woman of her childhood. "Yes, I would," said she hotly. "I will now." "Oh, I beg you not," cried Ellen. "I will go with you this minute and tell your mother," Cynthia said, rising. Ellen sprang up and moved towards her as if to push her back in her chair. "Oh, please don't," she cried. "Please don't. You don't know mother, and it would do no good. It was only because I wondered if you could have thought I would tell, if I would be so mean." "And you thought, perhaps, I was bribing you not to tell with Vassar College?" Cynthia said suddenly. "Well, you have suspected me of something which was undeserved." "I am very sorry," Ellen said. "I did not suspect, really, but I do not know why you do this for me." She said the last with her steady eyes of interrogation on Cynthia's face. "You know the reasons I have given." "I do not think they were the only ones," Ellen replied, stoutly. "I do not think my valedictory was so good as to warrant so much, and I do not think I am so smart as to warrant so much either." Cynthia laughed. She sat down again. "Well," she said, "you are not one to swallow praise greedily." Then her tone changed. "I owe it to you to tell you why I wish to do this," she said, "and I will. You are an honest girl with yourself as well as with other people, too honest, perhaps, and you deserve that I should be honest with you. I am not doing this for you in the least, my dear." Ellen stared at her. "No, I am not," repeated Cynthia. "You are a very clever, smart girl, I am sure, and it will be a nice thing for you to have a better education, and be able to take a higher place in the world, but I am not doing it for you. When you were a little child I would have done everything, given my life almost, for you, but I never care so much for children when they grow up. I am not doing this for you, but for your mother." "My mother?" said Ellen. "Yes, your mother. I know what agony your mother must have been in, that time when I kept you, and I want to atone in some way. I think this is a good way. I don't think you need to hesitate about letting me do it. You also owe a little atonement to your mother. It was not right for you to run away, in the first place." "Yes, I was very naughty to run away," Ellen said, starting. She rose and held out her hand. "I hope you will forgive me," she said. "I am very grateful, and it will make my father and mother happier than anything else could. But indeed, I don't think it is so long ago that there was any need." "I do, for the sake of my own distress over it," Cynthia said, shortly. "Suppose now we drop the subject, my dear. There is a taint in the New England blood, and you have it, and you must fight it. It is a suspicion of the motives of a good deed which will often poison all the good effect from it. I don't know where the taint came from. Perhaps the Pilgrim Fathers, being necessarily always on the watch for the savage behind his gifts, have affected their descendants. Anyway, it is there. I suppose I have it." "I am very sorry," said Ellen. "I also am sorry," said Cynthia. "I did you a wrong, and your mother a wrong, years ago. I wonder at myself now, but you don't know the temptation. You will never know how you looked to me that night." Cynthia's voice took on a tone of ineffable tenderness and yearning. Ellen saw again the old expression in her face. Suddenly she looked as before, young and beautiful and full of boundless attraction. The girl's heart fairly leapt towards her with an impulse of affection. She could in that minute have fallen at her feet, have followed her to the end of the world. A great love and admiration, which had gotten its full growth in a second under the magic of a look and a tone, shook her from head to foot. She went close to Cynthia and leaned over her, putting her round young face down to the elder woman's. "Oh, I love you, I love you," whispered Ellen, with a fervor which was strange to her. But Cynthia only kissed her lightly on her cheek and pushed her away softly. "Thank you, my dear," she said. "I am glad you came and spoke to me frankly, and I am glad we have come to an understanding." Ellen, after she had taken her leave, was more in love than she had ever been in her life, and with another woman. She thought of Cynthia with adoration. She dreamed about her. The feeling of receiving a benefit from her hand became immeasurably sweet. Chapter 23. Of The Portion of Labor, by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 23. Ellen, under the influence of that old fascination which Cynthia had exerted over her temporarily in her childhood, and which had now assumed a new lease of life, would have loved to see her every day, but along with the fascination came a great timidity and fear of presuming. She felt instinctively that the fascination was an involuntary thing on Cynthia's part. She kept repeating to herself what she had said, that she was not sending her to Vassar because she loved her. Strangely enough, this did not make Ellen unhappy in the least. She was quite content to do all the loving and adoring herself. She made a sort of divinity of the other woman, and who expects a divinity to step down from her marble heights and love and caress? Ellen began to remember all Cynthia's ways and looks, as a scholar remembers with a view to imitation. She became her disciple. She began to move like Cynthia, and to speak like her, though she did not know it. Her imitation was totally unconscious. Indeed, it was hardly to be called imitation. It was rather the following out of the leading of that image of Cynthia which was always present before her mind. Ellen saw Cynthia very seldom. Once or twice she arrayed herself in her best and made a formal call of gratitude, and once Fanny went with her. Ellen saw the incongruity of her mother in Cynthia's drawing room with a torture which she never forgot. Going home, she clung hard to her mother's arm all the way. She was fairly fierce with love and loyalty. She was so indignant with herself that she had seen the incongruity. "I think our parlor is enough sight prettier than hers," she said defiantly, when they reached home and the hideous lamp was lighted. Ellen looked around the ornate room, and then at her mother, as with a challenge in behalf of loyalty, and of that which underlies externals. "I rather guess it is," agreed Fanny, happily, "and I don't s'pose it cost half so much. I dare say that mat on her hearth cost as much as all our plush furniture and the carpet, and it is a dreadful dull, homely thing." "Yes, it is," said Ellen. "I wish I'd been able to keep my hands as white as Miss Lennox's, and I wish I'd had time to speak so soft and slow," said Fanny, wistfully. Then Ellen had her by both shoulders, and was actually shaking her with a passion to which she very seldom gave rein. "Mother," she cried, "mother, you know better. You know there is nobody in the whole world to me like my own mother, and never will be. It isn't being beautiful, nor speaking in a soft voice, nor dressing well. It's the being you. You! You know I love you best, mother. You know, and I love my own home best, and everything is my own best, and I always will." Ellen was almost weeping. "You silly child," said Fanny, tenderly. "Mother knows you love her best, but she wishes for your sake, and especially since you are going to have advantages that she never had, that she was a little different." "I don't," said Ellen, fiercely. "I want you just as you are, just exactly as you are, mother." Fanny laughed tearfully, and rubbed her coarse black head against Ellen's lovingly, with a curious cat like motion, then bade her run away or she would not get her dress done. A dressmaker was coming for a whole week to the Brewster house to make Ellen's outfit. Mrs. Zelotes had furnished most of the materials, and Andrew was to pay the dressmaker. "You can take a little more of that money out of the bank," Fanny said. "I want Ellen to go looking so she won't be ashamed before the other girls, and I don't want Cynthia Lennox thinking she ain't well enough dressed, and we ought to have let her do it. As for being beholden to her for Ellen's clothes, I won't." "I rather guess not," said Andrew, but he was sick at heart. Only that afternoon the man from whom he had borrowed the money to buy Ellen's watch and chain had asked him for it. He had not a cent in advance for his weekly pay. He could not see where the money for Ellen's clothes was coming from. It was long since the Golden Hope had been quoted in the stock list, but the next morning Andrew purchased a morning paper. He had stopped taking one regularly. He put on his spectacles and spread out the paper in his shaking hands, and scrutinized the stock list eagerly, but he could not find what he wanted. The Golden Hope had long since dropped to a still level below all record of fluctuations. A young man passing to his place at the bench looked over his shoulder. "Counting up your dividends, Brewster?" he asked, with a grin. Andrew folded up the paper gloomily and made no reply. "Irish dividends, maybe," said the man, with a chuckle at his own wit, and a backward roll of a facetious eye. "Oh, shut up. You're too smart to live," said the man who stood next at the bench. He was a young fellow who had been a schoolmate of Ellen in the grammar school. He had left to go to work when she had entered the high school. His name was Dixon. He was wiry and alert, with a restless sparkle of bright eyes in a grimy face, and he cut the leather with lightning-like rapidity. Dixon had always thought Ellen the most beautiful girl in Rowe. He looked after Andrew with a sharp pain of sympathy when he went away with the roll of newspaper sticking out of his pocket. "Poor old chap," he said to the facetious man, thrusting his face angrily towards him. "He has had a devil of a time since he begun to grow old. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Wait till you begin to drop behind. It's what's bound to come to the whole boiling of us." "Mind your jaw," said the first man, with a scowl. "You'd better mind yours," said Dixon, slashing furiously at the leather. That noon Dixon offered Andrew, shamefacedly taking him aside, lest the other men see, a piece of pie of a superior sort which his mother had put into his dinner bag. But Andrew thanked him kindly and refused it. He could eat nothing whatever that noon. He kept thinking about the dressmaker and how Fanny would ask him again to take some of that money out of the bank to pay her, and how the money was already taken out. That evening, when he sat down to the tea table furnished with the best china and frosted cake in honor of the dressmaker, and heard the radiant talk about Ellen's new frills and tucks, he had a cold feeling at his heart. He was ashamed to look at the dressmaker. "You won't know your daughter when we get her fixed up for Vassar," she told Andrew, with a smirk which covered her face with a network of wrinkles under her blond fluff of hair. "Do have some more cake, Miss Higgins," said Fanny. She was radiant. The image of her daughter in her new gowns had gone far to recompense her for all her disappointments in life, and they had not been few. What, after all, did it matter, she asked herself, if a woman was growing old, if she had to work hard, if she did not know where the next dollar was coming from, if all the direct personal savor was fast passing out of existence, when one had a daughter who looked like that? Ellen, in a new blue dress, was ravishing. The mother looked at her when she was trying it on, with the possession of love, and the dressmaker as if she herself had created her. After supper Ellen had to try on the dress again for her father, and turn about slowly that he might see all its fine points. "There, what do you think of that, Andrew?" asked Fanny, triumphantly. "Ain't she a lady?" asked the dressmaker. "It is very pretty," said Andrew, smiling with gloomy eyes. Then he heaved a great sigh, and went out of the south door to the steps. "Your father is tired to night," Fanny said to Ellen, with a meaning of excuse for the dressmaker. The dressmaker reflected shrewdly on Andrew's sigh when she was on her way home. "Men don't sigh that way unless there's money to pay," she thought. "I don't believe but he has been speculating." Then she wondered if there was any doubt about her getting her pay, and concluded that she would ask for it from day to day to make sure. So the next night after tea she asked, with one of her smirks of amiability, if it would be convenient for Mrs. Brewster to pay her that night. "I wouldn't ask for it until the end of the week," said she, "but I have a bill to pay." She said "bill" with a murmur which carried conviction of its deception. Fanny flushed angrily. "Of course," said she, "Mr. Brewster can pay you just as well every night if you need it." Fanny emphasized the need maliciously. Then she turned to Andrew. "Andrew," said she, "Miss Higgins needs the money, if you can pay her for yesterday and to day." Andrew turned pale. "Yes, of course," he stammered. "How much?" $6, said Fanny, and in her tone was unmistakable meaning of the dearness of the price. The dressmaker was flushed, but her thin mouth was set hard. It was as much as to say, "Well, I don't care so long as I get my money." She was unmarried, and her lonely condition had worked up her spirit into a strong attitude of defiance against all masculine odds. She had once considered men from a matrimonial point of view. She had wondered if this one and that one wanted to marry her. Now she was past that, and considered with equal sharpness if this one or that one wanted to cheat her. She had missed men's love through some failing either of theirs or hers. She did not know which, but she was determined that she would not lose money. So she bore Fanny's insulting emphasis with rigidity, and waited for her pay. Andrew pulled out his old pocketbook and counted the bills. Miss Higgins saw that he took every bill in it unless there were some in another compartment, and of that she could not be quite sure. But Andrew knew. He would not have another penny until the next week when he received his pay. In the meantime there was a bill due at the grocery store, and one at the market, and there was the debt for Ellen's watch. However, he felt as if he would rather owe every man in Rowe than this one small, sharp woman. He felt the scorn lurking within her like a sting. She seemed to him like some venomous insect. He went out to the doorstep again, and wondered if she would want her pay the next night when she went home. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 24. Ellen had a flower garden behind the house, and a row of sweet peas, which was her pride. It had occurred to her that she might venture, although Cynthia Lennox had her great garden and conservatories, to carry her a bunch of these sweet peas. She had asked her mother what she thought about it. "Why, of course, carry her some if you want to," said Fanny. "I don't see why you shouldn't. I dare say she's got sweet peas, but yours are uncommon handsome, and, anyway, it ought to please her to have some given her. It ain't altogether what's given, it's the giving." So Ellen had cut a great bouquet of the delicate flowers, selecting the shades carefully, and set forth. She was as guiltily conscious as a lover that she was making an excuse to see Miss Lennox. She hurried along in delight and trepidation, her great bouquet shedding a penetrating fragrance around her, her face gleaming white out of the dusk. She had to pass Granville Joy's house on her way, and saw with some dismay, as she drew near, a figure leaning over the gate. He pushed open the gate when she drew near, and stood waiting. "Good evening, Ellen," he said. He was mindful not to say hello again. He bowed with a piteous imitation of Robert Lloyd, but Ellen did not notice it. "Good evening," she returned, rather stiffly. Then she added, in a very gentle voice, to make amends, that it was a beautiful night. The young man cast an appreciative glance at the crescent moon in the jewel-like blue overhead, and at the soft shadows of the trees. "Yes, beautiful," he replied, with a sort of gratitude, as if the girl had praised him instead of the night. "May I walk along with you?" he asked, falling into step with her. "I am going to take these sweet peas to Miss Lennox," said Ellen, without replying directly. She was in terror lest Granville should renew his appeal of a few weeks before, and she was in terror of her own pity for him, and also of that mysterious impulse and longing which sometimes seized her, to her own wonder and discomfiture. Sometimes in thinking of Granville Joy and his avowal of love, and the touch of his hand on hers, and his lips on hers, she felt, although she knew she did not love him, a softening of her heart and a quickening of her pulse which made her wonder as to her next movement, if it might be something which she had not planned. And always, after thinking of Granville, she thought of Robert Lloyd. Some mysterious sequence seemed to be established between the two in the girl's mind, though she was not in love with either. Ellen was just at that period almost helpless before the demands of her own nature. No great stress in her life had occurred to awaken her to a stanchness either of resistance or yielding. She was in the full current of her own emotions, which, added to a goodly flood inherited from the repressed passion of New England ancestors, had a strong pull upon her feet. Sooner or later she would be given that hard shake of life which precipitates and organizes in all strong natures, but just now she was in a ferment. She walked along under the crescent moon, with a young man at her side whose every thought and imagination was dwelling upon her with love. She was conscious of a tendency of her own imagination in his direction, or rather in the direction of the love and passion which he represented, and all the time her heart was filled with the ideal image of another woman. She was prostrated with that hero worship which belongs to young and virgin souls, and yet she felt the drawing of that other admiration which is more earthly and more fascinating, as it shows the jewelled tints in one's own soul as well as in the other. As for Granville Joy, who had scrubbed his hands and face well with scented soap to take away the odor of the leather, and put on a clean shirt and collar, being always prepared for the possibility of meeting this dainty young girl whom he loved, he walked along by her side, casting, from time to time, glances which were pure admiration at the face over the great bunch of sweet peas. "Don't you want me to carry them for you?" he asked. "No, thank you," replied Ellen. "They are nothing to carry." "They're real pretty flowers," said Granville, timidly. "Yes, I think they are." "Mother planted some, but hers didn't come up. Mother has got some beautiful nasturtiums. Maybe you would like some," he said, eagerly. "No, thank you. I have some myself," Ellen said, rather coldly. "I'm just as much obliged to you." Granville quivered a little, and shrank as a dog might under a blow. He saw this dainty girl shape floating along at his side in a flutter of wonderful draperies, one hand holding up her skirts with maddening revelations of whiteness. If a lily could hold up her petals out of the dust, she might do it in the same fashion as Ellen held her skirts, with no coarse clutching nor crumpling, not immodestly, but rather with disclosures of modesty itself. Ellen's wonderful daintiness was one of her chief charms. There was an immaculateness about her attire and her every motion which seemed to extend to her very soul, and hedged her about with the lure of unapproachableness. It was more that than her beauty which roused the imagination and quickened the pulses of a young man regarding her. Granville Joy did not feel the earth beneath his feet as he walked with Ellen. The scent of the sweet peas came in his face, he heard the soft rustle of Ellen's skirts and his own heart beats. She was very silent, since she did not wish him to go with her, though she was all the time reproaching herself for it. Granville kept casting about for something to say which should ingratiate him with her. He was resolved to say nothing of love to her. "It is a beautiful night," he said. "Yes, it is," agreed Ellen, and she looked at the moon. She felt the boy's burning, timid, worshipful eyes on her face. She trembled, and yet she was angry and annoyed. She felt in an undefined fashion that she herself was the summer night and the flowers and the crescent moon and all that was fair and beautiful in the whole world to this other soul, and shame seized her instead of pride. He seemed to force her to a sight of her own pettiness, as is always the case when love is not fully returned. She made an impatient motion with the shoulder next to Granville, and walked faster. "You said you were going to Miss Lennox's," he remarked anxiously, feeling that in some way he had displeased her. "Yes, to carry her some sweet peas." "She must have been real good looking when she was young," Granville said, injudiciously. "When she was young!" retorted Ellen, angrily. "She is beautiful now. There is not another woman in Rowe as beautiful as she is." "Well, she is good looking enough," agreed Granville, with unreasoning jealousy. He had not heard of Ellen's good fortune. His mother had not told him. She was a tenderly sentimental woman, and had always had her fancies with regard to her son and Ellen Brewster. When she heard the news, she reflected that it would perhaps remove the girl from her boy immeasurably, that he would be pained, so she said nothing. Every night when he came home she had watched his face to see if he had heard. Now Ellen told him. "You know what Miss Cynthia Lennox is going to do for me," she said, abruptly, almost boastfully. She was so eager in her partisanship of Cynthia. Granville looked at her blankly. They were coming into the crowded, brilliantly lighted main street of the city, and their two faces were quite plain to each other's eyes. "No, I don't," said he. "What is it, Ellen?" "She is going to send me to Vassar College." Granville's face whitened perceptibly. There was a queer sound in his throat. "To Vassar College?" he repeated. "Yes, to Vassar College. Then I shall be able to get a good school, and teach, and help father and mother." Granville continued to look at her, and suddenly an intense pity sprang into life in the girl's heart. She felt as if she were looking at some poor little child, instead of a stalwart young man. "Don't look so, Granville," she said, softly. "Of course I am glad at any good fortune which can come to you, Ellen," Granville said then, huskily. His lips quivered a little, but his eyes on her face were brave and faithful. Suddenly Ellen seemed to see in this young man a counterpart of her own father. Granville had a fine, high forehead and contemplative outlook. He had been a good scholar. Many said that it was a pity he had to leave school and go to work. It had been the same with her father. Andrew had always looked immeasurably above his labor. She seemed to see Granville Joy in the future just such a man, a finer animal harnessed to the task of it, lower, and harnessed in part by his own loving faithfulness towards others. Ellen had often reflected that, if it hadn't been for her and her mother, her father would not have been obliged to work so hard. Now in Granville she saw another man whom love would hold to the plowshare. A great impulse of loyalty as towards her own came over her. "It won't make any difference between me and my old friends if I do go to Vassar College," she said, without reflecting on the dangerous encouragement of it. "You can't get into another track of life without its making a difference," returned Granville, soberly. "But I am glad. God knows I'm glad, Ellen. I dare say it is better for you than if—" He stopped then, and seemed all at once to see projected on his mirror of the future this dainty, exquisite girl with her fine intellect, dragging about a poorhouse, with wailing children in arm and at heel, and suddenly a great courage of renunciation came over him. "It is better, Ellen," he said, in a loud voice like a hero's, as if he were cheering his own better impulses on to victory over his own passions. "It is better for a girl like you than to—" Ellen knew what he meant to say. "To marry a fellow like me." Ellen looked at him. The sturdy backward fling of his head and shoulders, and the honest regard of his pained yet unflinching eyes, and a great weakness of natural longing for that which she was even now deprecating, nearly overswept her. She was nearer loving him that moment than ever before. She realized something in him which could command love, the renunciation of love for love's sake. "I shall never forget my old friends, whatever happens," she said, in a trembling voice, and it might all been different had they not then arrived at Cynthia Lennox's. "Shall I wait and go home with you, Ellen?" Granville asked, timidly. "No, thank you. I don't know how long I shall stay," Ellen replied. "You are real kind, but I am not a bit afraid." "It is sort of lonesome going past the shops." "I can take a car," Ellen said. She extended her hand to Granville, and he grasped it firmly. "Good night, Ellen. I am always glad of any good fortune that may come to you," he said. But Granville Joy, going alone down the brilliant street, past the blaze of the shop windows and the knots of loungers on the corners, reflected that he had seen the fiery tip of a cigar on the Lennox veranda, that it might be possible that young Lloyd was there, since Miss Lennox was his aunt, and that possibly the aunt's sending Ellen to Vassar might bring about something in that quarter which would not otherwise have happened, and he writhed at the fancy of that sort of good fortune for Ellen, but held his mind to it resolutely as to some terrible but necessary grindstone for the refinement of spirit. It would be a heap better for her, he said to himself, quite loud, and the two men whom he was passing looked at him curiously. "Drunk," said one to the other. When he was on his homeward way He overtook a slender girl, struggling along with a kerosene can in one hand and a package of sugar in the other, and seeing that it was Abby Atkins, he possessed himself of both. She only laughed and did not start. Abby Atkins was not of the jumping or screaming kind. Her nerves were so finely balanced that they recovered their equilibrium after surprises before she had time for manifestations. There was a curious healthfulness about the slender, wiry little creature who was overworked and underfed, a healthfulness which seemed to result from the action of the mind upon a meager body. "Hullo, Granville Joy," she said, in her good comrade fashion, and the two went on together. Presently Abby looked up in his face. "Know about Ellen?" said she. Granville nodded. "Well, I'm glad of it, aren't you?" Abby said, in a challenging tone. "Yes, I am," replied Granville, meeting her look firmly. Suddenly he felt Abby's little meager bony hand close over the back of his, holding the kerosene can. "You're a good fellow, Granville Joy," said she. Granville marched on and made no response. He felt his throat fill with sobs and swallowed convulsively. Along with this womanly compassion came a compassion for himself, so hurt on his little field of battle. He saw his own wounds as one might see a stranger's. "Think of Ellen, dogging around to a shoe shop like me and the other girls," said Abby, "and think of her dragging around with half a dozen children and no money. Thank the Lord she's lifted out of it. It ain't you nor me that ought to begrudge her fortune to her, nor wish her where she might have been otherwise." "That's so," said the young man. Abby's hand tightened over the one on the kerosene can. "You are a good fellow, Granville Joy," she said again. Chapter 25
of the Portion of Labor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Scott, Los Angeles, California. The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. Chapter 25. Robert Lloyd was sitting on the veranda behind the green trail of vines when Ellen came up the walk. He never forgot the girl's face looking over her bunch of sweet peas. There was in it something indescribably youthful and innocent, almost angelic. The light from the window made her hair toss into gold. Her blue eyes sought Cynthia with the singleness of blue stars. It was evident whom she had come to see. She held out her flowers toward her with a gesture that at once humble and worshipful, like that of some devotee at a shrine. She said, "Good evening," with a shy comprehensiveness. Then to Cynthia, like a child, "I thought maybe you would like some of my sweet peas." Both gentlemen rose, and Risley looked curiously from the young girl to Cynthia, then placed his chair for her, smiling kindly. "The sweet peas are lovely," Cynthia said. "Thank you, my dear. They're much prettier than any I've had in my garden this year. Please sit down." For Ellen was doubtful about availing herself of the proffered chair. She had hoped she might find Cynthia alone. She had dreamed, as a lover might have done, of a tete-a-tete with her. What would she say? What Cynthia would say? She had thought, and trembled at the thought, that possibly Cynthia might kiss her when she came or went. She had felt with a thrill of spirit the touch of Cynthia's soft lips on hers. She had smelt the violets about her clothes. Now it was all spoiled. She remembered things which she had heard about Mr. Risley's friendship with Cynthia, how he had danced attendance upon her for half a lifetime, and thought that she did not like him. She looked at his smiling, grizzled blonde face with distrust. She felt intuitively that he saw straight through her little subterfuge of flowers, that he divined her girlish worship at the shrine of Cynthia, and was making fun of her. "Do you object to a cigar, Miss Brewster?" asked Robert, and Risley looked inquiringly at her. "Oh, no," replied Ellen, with the eager readiness of a child to fit into new conditions. She thought of the sitting-room at home, blue with the rank pipe smoke of Nahum Beals and his kind. She pictured them to herself sitting about on these warm evenings in their shirt-sleeves, and she saw the two gentlemen in their light summer clothes with their fragrant cigars at their lips. and all of a sudden she realized that between these men and the others there was a great gulf, and that she was trying to cross it. She did not realize, as later, that the gulf was one of externals, and of width rather than depth, but it seemed to her then that from one shore she could only dimly see the opposite. A great fear and jealousy came over her as to her own future accessibility to those of the other kind among whom she had been brought up, like her father and Granville. Ellen felt all this as she sat beside Cynthia, who was casting about in her mind, in rather an annoyed fashion, for something to say to this young beneficiary of hers, which should not have anything to do with the benefit. Finally she inquired if she were having a pleasant vacation, and Ellen replied that she was. Risley looked at her beautiful face, with the double radiance of the electric light and the lamplight from the window on it, giving it a curious effect. It suddenly occurred to him to wonder why everybody seemed to have such an opinion as to the talents of this girl. Why did Cynthia consider that her native ability warranted this forcible elevation of her from her own sphere, and setting her on a height of education above her kind? She looked and spoke like an ordinary girl. She had a beautiful face, it is true, and her shyness seemed due to the questioning attitude of a child rather than to self-consciousness. But, after all, why did she give people that impression? Her valedictory had been clever, no doubt, but there was in it a certain fire of conviction which, though crude, was moving. But, after all, almost any bright girl might have written it. She had been a fine scholar, no doubt, but any girl with a ready intelligence might have done as well. Whence came this inclination of all to rear the child upon a pedestal? Risley wondered, looking at her, narrowing his keen, light eyes under reflective brows, puffing at his cigar. Then he admitted to himself that he was one with the crowd of Ellen's admirers. There was somehow about the girl that which gave the impression of enormous reserve, out of all proportion to any external evidence. "The child says nothing remarkable," he told Cynthia after she had gone that evening, "but somehow she gives me an impression of power to say something extraordinary and do something extraordinary. There is electricity and steel behind that soft, rosy flesh of hers. But all she does, which is evident to the eye of man, is to worship you, Cynthia." "Worship me?" repeated Cynthia vaguely. "Yes, she has one of those aberrations common to her youth and her sex. She is repeating a madness of old Greece, and following you as a nymph might a goddess." "It is only because she is grateful," returned Cynthia, looking rather annoyed. "Gratitude may be a factor in it, but is very far from being the whole of the matter. It is one of the spring madnesses of life. But don't be alarmed. It will be temporary in the case of a girl like that. She will easily be led into her natural track of love. Do you know, Cynthia, that she is one of the most normal, typical young girls I ever saw, and that makes me wonder more at this impression of usual ability which she undoubtedly gives. She has all the weaknesses of her age and sex. She is much younger than some girls of her age, and yet there is the impression which I cannot shake off." "I have it too," said Cynthia, rather impatiently. "Cynthia Lennox, I don't believe you care in the least for this young devotee of yours, for all your heaping benefits upon her," Risley said, looking at her quizzically. "I'm not sure that I do," replied Cynthia calmly. "Then why on earth—" Suddenly Cynthia began speaking rapidly and passionately, straightening herself into her chair. "Oh, Lyman, do you think I could do a thing like that and not repent it and suffer remorse for it all these years?" she cried. "A thing like that?" "Like stealing that child," Cynthia replied in a whisper. "Stealing the child? You did not steal the child." "Yes, I did." "Why, it was only a few hours that you kept her." "What difference does it make to me whether you steal anything for a few hours or a lifetime? I kept her, and she was crying for her mother, and her mother was suffering tortures all that time. Then I kept it a secret all these years. You didn't know that I've suffered, Lyman." Cynthia regarded him with a wan look. Risley half laughed, then checking himself, "My poor girl, you have the New England conscience in its worst form," he said. "You yourself told me it was a serious thing I was doing," Cynthia said, half resentfully. "One does not wish one's sin treated lightly when one has hugged its pricks to one's bosom for so long. It detracts from dignity of suffering." "So I did, but all those years ago." "If you don't leave me my remorse, how can I atone for the deed?" "Cynthia, you are horribly morbid." "Maybe you are right. Maybe it is worse than morbid. Sometimes I think I'm unnatural, out of drawing, but I did not make myself, and how can I help it?" Cynthia spoke with a pathetic little laugh. She leaned back in her chair and looked at a star through a gap in the vines. The shadows of the leaves played over her long white figure. Again to Risley, gazing at her, came the conviction as of subtle spiritual deformity in the woman. She was unnatural in something the same fashion that an orchid is unnatural, and it was worse, because presumably the orchid does not know it is an orchid and regret not being another, more evenly developed flower. And Cynthia had a full realization and mental mirror clear enough to see the twist in her own character. Risley had never kissed her in his life, but that night when they parted, he laid a hand on her soft gray hair and smoothed it back with a masculine motion of tenderness, leaving her white forehead, which had a candid, childish fullness about the temples, bare. Then he put his lips to it. "You are a silly girl, Cynthia," he said. "I wish I were different, Lyman," she responded, and he felt with a double meaning. "I don't," he said, and stroked her hair with a great tenderness, which seemed for a time to quite fill and satisfy his heart. He was a man of measureless patience, born to a firm conviction of journey's end. "There are worse things than loving a good woman your whole life and never having her," he said to himself as he went home, but he said it without its full meaning. Risley's nerves were always lighted by the lamp of his own hope, which threw a gleam over unknown seas. End of chapter.
Chapter 26 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Gerard. Chapter 26. Robert Lloyd accompanied Ellen home, though she had said timidly that she was not in the least afraid, that she would not trouble anyone, that she could take a car. Cynthia herself had insisted that Robert should escort her. "It's too late for you to be out alone," she said, and the girl seemed to perceive dimly a hedge of conventionality which she had not hitherto known. She had often taken a car when she was alone of an evening, without a thought of anything questionable. Some of the conductors lived near Ellen, and she felt as if she were under personal friendly escort. "I know the conductor on that car, and it would take me right home, and I am not in the least afraid," she said to Robert, as the car came rocking down the street when they emerged from Cynthia's grounds. "It's a lovely night," Robert said, speaking quickly as they paused on the sidewalk. "I am not going to let you go alone, anyway. We will take the car if you say so, but what do you say to walking? It's a lovely night." It actually flashed through Ellen's mind, to such small issues of finance had she been accustomed, that the young man might insist upon paying her car fare if he went with her on the car. "I would like to walk, but I am sorry to put you to so much trouble," she said, a little awkwardly. "Oh, I like to walk," returned Robert. "I don't walk half enough," and they went together down the lighted street. Suddenly, to Ellen there came a vivid remembrance, so vivid that it seemed almost like actual repetition of the time when she, a little child, maddened by the sudden awakening of the depths of her nature, had come down this same street. She saw that same brilliant market window, where she had stopped and stared, to the momentary forgetfulness of her troubles in the spectacular display of that which was entirely outside them. Curiously enough, Robert drew her to a full stop that night before the same window. It was one of those strange cases of apparent telepathy which one sometimes notices. When Ellen looked at the market window, with a flash of reminiscence, Robert immediately drew her to a stop before it. "That is quite a study in color," he said. "I fancy there are a good many unrecognized artists among market men." "Yes, it is really beautiful," agreed Ellen, looking at it with eyes which had changed very little from their childish outlook. Again she saw more than she saw. The window differed materially from that before which she had stood fascinated so many years ago, for that was in a different season. Instead of frozen game and winter vegetables, were the products of summer gardens, and fruits and berries. The color scheme was dazzling, with great heaps of tomatoes, and long emerald ears of corn, and baskets of apples, and gold crooks of summer squashes, and speckled pods of beans. "Suppose," said Robert as they walked on, "that all the market men who had artistic tastes had art educations and set up studios and painted pictures. Who would keep the markets?" He spoke gaily. His manner that night was younger and merrier than Ellen had ever seen it. She was naturally rather grave herself. What she had seen of life had rather disposed her to a hush of respect than to hilarity, but somehow his mood began to infect her. "I don't know," she answered, laughing. "I suppose somebody would keep the markets." "Yes, but they would not be as good markets. That is, they would not do as artistic markets, and they would not serve the higher purpose of catering to the artistic taste of man, as well as to his bodily needs." "Perhaps a picture like that is just as well and better than it would be painted and hung on a wall," Ellen admitted reflectively. "Just so. Why is it not?" Robert said, in a pleased voice. "Yes, I think it is," said Ellen. "I do think it is better, because everybody can see it there. Ever so many people will see it there who would not go to picture galleries to see it, and then it may go far to dignify their daily needs," said Robert. "For instance, a poor man about to buy his tomorrow's dinner may feel his soul take a little fly above the prices of turnips and cabbages." "Maybe," said Ellen, but doubtfully. "Don't you think so?" "The prices of turnips and cabbages may crowd other things out," Ellen replied, and her tone was sad, almost tragic. "You see, I am right in it, Mr. Lloyd," she said, earnestly. "You mean right in the midst of the kind of people whom necessity forces to neglect the aesthetic for the purely useful?" "Yes," said Ellen. And then she added, in an indescribably pathetic voice, "People have to live first before they can see, and they can't think until they are fed, and one needs always to have had enough turnips and cabbages to eat without troubling about the getting them, in order to see in them anything except food." Lloyd looked at her curiously. "Decidedly, this child can think," he reflected. He shrugged his arm, on which Ellen's hand lay, a little closer to his side. Just then they were passing the great factories, Lloyd's and Briggs and Maguire's. Many of the windows in Briggs and Maguire's reflected light from the moon and the electric lamps on the street. Lloyd's was all dark except for one brilliant spark of light which seemed to be threading the building like a will-o'-the-wisp. "That is the night watchman," said Robert. "He must have a dull time of it." "I should think he might be afraid," said Ellen. "Afraid of what?" "Of ghosts." "Ghosts in a shoe shop?" asked Robert, laughing. "I don't believe there has been another building in the whole city which has held so many heartaches, and I always wondered if they didn't make ghosts instead of dead people," Ellen said. "Do you think they have such a hard time?" "I know they do," said Ellen. "I think I ate the knowledge along with my first daily bread." Robert looked down at the light, girlish figure on his arm, and again the resolution that he would not talk on such topics with a young girl like this came over him. He felt a reluctance to do so, which was quite apart from his masculine scorn of a girl's opinion on such matters. Somehow he did not wish to place Ellen Brewster on the same level of argument on which another man might have stood. He felt a jealousy of doing so. She seemed more within his reach, and infinitely more for his pleasure, where she was. He looked admiringly down at her fair face fixed on his with a serious, intent expression. He was quite ready to admit that he might fall in love with her. He was quite ready to ask now why he should not. She was a beautiful girl, an uncommon girl. She was going to be thoroughly educated. It would probably be quite possible to divorce her entirely from her surroundings. He shuddered when he thought of her mother and aunt, but after all, a man, if he were firm, need not marry the mother or aunt. And all this was in spite of a resolution which he had formed on due consideration after his last call upon Ellen. He had said to himself that it would not in any case be wise, that he had better not see more of her than he could help. Instead of going to see her, he had gone riding with Maud Hemingway, who lived near his uncle's, in an old colonial house which had belonged to her great-grandfather. The girl was a good comrade, so good a comrade that he shunted, as it were, love with flings of ready speech and friendly greeting, and tennis rackets and riding whips and foils. Robert had been teaching Maud to fence, and she had fenced too well. Still, Robert had said to himself that he might some day fall in love with her and marry her. He charged his memory with the fact that this was a much more rational course than visiting a girl like Ellen Brewster. So he stayed away in spite of involuntary turnings of his thoughts in that direction. However, now when the opportunity had seemed to be fairly forced upon him, what was he to do? He felt that he was stirred as he had never been before. The girl's very soul seemed to meet his when she looked up at him with those serious blue eyes of hers. He knew that there had never been any like her for him, but he felt as if in another minute, if they did not drop topics which he might as well have discussed with another man, this butterfly of femininity which so delighted him would be beyond his hand. He wanted to keep her to her rose. "But the knowledge must not embitter your life," he said. "It is not for a little delicate girl to worry herself over the problems which are too much for men." In spite of himself, a tenderness had come into his voice. Ellen looked down and away from him. She trembled. "It seems to me that the problems of life, like those in the algebra we studied at school, are for everybody who can read them, whether men or women," said she, but her voice was unsteady. "Some of them are for men to read and struggle with for the sake of the women," said Robert. His voice had a tender inflection. They were passing a garden full of old-fashioned flowers, bordered with box. The scent of the box seemed fairly to clamor over the garden fence, drowning out the smaller fragrances of the flowers, like the clamor of a mob. Even the sweetness of the mignonette was faintly perceived. "How strong the box is," said Ellen, imperceptibly shrinking a little from Robert. When they reached the Brewster house, Robert said, as kindly as Granville Joy might have done, "Cannot we get better acquainted, Miss Brewster? May I call upon you sometimes?" "I shall be happy to see you," Ellen said, repeating the formula of welcome like a child, but she knew when she repeated it that it was very true. After she had parted from young Lloyd, she went into the sitting room where were her mother and father, her mother sewing on a wrapper, her father reading the paper. Both of them looked up as the girl entered, and both stared at her in a bewildered way without rightly knowing why. Ellen's cheeks were a wonderful color, her eyes fairly blazed with blue light, her mouth was smiling in that ineffable smile of a simple overflow of happiness. "Did you ride home on the car?" asked Fanny. "I didn't hear it stop." "No, mother." "Did you come home alone?" asked Andrew, abruptly. "No," said Ellen, blinking before the glare of the lamp. Fanny looked at Andrew. "Who did come home with you?" she asked, in a foolish, fond voice. "Mr. Robert Lloyd. He was sitting on the piazza when I got there. I told Miss Lennox I had just as soon come on the cars alone, but she wouldn't let me, and then he said it would be pleasant to walk, and " "Oh, you needn't make so many excuses," said Fanny, laughing. Ellen colored until her face was a blaze of roses. She blinked harder, and turned her head away impatiently. "I am not making excuses," said she, as if her modesty were offended. "I wish you wouldn't talk so, mother. I couldn't help it." "Of course you couldn't," her mother called out jocularly, as Ellen went into the other room to get her lamp to go to bed. Fanny was radiant with delight. After Ellen had gone upstairs, she kept looking at Andrew, and longing to confide in him her anticipation with regard to Ellen and young Lloyd, but she refrained, being doubtful as to how he would take it. Andrew looked very sober. The girl's beautiful, metamorphosed face was ever before his eyes, and it was with him as if he were looking after the flight of a beloved bird into a farther blue which was sacred even from the following of his love. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 27. Ellen's first impulse, when she really began to love Robert Lloyd, was not yielding, but flight. Her first sensation, not happiness, but shame. When he left her that night she realized, to her unspeakable dismay and anger, that he had not left her, that he would never in her whole life, or at least it seemed so, leave her again. Everywhere she looked she saw his face projected by her memory before her, with all the reality of life. His face came between her and her mother's and father's. It came between her and her thoughts of other faces. When she was alone in her chamber there was the face. She blew out the lamp in a panic of resentment and undressed in the dark, but that made no difference. When she lay in bed, although she closed her eyes resolutely, she could still see it. "I won't have it! I won't have it!" she said, quite aloud in her shame and rebellion. "I won't have it! What does this mean?" In spite of herself, the sound of his voice was in her ears, and she resented that. She fought against the feeling of utter rapture which came stealing over her because of it. She felt as if she wanted to spring out of bed and run far away into the freedom of the night, if only by doing so she could outspeed herself. Ellen began to realize the tyranny of her own nature, and her whole soul arose in revolt. But the girl could no more escape than a nymph of old the pursuit of the god, and there was no friendly deity to transform her into a flower to elude him. When she slept at last she was overtaken in the innocent passion of dreams, and when she awoke it was, to her angry sensitiveness, not alone. When she went downstairs all her rosy radiance of the night before was eclipsed. She looked pale and nervous. She recoiled whenever her mother began to speak. It seemed to her that if she said anything, and especially anything congratulatory about Robert Lloyd, she would fly at her like a wild thing. Fanny kept looking at her with loving facetiousness, and Ellen winced indescribably. Still, she did not say anything until after breakfast, when Andrew had gone to work. Andrew was unusually sober and preoccupied that morning. When he went out he passed close to Ellen, as she sat at the table, and tilted up her face and kissed her. "Father's blessing," he whispered hoarsely in her ear. Ellen nestled against him. This natural affection, before which she need not fly nor be ashamed, which she had always known, seemed to come before her like a shield against all untried passion. She felt sheltered and comforted. But Andrew passed Eva Tenny coming to the house on his way out of the yard, and when she entered, Fanny began at once. "Who do you suppose came home with Ellen last night?" said she. She looked at Eva, then at Ellen, with a glance which seemed to uncover a raw surface of delicacy. Ellen flushed angrily. "Mother, I do wish," she began, but Fanny cut her short. "She's pretending she don't like it," she said, almost hilariously, her face glowing with triumph. "But she does. You ought to have seen her when she came in last night." "I guess I know who it was," said Eva, but she echoed her sister's manner half-heartedly. She was looking very badly that morning. Her face was stained, and her eye hard with a look as if tears had frozen in them. She had come in a soiled waist, too, without any collar. "For heaven's sake, Eva Tenny, what ails you?" Fanny cried. Eva flung herself for answer on the floor, and fairly writhed. Words were not enough expression for her violent temperament. She had to resort to physical manifestations or lose her reason. As she writhed, she groaned as one might do who was dying in extremity of pain. Ellen, when she heard her aunt's groans, stopped, and stood in the entry, viewing it all. She thought at first that her aunt was ill, and was just about to call out to know if she should go for the doctor, all her grievances being forgotten in this evidently worse stress, when her mother fairly screamed again, stooping over her sister and trying to raise her. "Eva Tenny, you tell me this minute what the matter is." Then Eva raised herself on one elbow and disclosed a face distorted with wrath and woe, like a mask of tragedy. "He's gone! He's gone!" she shrieked out, in an awful, shrill voice, which was like the note of an angry bird. "He's gone!" "For God's sake, not Jim?" "Yes, he's gone! He's gone! Oh, my God! My God! He's gone!" All at once the little Amabel appeared, slipping past Ellen silently. She stood watching her mother. She was vibrating from head to foot, as if strung on wires. She was not crying, but she kept catching her breath audibly. Her little hands were twitching in the folds of her frock. She winked rapidly, her lids obscuring and revealing her eyes until they seemed a series of blue sparks. She was no paler than usual. That was scarcely possible, but her skin looked transparent. Pulses were evident all over her face and her little neck. "You don't mean he's gone with—" gasped Fanny. Suddenly Eva raised herself with a convulsive jerk from the floor to her feet. She stood quite still. "Yes, he has gone," she said, and all the passion was gone from her voice, which was much more terrible in its calm. "You don't mean with—" "Yes, he has gone with Aggie." Eva spoke in a voice like a deaf mute's, quite free from inflections. There was something dreadful about her rigid attitude. Little Amabel looked at her mother's eyes, then cowered down and began to cry aloud. Ellen came in and took her in her arms, whispering to her to soothe her. She tried to coax her away, but the child resisted violently, though she was usually so docile with Ellen. Eva did not seem to notice Amabel's crying. She stood in that horrible inflexibility, with eyes like black stones fixed on something unseeable. Fanny clutched her violently by the arm and shook her. "Eva Tenny," said she, "you behave yourself. What if he has run away? You ain't the first woman whose husband has run away. I'd have more pride. I wouldn't please him nor her enough. If he's as bad as that, you're better off rid of him." Eva turned on her sister, and her calm broke up like ice under her fire of passion. "Don't you say one word against him, not one word!" she shrieked, throwing off Fanny's hand. "I won't hear one word against my husband." Then little Amabel joined in. "Don't you say one word against my papa," she cried, in her shrill, childish treble. Then she sobbed convulsively and pushed Ellen away. "Go away," she said viciously to her. She was half mad with terror and bewilderment. "Don't you say one word against Jim," said Eva again. "If ever I hear anybody say one word against him, I'll—" "You don't mean you're going to stand up for him, Eva Tenny?" "As long as I draw the breath of life and after, if I know anything," declared Eva. Then she straightened herself to her full height, threw back her shoulders, and burst into a furious denunciation like some prophetess of wrath. The veins on her forehead grew turgid, her lips seemed to swell, her hair seemed to move as she talked. The others shrank back and looked at her. Even little Amabel hushed her sobs and stared, fascinated. "Curses on the grinding tyranny that's brought it all about, and not on the poor weak man that fell under it," she cried. "Jim ain't to blame. He had bigger burdens put on his shoulders than the Lord gave him strength to bear. He had to drop 'em. Jim has tried faithful ever since we were married. He worked hard, and it wa'n't never his fault that he lost his place, but he kept losing it. They kept shutting down or discharging him for no reason at all, without a minute's warning, and it wa'n't because he drank. Jim never drank when he had a job. He was just taken up and put down by them over him as if he was a piece on a checkerboard. He lost his good opinion of himself when he saw others didn't set any more by him than to shove him off or on the board as it suited their play. He began to think maybe he wa'n't a man, and then he began to act as if he wasn't a man, and he was ashamed of his life because he couldn't support me and Amabel, ashamed of his life because he had to live on my little earnings. He was ashamed to look me in the face, and ashamed to look his own child in the face. It was only night before last he was talking to me, and I didn't know what he meant then, but I know now. I thought then he meant something else, but now I know what he meant. He sat a long time leaning his head on his hands, whilst I was sewing on wrappers, after Amabel had gone to bed, and finally he looks up and says, 'Eva, you was right and I was wrong.' 'What do you mean, Jim?' says I. 'I mean you was right when you thought we'd better not get married, and I was wrong,' says he. And he spoke terrible bitter and sad. I'd never heard him speak like it. He sounded like another man. I jest flung down my sewing and went over to him and leaned his poor head against my shoulder. 'Jim,' says I ain't never regretted it, and God knows I spoke the truth, and I speak the truth when I say it now. I ain't never regretted it, and I don't regret it now.'" Eva said the last with a look as if she were hurling defiance. Then she went on, in the same high, monotonous key above the ordinary key of life. "When I says that, he just gives a great sigh and sort of pushes me away and gets up. 'Well, I have,' says he. 'I have, and sometimes I think the best thing I can do is to take myself out of the way, instead of sitting here day after day and seeing you wearing your fingers to the bone to support me, and seeing my child, and being ashamed to look her in the face. Sometimes I think you and Amabel would be a damn sight better off without me than with me, and I'm done for anyway, and it don't make much difference what I do next.'" "Jim Tenny, you jest quit talking in such a way as this," says I, for I thought he meant to make away with himself, but that wa'n't what he meant. Aggie Bemis had been winding her net round him, and he wa'n't nothing but a man, and all discouraged, and he gave in. Any man would in his place. He ain't to blame. It's the tyrants that's over us all that's to blame." Eva's voice shrilled higher. "Curse them!" she shrieked. "Curse them all! Every rich man in this gold ridden country!" "Eva Tenny, you're beside yourself," said Fanny, who was herself white to her lips, yet she viewed her sister indignantly, as one violent nature will view another when it is overborne and carried away by a kindred passion. "Wonder if you'd be real calm in my place," said Eva, and as she spoke the dreadful impassibility of desperation returned upon her. It was as if she suffered some chemical change before their eyes. She became silent and seemed as if she would never speak again. "You hadn't ought to talk so," said Fanny, weakly. She was so terrified. "You ought to think of poor little Amabel," she added. With that, Eva's dreadful, expressionless eyes turned towards Amabel, and she held out her hand to her, but the child fairly screamed with terror and clung to Ellen. "Oh, Aunt Eva, don't look at her so. You frighten her," Ellen said, trembling, and leaning her cheek against Amabel's little, cold, pale one. "Don't cry, darling," she whispered. "It is just because poor mother feels so badly." "I am afraid of my mamma, and I want papa," screamed Amabel, quivering and stiffening her slender back. Eva continued to keep her eyes fixed upon her, and to hold out that commanding hand. Fanny went close to her, seized her by both shoulders, and shook her violently. "Eva Tenny, you behave yourself," said she. "There ain't no need of your acting this way if your man has run away with another woman. And as for that child going with you, she shan't go one step with any woman that looks and acts as you do, acting this way over a good for nothing fellow like Jim Tenny." Again that scourge of the spirit aroused Eva to her normal state. She became a living, breathing, wrathful, loving woman once more. "Don't you dare say a word against Jim," she cried out. "Not one word, Fanny Brewster. I won't hear it. Don't you dare say a word." "Don't you say a word against my papa," shrilled Amabel. Then she left Ellen and ran to her mother, and clung to her, and Eva caught her up and hugged the little fragile thing against her breast, and pounced upon her with kisses, with a fury as of rage instead of love. "She always looked like Jim," she sobbed out. "She always did. Aggie Bemis shall never get her. I've got her in spite of all the awful wrong of life. It's the good that had to come out of it, whether or no, and God couldn't help himself. I've got this much. She always looked like Jim." Eva set Amabel down, and began leading her out of the room. "You ain't going," said Fanny, who had herself begun to weep. "Eva, you ain't going. Oh, you poor girl!" "Don't! You said that like Jim," Eva cried, with a great groan of pain. "Eva, you ain't going. Wait a little while, and let me do something for you." "You can't do anything. Come, Amabel." Eva and Amabel went away, the child rolling eyes of terror and interrogation at them, Eva impervious to all her sister's pleading. When Andrew heard what had happened, and Fanny repeated what Eva had said, his blame for Jim Tenny was unqualified. "I've had a hard time enough, knocked about from pillar to post, and I know what she means when she talks about a checkerboard. God knows I feel myself sometimes as if I wasn't anything but a checker piece instead of a man," he said. "But it's all nonsense blaming the shoe manufacturers for his running away with that woman. A man has got to use what little freedom he's got right. It ain't any excuse for Jim Tenny that he's been out of work and got discouraged. He's a good for nothing cur, and I'd like to tell him so." "It won't do for you to talk to Eva that way," said Fanny. They were all at the supper table. Ellen was listening silently. "She does right to stand up for her husband, I suppose," said Andrew, "but anybody's got to use a little sense. It don't make it any better for Jim, trying to shove blame off his shoulders that belongs there. The manufacturers didn't make him run off with another woman and leave his child. That was a move he made himself." "But he wouldn't have made that move if the manufacturers hadn't made theirs," Ellen said unexpectedly. "That's so," said Fanny. Andrew looked uneasily at Ellen, in whose cheeks two red spots were burning, and whose eyes upon his face seemed narrowed to 2 points of brightness. "There's nothing for you to worry about, child," he said. All this was before the dressmaker, who listened with no particular interest. Affairs which did not directly concern her did not awaken her to much sharpness of regard. She had been forced by circumstances into a very narrow groove of life, a little footpath, as it were, fenced in from destruction by $3 a day. She could not, view it as keenly as she might, see that Jim Tenny's elopement had anything whatever to do with her $3 per day. She, therefore, ate her supper. At first Andrew had looked warningly at Fanny when she began to discuss the subject before the dressmaker, but Fanny had replied, "Oh, land, Andrew, she knows all about it now. It's all over town." "Yes, I heard it this morning before I came," said the dressmaker. "I think a puff on the sleeves of the silk waist will be very pretty, don't you, Mrs. Brewster?" Ellen looked at the dressmaker with wonder. It seemed to her that the woman was going on a little especial side track of her own, outside the interests of her kind. She looked at her pretty new things and tried them on, and felt guilty that she had them. What business had she having new clothes and going to Vassar College in the face of that misery? What was an education? What was anything compared with the sympathy which love demanded of love in the midst of sorrow? Should she not turn her back upon any purely personal advantage as she would upon a moral play? When Ellen's father said that to her at the supper table, she looked at him with unchildlike eyes. "I think it is something for me to worry about, father," she said. "How can I help worrying if I love Aunt Eva and Amabel?" "It's a dreadful thing for Eva," said Fanny. "I don't see what she is going to do. Andrew, pass the biscuits to Miss Higgins." "It seems to me that the one that is the farthest behind anything that happens on this earth is the one to blame," said Ellen, reverting to her line of argument. "I don't know but you've got to go back to God, then," said Andrew, soberly, passing the biscuits. Miss Higgins took one. "No, you haven't," said Ellen. "You haven't, because men are free. You've got to stop before you get to God. When a man goes wrong, you have got to look and see if he is to blame, if he started himself, or other men have been pushing him into it. It seems to me that other men have been pushing Uncle Jim into it. I don't think factory owners have any right to discharge a man without a good reason, any more than he has a right to run the shop." "I don't think so either," said Fanny. I think Ellen is right." "I don't know. It is all a puzzle," said Andrew. "Something's wrong somewhere. I don't know whether it's because we are pushed or because we pull. There's no use in your worrying about it, Ellen. You've got to study your books." Andrew said this with a look of pride at Ellen, and sidelong triumph at the dressmaker, to see if she rightly understood the magnitude of it all, of the whole situation of making dresses for this wonderful young creature who was going to Vassar College. "I don't know but this is more important than books," said Ellen. "Oh, maybe you'll find out something in your books that will settle the whole matter," said Andrew. Ellen was not eating much supper, and that troubled him. Andrew always knew just how much Ellen ate. "I don't know what Aunt Eva and poor little Amabel will do," said she. Ellen's lip quivered. "Pass the cake to Miss Higgins," said Fanny, sharply, to Andrew. She gave him a significant wink as she did so, not to talk more about it. "Try some of that chocolate cake, Miss Higgins." "Thank you," said Miss Higgins, unexcitedly. Andrew had his own cause of worry, and finally reverted to it, eating his food with no more conception of the savor than if it were in another man's mouth. He was sorry enough for his wife's sister, and recognized it as an added weight to his own burden, but just at present all he could think of was the question if Miss Higgins would ask for her pay again that night. He had not a dollar in his pocket. He had been dunned that afternoon by the man who had lent the money to buy Ellen's watch. There were 2 new dunning letters in his pocket, and now if that keen little dressmaker, who fairly looked to him like a venomous insect as she sat eating rather voraciously of the chocolate cake, should ask him again for the $3 due her that night, he would not have cared so much if it were not for the fact that she would ask him before his wife and Ellen, and the question about the money in the savings bank, which was a species of nightmare to him, would be sure to come to the front. Suddenly it struck Andrew that he might run away, that he might slip out after supper, and either go to his mother's house or down the street. He finally decided on the former, since he reasoned, with a pitiful cunning, that if he went down the street he would have to take off his slippers and put on his shoes, and that would at once betray him and lead to the possible arrest of his flight. So, after supper, while Miss Higgins was trying a waist on Ellen, and Fanny was clearing the table, Andrew, bareheaded and in his slippers, prepared to carry his plan into execution. He got out without being seen, and hurried around the rear of the house, out of view from the sitting room windows, resolving on the way that in order to avert the danger of a possible following him to the sanctuary of his mother's house, he had perhaps better slip down into the orchard behind it and see if the Porter apples were ripe. But when, stooping as if beneath some invisible shield and moving with a low glide of secrecy, he had gained the yard between the 2 houses, the yard where the 3 cherry trees stood, he heard Fanny's high, insistent voice calling him, and knew that it was all over. Fanny had her head thrust out of her bedroom window. "Andrew, Andrew!" she called. Andrew stopped. "What is it?" he asked, in a gruff voice. He felt at that moment savage with her, and with fate. He felt like some badgered animal beneath the claws and teeth of petty enemies which were yet sufficient to do him to death. He felt that retreat and defense were alike impossible and inglorious. He was aware of a monstrous impatience with it all, which was fairly blasphemy. "What is it?" he said, and Fanny realized that something was wrong. "Come here, Andrew Brewster," she said, from the bedroom window, and Andrew pressed close to the window through a growth of sweetbrier, which rasped his hands and sent up a sweet fragrance in his face. Andrew tore away the clinging vines angrily. "Well, what is it?" he said again. "Don't spoil that bush. Ellen sets a lot by it," said Fanny. "What makes you act so, Andrew Brewster?" Then she lowered her voice. "She wants to know if she can have her pay to night," she whispered. "I 'ain't got a cent," replied Andrew, in a dogged, breathless voice. "You 'ain't been to the bank to day, then?" "No, I 'ain't." Fanny still suspected nothing. She was, in fact, angry with the dressmaker for insisting upon her pay in such a fashion. "I never heard of such a thing as her wanting to be paid every night," she whispered angrily, "and I'd tell her so, if I wasn't afraid she'd think we couldn't pay her. I'd never have had her. I'd have Miss Patch, if I'd knowed she'd do such a mean thing. But as it is, I don't know what to do. I ain't got but $1.73 by me. You ain't got enough to make it up." "No, I ain't." "Well, all is, I've got to tell her that it ain't convenient for me to pay her to night, and she shall have it all together to morrow night. And to morrow you'll have to go to the bank and take out the money, Andrew. Don't forget it." "Well," said Andrew. Fanny retreated, and he heard her high voice explaining to Miss Higgins. He tore his way through the clinging sweetbrier bushes, and ran with an unsteady, desperate gait down to the orchard behind his mother's home, and flung himself at full length in the dewy grass under the trees with all the abandon, under stress of fate, of a child. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 28. Andrew Brewster, lying in the dewy grass under the apple trees, giving way for almost the first time since his childhood to impulses which had hitherto, from his New England heredity, stiffened instead of relaxed his muscles of expression, felt as if he were being stung to death by ants. He was naturally a man of broad views, who felt the indignity of coping with such petty odds. "For God's sake, if I had to be done to death, why couldn't it have been for something?" he groaned, speaking with his lips close to the earth, as if it were a listening ear. "Why need it all have been over so little? It's just the little fight for enough to eat and wear that's getting the better of me that was a man, and able to do a man's work in the world. Now it has come to this. Here I am running away from a woman because she wants me to pay her $3, and I am afraid of another woman because I've been and fooled away a few $100 I had in the savings bank. I'm afraid. Yes, it has come to this. I am afraid, afraid, and I'd run away out of life if I knew where it would fetch me to. I'm afraid of things that ain't worth being afraid of, and it's all over things that's beneath me." There came over Andrew, with his mouth to the moist earth, feeling the breath and the fragrance of it in his nostrils, a realization of the great motherhood of nature, and a contempt for himself which was scorching and scathing before it. He felt that he came from that mighty breast which should produce only sons of might, and was spending his whole life in an ignominy of fruitless climbing up molehills. "Why couldn't I have been more?" he asked himself. "Oh, my God, is it my fault?" He said to himself that if he had not yielded to the universal law of longing of his kind for a home and family, it might have been better. He asked himself that question, which will never be answered with a surety of correctness, whether the advancement of the individual to his furthest compass is more to the glory of life than the blind following out the laws of existence and the bringing others into the everlasting problem of advance. Then he thought of Ellen, and a great warmth of conviction came over the loving heart of the man. All his self-contempt vanished. He had her, this child who was above pearls and rubies. He had her, and in her the furthest reach of himself and progression of himself to greater distances than he could ever have accomplished in any other way. And it was a double progress, since it was not only for him, but also for the woman he had married. A great wave of love for Fanny came over him. He seemed to see that, after all, it was a shining road by which he had come, and he saw himself upon it like a figure of light. He saw that he lived and could never die. Then, as with a remorseless hurl of a high spirit upon needle pricks of petty cares, he thought again of the dressmaker, of the money for Ellen's watch, of the butcher's bill and the grocer's bills, and the money which he had taken from the bank, and again he cowered beneath and loathed his ignoble burden. He dug his hot head into the grass. "Oh, my God! Oh, my God!" he groaned. He fairly sobbed. Then he felt a soft wind of feminine skirts caused by the sudden stoop of someone beside him, and Ellen's voice, shrill with alarm, rang in his ears. "Father! What is the matter? Father!" Such was the man's love for the girl that his first thought was for her alarm, and he pushed all his own troubles into the background with a lightning-like motion. He raised himself hastily and smiled at her with his pitiful, stiff face. "It's nothing at all, Ellen. Don't you worry," he said. But that was not enough to satisfy her. She caught hold of his arm and clung to it. "Father," she said, in a tone which had in it, to his wonder, a firm womanliness. His own daughter seemed to speak to him as if she were his mother. "You are not telling me the truth. Something is the matter, or you wouldn't do like this." "No, there's nothing, nothing at all, dear child," said Andrew. He tried to loosen her little clinging hand from his arm. "Come, let's go back to the house," he said. "Don't you mind anything about it. Sometimes father gets discouraged over nothing." "It isn't over nothing," said Ellen. "What is it about, father?" Andrew tried to laugh. "Well, if it isn't over nothing, it's over nothing in particular," said he. "It's over just what's happened right along. Sometimes father feels as if he hadn't made as much as he ought to out of his life, and he's getting older, and he's feeling kind of discouraged, that's all." "Over money matters?" said Ellen, looking at him steadily. "Over nothing," said her father. "See here, child, father's ashamed that he gave way so, and you found him. Now, don't you worry one mite about it. It's nothing at all. Come, let's go back to the house," he said. Ellen said no more, but she walked up from the field, holding tightly to her father's poor, worn hand, and her heart was in a tumult. To behold any convulsion of nature is no light experience, and when it is a storm of the spirit in one beloved, the beholder is swept along with it in greater or less measure. Ellen trembled as she walked. Her father kept looking at her anxiously and remorsefully. Once he reached around his other hand and chucked her playfully under the chin. "Scared most to death, was she?" he asked, with a shamefaced blush. "I know something is the matter, and I think it would be better for you to tell me, father," replied Ellen, soberly. "There's nothing to tell, child," said Andrew. "Don't you worry your little head about it." Between his anxiety lest the girl should be troubled, and his intense humiliation that she should have discovered him in such an abandon of grief which was almost like a disclosure of the nakedness of his spirit, he was completely unnerved. Ellen felt him tremble, and heard his voice quiver when he spoke. She felt towards her father something she had never felt before, an impulse of protection. She felt the older and stronger of the two. Her grasp on his hand tightened. She seemed in a measure to be leading him along. When they reached the yard between the houses, Andrew cast an apprehensive glance at the windows. "Has she gone?" he asked. "Who? The dressmaker?" "Yes." "She hadn't when I came out. I saw you come past the house, and I thought you walked as if you didn't feel well, so I thought I would run out and see." "I was all right," replied Andrew. "Have you got to try on anything more to night?" "No." "Well, then, let's run into grandma's a minute." "All right," said Ellen. Mrs. Zelotes was sitting at her front window in the dusk, looking out on the street, as was her favorite custom. The old woman seldom lit a lamp in the summer evening, but sat there staring out at the lighted street, and the people passing and repassing, with her mind as absolutely passive as regarded herself, as if she were travelling and observing only that which passed without. At those times she became, in a fashion, sensible of the motion of the world, and lost her sense of individuality in the midst of it. When her son and granddaughter entered, she looked away from the window with the expression of one returning from afar, and seemed dazed for a moment. "Hullo, mother," said Andrew. The room was dusky, and they moved across between the chairs and tables like two shadows. "Oh, is it you, Andrew?" said his mother. "Who is that with you, Ellen?" "Yes," said Ellen. "How do you do, Grandma?" Mrs. Zelotes became suddenly fully awake to the situation. She collected her scattered faculties. Her keen old eyes gleamed in a shaft of electric light from the street without, which fell full upon her face. "Set down," said she. "Has the dressmaker gone?" "No, she hadn't when I came out," replied Ellen, "but she's most through for to night." "How do your things look?" "Real pretty, I guess. Sometimes I think you'd better have had Miss Patch. I hope she 'ain't got your sleeves too tight at the elbows." "They seem to fit very nicely, Grandma." "Sleeves are very particular things. A sleeve wrong can spoil a whole dress." Suddenly the old woman turned on Ellen with a look of extremest facetiousness and intelligence, and the girl winced, for she knew what was coming. "I see you going past with a young man last night, didn't I?" said she. Ellen flushed. "Yes," she said, almost indignantly, for she had a feeling as if the veil of some inner sacredness of her nature were continually being torn aside. "I went over to Miss Lennox to carry some sweet peas, and Mr. Robert Lloyd was there, and he came home with me." "Oh," replied her grandmother. Ellen's patience left her at the sound of that "oh," which seemed to rasp her very soul. "You have none of you any right to talk and act as you do," said she. "You make me ashamed of you, you and mother. Father has more sense. Just because a young man makes me a call to return something, and then walks home with me, because he happened to be at the house where I call in the evening. I think it's a shame. You make me feel as if I couldn't look him in the face." "Never mind, Grandma didn't mean any harm," Andrew said, soothingly. "You needn't try to excuse me, Andrew Brewster," cried his mother, angrily. "I guess it's a pretty to do if I can't say a word in show to my own granddaughter. If it had been a poor, good for nothing young feller workin' in that shoe factory, I suppose she'd been tickled to death to be joked about him. But now, when it begins to look as if somebody that was worth while had come along " "Grandma, if you say another word about it, I will never speak to Robert Lloyd again as long as I live," declared Ellen. "Never mind, child," whispered Andrew. "I do mind, and I mean what I say," Ellen cried. "I won't have it. Robert Lloyd is nothing to me, and I am nothing to him. He is no better than Granville Joy. There is nothing between us, and you make me too ashamed to think of him." Then the old woman cried out, in a tone of triumph, "Well, there he is, turning in at your gate now." Chapter 29 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 29 Ellen rose without a word and fled out of the room and out of the house. It seemed to her, after what had happened, after what her mother and grandmother had said and insinuated, after what she herself had thought and felt, that she must. She longed to see Robert Lloyd, to hear him speak, as she had never longed for anything in the world, and yet she ran away, as if she were driven to obey some law which was coeval with the first woman and beyond all volition of her individual self. When she reached the head of the little cross street on which the Atkinsons lived, she turned into it with relief. The Atkins house was a tiny cottage, with a little kitchen ell and a sagging piazza across the front. On this piazza were shadowy figures, and the dull red gleam of pipes, and one fiery tip of a cigar. Joe Atkins and Sargent and two other men were sitting out there in the cool of the evening. Ellen hurried around the curve of the footpath to the kitchen door. Abby was in there, working with the swift precision of a machine. She washed and wiped dishes as if in a sort of fury, her thin elbows jerking, her mouth compressed. When Ellen entered, Abby stared, then her whole face lighted up, as if from some internal lamp. "Why, Ellen, is that you?" she said, in a surprisingly sweet voice. Sometimes Abby's sharp American voice rang with the sweetness of a soft bell. "I thought I'd run over for a minute," said Ellen. The other girl looked sharply at her. "Why, what's the matter?" she said. "Nothing is the matter. Why?" "Why, I thought you looked sort of queer. Maybe it's the light. Sit down. I'll have the dishes done in a minute. Then we'll go into the sitting room." "I'd rather stay out here with you," said Ellen. Abby looked at her again. "There is something the matter, Ellen Brewster," said she. "You can't cheat me. You would never have run over here this way in the world. What has happened?" "Let's go up to your room after the dishes are done, and then I'll tell you," whispered Ellen. The men's voices on the piazza could be heard quite distinctly, and it seemed possible that their own conversation might be overheard in return. "All right," said Abby. "Of course I have heard about your aunt," she added in a low voice. "Yes," said Ellen, and she felt shamed and remorseful that her own affairs had been uppermost in her mind, and that Abby had supposed that she might be disturbed over this great trouble of her poor aunt's. "I think it is dreadful," said Abby. "I wish I could get hold of that woman." By that woman she meant the woman with whom poor Jim Tenny had eloped. "I do," said Ellen, bitterly. "But it's something besides that made you run over here," said Abby. "I'll tell you when we go up to your room," replied Ellen. When the dishes were finished, and the two girls, in Abby's little chamber, seated side by side on the bed, Ellen still hesitated. "Now, Ellen Brewster, what is the matter? You said you would tell, and you've got to," said Abby. Ellen looked away from her, blushing. The electric light from the street shone full in the room, which was wavering with grotesque shadows. "Well," said she, "I ran away." "You ran away? What for?" "Oh, because." "Because what?" "Because I saw somebody coming." "Saw who coming?" Ellen was silent. "Not Granville Joy?" Ellen shook her head. "Not." Ellen looked straight ahead. "Not young Mr. Lloyd?" Ellen was silent with a silence of assent. "Did he go into your house?" Ellen nodded. "Where were you?" "In grandma's." "And you ran away over here?" Ellen nodded. "Why, Ellen Brewster, didn't you want to see him?" Ellen turned from Abby with an impatient gesture, buried her face in the bed, and began to weep. Abby leaned over her caressingly. "Ellen, dear," she whispered, "what is the matter? What are you crying for? What made you run away?" Ellen sobbed harder. Abby looked at Ellen's prostrate figure sadly. "Ellen," she began. Then she stopped, for her own voice quivered. Then she went on, quite steadily. "Ellen," she said, "you like him." "No, I don't," declared Ellen. "I won't. I never will. Nothing shall make me." But Abby continued to look at her sadly and jealously. "There's a power over us which is too strong for girls," said she, "and you've come under it, Ellen, and you can't help it." Then she added with a great noble burst of utter unselfishness, "And I'm glad, Ellen, that man can lift you out of the grind." But Ellen sat up straight and faced her, with burning cheeks and eyes shining through tears. "I will never be lifted out of the grind as long as those I love are in it," said she. "Do you suppose it would make it any better for your folks to see you in it all your life along with them?" said Abby. "Suppose you married a fellow like Granville Joy." Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 30. Ellen looked at the other girl in a kind of rage of maidenly shame. "Why have I got to get married, anyway?" she demanded. "Isn't there anything in this world besides getting married? Why do you all talk so about me? You don't seem so bent on getting married yourself. If you think so much of marriage, why don't you get married yourself, and let me alone?" "Nobody wants to marry me that I know of," replied Abby. quite simply. Then she, too, blazed out. "Get married!" she cried. "Do you really think I would get married to the kind of man who would marry me? Do you think I could if I loved him?" A great wave of red surged over the girl's thin face. Her voice trembled with tenderness. Ellen knew at once, with a throb of sympathy and shame, that Abby did love someone. "Do you think I would marry him if I loved him?" demanded Abby, stiffening herself into a soldier like straightness. "Do you think "I tell you what it is," she said. "I was looking only to day at David Mendon at the cutting bench, cutting away with his poor little knife. I'd like to know how many handles he's worn out since he began. There he was, putting the pattern on the leather and cutting around it, standing at his window that's a hot place in summer and a cold one in winter. And there's where he's stood for I don't know how many years since before I was born. He's one of the few that Lloyd's has hung on to when he's got older, and I thought to myself, good Lord, how that poor man must have loved his wife, and how he must love his children to be willing to turn himself into a machine like that for them. He never takes a holiday unless he's forced into it. There he stands and cuts and cuts. If I were his wife, I would die of shame and pity that I ever let him into it. Do you think I would ever let a man turn himself into a machine for me if I loved him? I guess I wouldn't. And that's why, when I see a man of another sort that you won't have to break your own heart over, whether you marry him or not, paying attention to you, I am glad. It's a different thing. Marriage with a man like Robert Lloyd, and a man like that would never think of me. I'm right in the ranks, and you ain't." "I am," said Ellen, stoutly. "No, you ain't. You don't belong there, and when I see a chance for you to get out where you belong "I don't intend to make marriage a stepping stone," said Ellen. "Sometimes," she hesitated. "What?" asked the other girl. "Sometimes I think I would rather not go to college, after all." "Ellen Brewster, are you crazy? Of course you will go to college, unless you marry Robert Lloyd. Perhaps you won't want to wait." Then Abby, dauntless as she was, shrank a little before Ellen's wrathful retort. "Abby Atkins, you ought to be ashamed of yourself," she cried. "There he's been to see me just twice, the first time on an errand, and the next time with his aunt, and he's walked home with me once because he couldn't help it. His aunt told him to." "But here he is again to night," said Abby, apologetically. "What of that? I suppose he has come on another errand." "Then what made you run away?" "Because you have all made me ashamed of my life to look at him," said Ellen, hotly. Then down went her head on the bed again, and Abby was leaning over her, caressing her, whispering fond things to her like a lover. "There, there, Ellen," she whispered. "Don't be mad. Don't feel bad. I didn't mean any harm. You were such a beauty. There's nobody like you in the world, that everybody thinks that any man who sees you must want you. Robert Lloyd doesn't, and if he did I wouldn't have him," sobbed Ellen. "You shan't, if you don't want him," said Abby, consolingly. After a while the two girls bathed their eyes with cold water, and went downstairs into the sitting room. Maria was making herself a blue muslin dress, and her mother was hemming the ruffles. There was a cheap blue shade on the lamp, and Maria herself was clad in a blue gingham. All the blue color and the shade on the lamp gave a curious pallor and unreality to the homely room and the two women. Mrs. Atkins's hair was strained back from her hollow temples, which had noble outlines. "I'm going to walk a little way with Ellen. She's going home," said Abby. "Very well," said her mother. Maria looked wistfully at them as they went out. She went on sewing on her blue muslin, rather sadly. She coughed a little. "Why don't you put up your sewing for to night and go to bed, child?" said her mother. "I might as well sit here and sew as go to bed and lie there. I shouldn't sleep," replied Maria, with the gentlest sadness conceivable. There was in it no shadow of complaining. Of late years all the fire of resistance had seemed to die out. and the girl. She was unfailingly sweet, but nerveless. Often when she raised a hand, it seemed as if she could not even let it fall, as if it must remain poised by some curious inertia. Still, she went to the shop every day and did her work faithfully. She pasted linings in shoes, and her slender little fingers used to fly as if they were driven by some more subtle machine than any in the factory. Often Maria felt vaguely as if she were in the grasp of some mighty machine worked by a mighty operator. She felt, as she pasted the linings, as if she herself were also a part of some monstrous scheme of work under greater hands than hers, and there was never any getting back of it. And always, with it all, there was that ceaseless, helpless, bewildered longing for something, she was afraid to think what, which often saps the strength and life of a young girl. Maria had never had a lover in her life. She had not even good comrades among young men, as her sister had. No man at that time would have ever looked twice at her, unless he had fallen in love with her, and had been disposed to pick her up and carry her along on the hard road upon which they fared together. Maria was half fed in every sense. She had not enough nourishing food for her body, nor love for her heart, nor exercise for her brain. She had no time to read, as she was forced to sew when out of the shop if she would have anything to wear. When at last she went upstairs to bed, before Abby returned, she sat down by her window and leaned her little peaked chin on the sill and looked out. The stars were unusually bright for a summer night. The whole sky seemed filled with a constantly augmenting host of them. The scent of tobacco came to her from below. To the lonely girl the stars and the scent of the tobacco served as stimulants. She formed a forcible wish. "I wish," she muttered to herself, "that I was either an angel or a man." Then, the next minute, she chided herself for her wickedness. A great wave of love for God, and remorse for impatience and melancholy in her earthly lot, swept over her. She knelt down beside her bed and prayed. An exultation, half physical, half spiritual, filled her. When she rose, her little thin face was radiant. She seemed to measure the shortness of the work and woe of the world as between her thumb and finger. The joy of the divine filled all her longing. When Abby came home, who shared her chamber, she felt no jealousy. She only inquired whether she had gone quite home with Ellen. "Yes, I did," replied Abby. "I don't think it is safe for her to go past that lonely place below the Smiths." "I'm glad you did," said Maria, with an angelic inflection in her voice. "Robert Lloyd came to see Ellen, and she ran over here and wouldn't see him, because they had been plaguing her about him," said Abby. "I wish she wouldn't do so. It would be a splendid thing for her to marry him, and I know he likes her, and his aunt is going to send her to college." "That won't make any difference to Ellen, and everything will be all right, anyway, if only she loved God," said Maria, still with that rapt, angelic voice. "Shucks," said Abby. Then she leaned over her sister, caught her by her little thin shoulders, and shook her tenderly. "There, I didn't mean to speak so," said she. "You're awful good, Maria. I'm glad you've got religion, if it's so much comfort to you. I don't mean to make light of it, but I'm afraid you ain't well. I'm going to get you some more of that tonic to morrow." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 31. When Ellen reached home that night, she found no one there except her father, who was sitting on the doorstep in the north yard. Her mother had gone to see her Aunt Eva as soon as the dressmaker had left. "Who was that with you?" Andrew asked as she drew near. "Abby," replied Ellen. "So you went over there?" Ellen sat down on a lower step in front of her father. "Yes," said she. She half laughed up in his face. like a child who knows she has been naughty, yet knows she will not be blamed since she can count so surely on the indulgent love of the would-be blamer. "Ellen, your mother didn't like it." "They had said so many things to me about him that I didn't feel as if I could see him, father," she said. Andrew put a hand on her head. "I know what you mean," he replied, "but they didn't mean any harm. They're only looking out for your best good, Ellen. You can't always have us. It ain't in the course of nature, you know, Ellen." There was a tone of inexorable sadness, the sadness of fate itself, in Andrew's voice. He had, as he spoke, the full realization of that stage of progress which is simply for the next, which passes to make room for it. He felt his own nothingness. It was the throe of the present before the future. It was the pang of anticipatory annihilation. "Don't talk that way, father," said Ellen. "Neither you nor mother are old people." "Oh, well, it's all right. Don't you worry," said Andrew. "How long did he stay?" asked Ellen. She did not look at her father as she spoke. "Oh, he didn't stay at all after they found out you had gone." Ellen sighed. After a second Andrew sighed also. "It's getting late," said he, heavily. "Maybe we'd better go in before your mother comes. Ellen, maybe you'll get cold out here." "Oh, no, I shall not," said Ellen. "And I want to hear about poor Aunt Eva. I don't see what she's going to do." "It's a dreadful thing making a mistake in marriage," said Andrew. "Uncle Jim was a good man if he hadn't had such a hard time." Andrew looked at her. Then he spoke impressively. "Look here, Ellen," he said. "You are a good scholar, and you are smarter in a good many ways than father has ever been. But there's one thing you want to remember. You want to be sure before you blame the Lord or other men for a man's going wrong, if it ain't his own fault at the bottom of things." "There's mother," cried Ellen. "There's mother and Amabel. Where's Aunt Eva? Oh, father, what do you suppose has happened? Why do you suppose mother is bringing Amabel home?" "I don't know," replied Andrew, in a troubled voice. He and Ellen rose and hastened forward to meet Fanny and Amabel. The child hung at her aunt's hand in a curious, limp, disjointed fashion. Her little face, even in the half light, showed ghastly. When she saw Ellen, she let go of Fanny's hand and ran to her, and threw both her little arms around her in a fierce clutch as of terror. Then she began to sob wildly. "Mamma, mamma, mamma!" Fanny leaned her drawn face forward, and whispered to Andrew and Ellen over Amabel's head, under cover of her sobs. "Hush, don't say anything. She's gone mad, and she tried to kill Amabel." End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 32. Amabel was a very nervous child, and she was in such terror from her really terrific experience that she threatened to go into convulsions. Andrew went over for his mother, whom he had always regarded as an incontestable authority about children. She, after one sharp splutter of wrath at the whole situation, went to work with the resolution of an old soldier. "Heat some water, quick," said she to Andrew, "and get me a washtub." Then she told Fanny to brew a mess of sage tea, and began stripping off Amabel's clothes. "Let me alone! Mamma, mamma, mamma!" shrieked the child. She fought and clawed like a little wild animal, but the old woman, in whose arms great strength could still arise for emergencies, and in whose spirit great strength had never died, got the better of her. When Amabel's clothing was stripped off, and her little spare body, which was brown rather than rosy, although she was a blonde, was revealed, she was as pitiful to see as a wound. Every nerve and pulse in that tiny frame, about which there was not an ounce of superfluous flesh, seemed visible. The terrible sensitiveness of the child appeared on the surface. She shrank and wailed in a low, monotonous tone like a spent animal overtaken by pursuers. But Mrs. Zelotes put her in the tub of warm water and held her down, though Amabel's face, emerging from it, had the expression of a wild thing. "There, you keep still," said she, and her voice was tender enough, though the decision of it could have moved an army. When Amabel had had her hot bath, and had drunk her sage tea by compulsory gulps, and been tucked into Ellen's bed, her childhood reasserted itself. Gradually her body and her bodily needs gained the ascendancy over the unnatural strain of her mind. She fell asleep, and lay like one dead. Then Ellen crept downstairs, though it was almost midnight, where her father and mother and grandmother were still talking over the matter. Fanny seemed almost as bad as her sister. It was evident that there was in the undisciplined Loud family a dangerous strain if too far pressed. She was lying down on the lounge, with Andrew holding her hand. "Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Poor Eva!" she kept repeating. Then she threw off Andrew's hand, sprang to her feet, and began to walk the room. "She'll be as bad as her sister if she keeps on," said Mrs. Zelotes, quite audibly, but Fanny paid no attention to that. "What is going to be done? Oh, my God, what is going to be done?" she wailed. "There she is, locked up with two men watching her lest she do herself a harm, and it's got to cost $18 a week, unless she's put in with the state poor, and then nobody knows how she'll be treated. Oh, poor Eva, poor Eva! Albert Riggs told me there were awful things done with the state poor in the asylums. He's been an attendant in one. He says we've got to pay $18 a week if we want to have her cared for decently, and where's the money coming from?" Fanny raised her voice higher still. "Where's the money coming from?" she demanded, with an impious inflection. It was as if she questioned that which is outside of, and the source of, life. Everything with this woman, whose whole existence had been bound and tainted by the need of money, resolved itself into that fundamental question. All her woes hinged upon it. Even her misery was deteriorated by mammon. "Where's the money coming from?" she demanded again. "There's Jim gone, and all his mother's got is that little mortgaged place, and she feeble, and there ain't a cent anywhere, unless—" She turned fiercely to Andrew, clutching him hard by the arm. "You must take every cent of that money out of the savings bank," she cried. "Every cent of it. I'm your wife, and I've been a good wife to you. You can't say I haven't." "Yes, of course you have, poor girl. Don't," said Andrew, soothingly. He was very pale, and shook from head to foot as he tried to calm Fanny. "Yes, I've been a good, faithful wife," Fanny went on, in her high, hysterical voice. "Even your mother can't say that I haven't, and Eva is my own sister, and you ought to help her. Every cent of that money will have to come out of the savings bank, and the house here will have to be mortgaged. It's only my due. I would do as much for you if it was your sister. Eva ain't going to supper." "I guess if you mortgage this house that you had from your father, to keep a woman whose husband has gone off and left her," said Mrs. Zelotes, "I guess if you don't go and get him back, and get the law to tackle him." Then Fanny turned on her. "Don't you say a word," said she. "My sister ain't going to supper. I don't care where the money comes from. It's mine as much as Andrew's. I've half supported the family myself, sewing on wrappers, and I've got a right to have my say. My sister ain't going to supper. Oh, my God, what's going to become of her? Poor Eva, poor Eva! $18 a week, that's as much as Andrew ever earned. Oh, it was awful, it was awful. There, when I got in there, she had a knife, the carving knife, and she had Amabel's hair all gathered up in one hand and her head tipped back, and poor old Mother Tenny was holding her arms and screaming, and it was all I could do to get the knife away." And Fanny stripped up her sleeves, and showed a glancing cut on her arm. "She did that before I got it away from her," she said. "Think of it, my own sister, who always thought so much of me, and would have had her own fingers cut to the bone before she would have let any one touch me, or Ellen. Oh, poor Eva, poor Eva! What is going to become of her? What is going to become of her?" Mrs. Zelotes went out of the house with a jerk of angry decision, and presently returned with a bottle half full of whiskey. "Here," said she to Ellen, "you pour out a quarter of a tumbler of this and fill it up with hot water. I ain't going to have the whole family in an asylum because Jim Tenny has run off with another woman, if I can help it." The old woman's steady force of will asserted itself over the hysterical nature of her daughter in law. Fanny drank the whiskey and water and went to bed, half stupefied, and Mrs. Zelotes went home. "You ring the bell in the night if she's taken worse, and I'll come over," said she to her son. When Ellen and her father were left alone they looked at each other, each with pity for the other. Andrew laid a tender, trembling hand on the girl's shoulder. "Somehow it will all come out right," he whispered. "You go to bed and go to sleep, and if Amabel wakes up and makes any trouble, you speak to father." "Don't worry about me, father," returned Ellen. "It's you who have the most to worry over." Then she added, for the canker of need of money was eating her soul too, "Father, what is going to be done? You can't pay all that for poor Aunt Eva. How much money have you got in the bank?" "Not much, not much, Ellen," replied Andrew, with a groan. "It wouldn't last very long at $18 a week." "No, no. It doesn't seem as if you ought to mortgage the house when you and mother are getting older, father." "What, Ellen?" "Nothing," said Ellen, after a little pause. It had been on her lips to tell him that she must go to work. Then she refrained. There was something in her father's face which forbade her doing so. "Go to bed, Ellen, and get rested," said Andrew, and then he rubbed his head against hers with his curious, dog-like method of caress, and kissed her forehead. "You go to sleep and get rested yourself, father," said Ellen. "I guess I won't undress to night, but I'll lay on the lounge," said Andrew. "Well, you speak to me if mother wakes up and takes on again. Maybe I can do something." "All right, dear child," said Andrew, lovingly and wearily. He had a look as if some mighty wind had passed over him and he were beaten down under it, except for that one single uprearing of love which no tempest could fairly down. Ellen went upstairs and lay down before poor little Amabel, without undressing herself. The child stirred, but not to awake, when she settled down beside her, and reached over her poor little claw of a hand to the girl, who clasped it fervently, and slipped a protecting arm under the tiny shoulders. Then the little thing nestled close to Ellen, with a movement of desperate seeking for protection. "There, there, darling. Ellen will take care of you," whispered Ellen, but Amabel did not hear. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 33. The next afternoon poor Eva Tenny was carried away, and Andrew accompanied the doctor who had her in charge, as being the only available male relative. As he dressed himself in his Sunday suit, he was aware, to such pitiful passes had financial straits brought him, of a certain self-congratulation that he would not be at home when the dressmaker asked for money that night, and that no one would expect him to go to the bank under such circumstances. But Andrew, in his petty consideration as to personal benefit from such dire calamity, reckoned without another narrow traveller. Miss Higgins stopped him as he was going out of the door, looking as if bound to a funeral in his shabby Sunday black, with his solemn, sad face under his well-brushed hat. "I hate to say anything when you're in such trouble, Mr. Brewster," said she, "but I do need the money to pay a bill, and I was wondering if you could leave what was due me yesterday and what will be due me to day." But Fanny came with a rush to Andrew's relief. She was in that state of nervous tension that she was fairly dangerous, if irritated. "Look here, Miss Higgins," said she, "we hesitated a good deal about having you come here to day, anyway. Ellen wanted to send you word not to. We are in such awful trouble that she said it didn't seem right for her to be thinking about new clothes, but I told her she'd got to have the things if she was going to college, and so we decided to have you come. But we ain't had any time nor any heart to think of money. We've got plenty to pay you in the bank, but my husband ain't had any time to go there this morning, what with seeing the doctor, and getting the certificate from my poor sister, and all I've got to say is, if you're so dreadful afraid as all this comes to, that you have to lose all sense of decency, and done folks so hard, in such trouble as we be, you can put on your things and go just as quick as you have a mind to, and I'll get Miss Patch to finish the work. I've been more than half a mind to have her anyway. I was very strongly advised too. Lots of folks have talked to me against your fitting, but I've always had you, and I thought I'd give you the chance. Now, if you don't want it, you just pack up and go, and the quicker the better. You shall have your pay as soon as Mr. Brewster can get round after he has carried my poor sister to the asylum. You needn't worry." Fanny said the last with a sarcasm which seemed to reach out with a lash of bitterness like a whip. The other woman winced. Her eyes were hard, but her voice was appeasing. "Now, I didn't think you'd take it so, Mrs. Brewster, or I wouldn't have said anything," she almost wheedled. "You know I ain't afraid of not getting my pay. "You better not be," said Fanny. "Of course I ain't. I know Mr. Brewster has steady work, and I know your folks have got money." "We've got money enough not to be beholden to anybody," said Fanny. "Andrew, you'd better be going 'long, or you'll be late." Andrew went out of the yard with his head bent miserably. He had felt ashamed of his fear. He felt still more ashamed of his relief. He wondered, going down the street, if it might not be a happier lot to lose one's wits like poor Eva, rather than have them to the full responsibility of steering one's self through such straits of misery. "I hope you won't think I meant any harm," the dressmaker said to Fanny, quite humbly. There was that about the sister of another woman who was being carried off to an insane asylum which was fairly intimidating. Miss Higgins sewed meekly during the remainder of the day, having all the time a wary eye upon Fanny. She went home before supper, urging a headache as an excuse. She was in reality afraid of Fanny. Andrew was inexpressibly relieved when he reached home to find that the dressmaker was gone, and Fanny, having sent Amabel to bed, was chiefly anxious to know how her sister had reached the asylum. It was not until the latter part of the evening that she brought up the subject of the bank. "Do look out to morrow, Andrew Brewster, and be sure to take that money out of the bank to pay Miss Higgins," she said. "As for being dunned again by that woman, I won't. It's the last time I'll ever have her, anyway. As far as that is concerned, all the money will have to come out of the bank if poor Eva is to be kept where she is. How much money was there that she had?" "Just $52.70, replied Andrew. Jim had left a little that he'd scraped together somehow, with a letter he wrote to her, and he told her if he had work he'd send her more. "I'd die before I'd touch it," said Fanny, fiercely. Then she looked at Andrew with sudden pity. "Poor old man," she said, "it's mighty hard on you when you're getting older, and you never say a word to complain, but I don't see any other way than to take that money, do you?" "No," said Andrew. "And you don't think I'm hard to ask it, Andrew?" "No." "God knows if it was your sister and my money I would take every dollar. You know I would, Andrew." "Yes, I know," replied Andrew, hoarsely. "Maybe she'll get better before it's quite gone," said Fanny. "You say the doctor gave some hope?" "Yes, he did, if she was taken proper care of." "Well, she shall be. I'll go out and steal before she shan't have proper care. Poor Eva." Fanny burst into the hysterical wailing which had shaken her from head to foot all intervals during the last 24 hours. Andrew shuddered, thinking that he detected in her cries a resemblance to her sister's ravings. "Don't, don't, Fanny," he pleaded. "Don't, poor girl." He put his arm around her, and she wept on his shoulder, but with less abandon. "After all, we've got each other, and we've got Ellen. Haven't we, Andrew?" she sobbed. "Yes, thank God," said Andrew. "Don't, Fanny." "That's more than money, more than all the wages for all the labor in the world. And that we've got, haven't we, Andrew? We've got what comes to us direct from God, haven't we? Don't think I'm silly, Andrew. Haven't we?" "Yes, yes, we have. You were right, Fanny," replied Andrew. "I guess I am too," she assented, looking up in Andrew's poor, worn face with eyes of sudden bravery. "We'll get along somehow. Don't you worry, old man. I guess we'll come out all right, somehow. We'll use that money in the bank as far as it goes, and then I guess some way will be opened." Then there came over Andrew's exultation, to which Fanny's words had spurred his flagging spirit, a damper of utter mortification and guilt. He felt that he could bear this no longer. He opened his mouth to tell her what he had done with the money in the bank, when there came a knock on the door, and Fanny fled into the bedroom. She had unfastened her dress, and her face was stained with tears. She shut the bedroom door tightly as Andrew opened the outer one. The man who had loaned him the money to buy Ellen's watch stood there. His name was William Evarts, and he worked in the stitching room of McGuire's factory, in which Andrew was employed. He was reported well to do, and to have amassed considerable money from judicious expenditures of his savings, and to be strictly honest, but hard in his dealings. He was regarded with a covert disfavor by his fellow workmen, as if he were one of themselves who had somehow elevated himself to a superior height by virtue of their backs. If William Evarts had acquired prosperity through gambling in mines, they would have had none of that feeling. They would have recognized the legitimacy of luck in the conduct of affairs. He was in a way a reproach to them. "Why can't you get along and save as well as William Evarts?" many a man's monitor asked of him. "He doesn't earn any more than you do, and has had as many expenses in his family." The man, not being able to answer the question to his own credit, disliked William Evarts, who had instigated it. Andrew, who had in his character a vein of sterling justice, yet felt that he almost hated William Evarts as he stood there before him, small and spare, snapping as if it were with energy like electric wires, the strong lines in his clean-shaven face evident in the glare of the street lamp. "Good evening," Andrew said, and he spoke like a criminal before a judge, and at that moment he felt like one. "Good evening," responded the other man. Then he added, in a hushed voice at first, for he had fineness to appreciate a sort of indecency in dunning, in asking a man for even his rightful due, and he had a regard for possible listening ears of femininity, "I was passing by, and I thought I'd call and see if it was convenient for you to pay me that money." "I'm sorry," Andrew responded, with utter subjection. He looked and felt ignoble. "I haven't got it, Evarts." "When are you going to have it?" asked the other, in a slightly raised, ominous voice. "Just as soon as I can possibly get it," replied Andrew, softly and piteously. Ellen's chamber was directly overhead. He thought of the possibility of her overhearing. "Look at here, Andrew Brewster," said the other man, and this time with brutal, pitiless force. When it came to the prospect of losing money he became as merciless as a machine. Something diabolical in remorselessness seemed to come to the surface, and reveal wheels of grinding for his fellow men. "Look at here," he said, "I want to know right out, and no dodging. Have you got the money to pay me? Yes or no?" "No," said Andrew then, with a manliness born of desperation. He had the feeling of one who will die fighting. He wished that Evarts would speak lower on account of Ellen, but he was prepared to face even that. The man's speech came with the glittering rush of an electric car. It was a concentration of words into one intensity of meaning. He elided everything possible. He ran all his words together. He spoke something in this wise: "God damn you, Andrew Brewster, for coming to borrow money to buy your girl a watch, when you had nothing to pay for it with. What business had your girl with a watch, anyhow, I'd like to know? My girl ain't got no watch. I've put my money in the bank. It's robbery. I'll have the law on ye. I'll sue you. I'll—" At that moment something happened. The man, William Evarts, who was talking with a vociferousness which seemed cutting and lacerating to the ear, who was brandishing an arm for emphasis in a circle of frenzy, fairly jumped to one side. The girl, Ellen Brewster, in a light wrapper which she had thrown over her nightgown, came with such a speed down the stairs which led to the entry directly before the door, that she seemed to be flying. White ruffles eddied around her little feet, her golden hair was floating out like a flag. She came close to William Evarts. "Will you please not speak so loud?" said she, in a voice which her father had never heard from her lips before. It was a voice of pure command, and of command which carried with it the consciousness of power to enforce. She stood before William Evarts, and her fine smallness seemed intensified by her spirit to magnificence. The man shrank back a little. He had the impression as of some one overtowering him, and yet the girl came scarcely to his shoulder. "Please do not speak so loud. You will wake Amabel," she said, and Evarts muttered, like a dog under a whip, that he did not want to wake her up. "You must not," said Ellen. "Now here is the watch and chain. I suppose that will do as well as your money if you cannot afford to wait for my father to pay you. My father will pay you in time. He has never borrowed anything of any man which he has not meant to pay back, and will not pay back. If you cannot afford to wait, take the watch and chain." The man looked at her stupefied. "Here," said Ellen, "take it." "I don't want your watch and chain," muttered Evarts. "You have either got to take them or wait for your money," said Ellen. "I'll wait," said Evarts. He was looking at the girl's face with mingled sentiments of pity, admiration, and terror. "Very well, then," said Ellen. "I will promise you, and my father will, that you shall have your money in time. But how long do you want to wait?" "I'll wait any time. I ain't in any straits for the money, if I get it in the end," said Evarts. "You will get it in the end," said Ellen. Evarts turned to Andrew. "Look here, give me your note for 6 months," said he, "and we'll call it all right." "All right," said Andrew again. "If you are not satisfied with that," said Ellen, with a tone as if she were conferring inestimable benefits, so proud it was, "you can take the watch and chain. It is not hurt in the least. Here." She was fairly insolent. Evarts regarded her with a mixture of admiration and terror. He told somebody the next day that Andrew Brewster had a stepper of a daughter, but he did not give his reasons for the statement. He had a sense of honor, and he had been in love with a girl as young before he married his wife, who had been a widow older than he, worth $10,000 from her first husband. He could no more have taken the girl's watch and chain than he would have killed her. "I'm quite satisfied," he replied to her, making a repellent motion towards the watch and dangling chain glittering in the electric light. "Very well, then," said Ellen, and she threw the chain over her neck. "You just bring that IOU to the shop to morrow," said Evarts to Andrew, with a good evening, and he was off. They heard him hail an electric car passing, and that, although he never took a car, but walked to save the fare. He had been often heard to say that he, for one, did not support the street railroad. After he had gone, Ellen turned to her father, and flung a silent white arm, slipping from her sleeve, loose around his neck, and pulled his head to her shoulder. "Now look here, father," she said, "you've been through lots to day, and you'd better go to bed and go to sleep. I don't think mother was waked up. If she had been, she would have been out here." "Look here, Ellen, I want to tell you," Andrew began pitifully. He was catching his breath like a child with sobs. "I don't want to hear anything," replied Ellen, firmly. "Whatever you did was right, father." "I ought to tell you, Ellen." "You ought to tell me nothing," said Ellen. "You are all tired out, father. You can't do anything that isn't right for me. Now go to bed and go to sleep." Ellen stroked her father's thin gray hair with exactly the same tender touch with which he had so often stroked her golden locks. It was an inheritance of love reverting to its original source. She kissed him on his lined forehead with her flower like lips. Then she pushed him gently away. "Go softly, and don't wake mother," whispered she. "And, father, there's no need to trouble her with this. Good night." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 34. Ellen's deepest emotion was pity for her father, so intense that it was actual physical pain. Poor father! Poor father! He had to borrow the money to buy me my watch and chain, she kept repeating to herself. Poor father! To her New England mind, borrowing seemed almost like robbing. She actually felt as if her father had committed a crime for love of her, but all she looked at was the love, not the guilt. Suddenly a conviction which fairly benumbed her came over her. The money in the savings bank, that little hoard which had been to the imagination of herself and her mother a sheet anchor against poverty, must be gone. Father must have used it for something unbeknown to mother, she said to herself. He must, else he would not have told Mr. Evarts that he could not pay him. It was a hot night, but the girl shivered as she realized for the first time the meaning of the wolf at the door. All we've got left is this house, and our hands, thought Ellen. She saw before her father's poor, worn hands, her mother's thin, tired hands, jerking the thread in and out of those shameful wrappers. Then she looked at her own, as yet untouched by toil, as white and small and fair as flowers. She thought of the 4 years before her at college, 4 years before she could earn anything, and in the meantime? She looked at the pile of her school books on the table. She had been studying hard all summer. The thirst for knowledge was as intense in her as the thirst for stimulants in a drunkard. I ought to give up going to college and go to work in the shop, Ellen said to herself, and she said it as one might drive a probing knife into a sore. I ought to, she repeated. And yet she was far from resolving to give up college. She began to argue with herself the expediency, supposing that the money in the bank was gone, of putting a mortgage on the house. If her father continued to have work, they might get along and pay for her aunt, who might, as the doctor had said, not be obliged to remain long in the asylum, if properly cared for. Would it not, after all, be better, since by a course at college she would be fitted to command a larger salary than she could in any other way? I can support them all, reflected Ellen. At that time, the thought of Robert Lloyd and that awakening of heart which he had brought to pass were in abeyance. Old powers had asserted themselves. This love for her own blood and their need came between her and this new love, half of the senses, half of the spirit. Amabel waked up in the early sultry dawn of the summer day with the bewilderment of one in a new world. She stared at the walls of the room, at the shaft of sunlight streaming in the window, then at Ellen. "Where am I?" she inquired, in a loud, querulous plaint. Then she remembered, but she did not cry. Instead, her little face took on a painfully old look. "You are here with Cousin Ellen, darling, don't you know?" Ellen replied, leaning over her and kissing her. Amabel wriggled impatiently away and faced to the wall. "Yes, I know," said she. That morning Amabel would not eat any breakfast, and Fanny suggested that Ellen take her for a ride on the street cars. "We can get along without you for an hour," she whispered, "and I am afraid that child will be sick." So Ellen and Amabel set out, leaving Fanny and the dressmaker at work, and when they were returning past the factories the noon whistles were blowing and the operatives were streaming forth. Ellen was surprised to see her father among them as the car swept past. He walked down the street towards home, his dinner bag dangling at his side, his back more bent than ever. She wondered uneasily if her father was ill, for he never went home to dinner. She looked back at him as the car swept past, but he did not seem to see her. He walked with an air of seeing nothing. covering the ground like an old dog with some patient, dumb end in view, heeding nothing by the way. It puzzled her also that her father had come out of Lloyd's instead of McGuire's, where he had been employed all summer. Ellen, after she reached home, watched anxiously for her father to come into the yard, but she did not see him. She assisted about the dinner, which was a little extra on account of the dressmaker, and all the time she glanced with covert anxiety at the window, but her father did not pass it. Finally, when she went out to the pump for a pitcher of water, she set the pitcher down and sped to the orchard like a wild thing. A suspicion had seized her that her father was there. Sure enough, there he was, but instead of lying face down on the grass, as he had done before, he was sitting back against a tree. He had the air of having settled into such a long lease of despair that he had sought the most comfortable position for it. His face was ghastly. He looked at Ellen as she drew near, and opened his mouth as if to speak, but instead he only caught his breath. He stared hard at her. Then he closed his eyes as if not to see her, and motioned her away with one hand with an inarticulate noise in his throat. But Ellen sat down beside him. She caught his two hands and looked at him. "Father, look at me," said she, and Andrew opened his eyes. The expression in them was dreadful, compounded of shame and despair and dread, but the girls met them with a sort of glad triumph and strength of love. "Now look here, father," she said. "You tell me all about it. I didn't want to know last night. Now I want to know. What is the matter?" Andrew continued to look at her. Then all at once he spoke with a kind of hoarse shout. "I'm discharged! I'm discharged!" he said, "from McGuire's. They've got a boy who can move faster in my place, a boy for less pay who can move faster. I hurried over to Lloyd's to see if they would take me on again. I've always thought I should get back into Lloyd's, and I saw the foreman, and he told me to my face that I was too old, that they wanted younger men. And I went into the office to see Lloyd, pushed past the foreman, with him damning me, and I saw Lloyd." "Was young Mr. Lloyd there?" asked Ellen, with white lips. "No, I guess he had gone to dinner, and Lloyd looked at me, and I believed he counted every gray hair in my head, and he saw my back, and he saw my hands, and he said I was too old." Andrew snatched his hands away from Ellen's grasp, pressed them to his face, and broke into weeping. "Oh, my God, I'm too old! I'm too old!" he sobbed. "I'm out of it! I'm too old!" Ellen regarded him, and her face had developed lines of strength hitherto unrevealed. There was no pity in it, hardly love. She looked angry and powerful. "Father, stop doing so, and look at me," she said. She dragged her father's hands from his face, and he stared at her with his inflamed eyes, half terrified, half sustained. At that moment he realized a strength of support as from his own lost youth, a strength as of eternal progress, which was more to be relied upon than other human strength. For the first time he leaned on his child, and realized with wonder the surety of the stay. "Now, father, you stop doing so," said Ellen. "You can get work somewhere. You are not old. Call yourself old! It is nonsense. Are you going to give in and be old because two men tell you that you are? What if your hair is gray? Ever so many young men have gray hair. You are not old, and you can get work somewhere. McGuire's and Lloyd's are not the only factories in the country." "That ain't all," said Andrew, with eyes like a beseeching dog's on her face. "I know that isn't all," said Ellen. "You needn't be afraid to tell me, father. You have taken the money out of the savings bank for something." Again Andrew would have snatched his hands from the girls and hidden his face, but she held them fast. "Yes, I have," he admitted, in a croaking voice. "Well, what if you have?" asked Ellen. "You had a right to take it out, didn't you? You put it in. I don't know of anybody who had a better right to take it out than you, if you wanted to." Andrew stared at her, as if he did not hear rightly. "You don't know what I did with it, Ellen," he stammered. "It is nobody's business," replied Ellen. She had an unexplained sensation as if she were holding fast to her father's slipping self-respect, which was dragging hard at her restraining love. "I put it in a worthless gold mine out in Colorado, the same one your Uncle Jim lost his money in," groaned Andrew. "Well, it was your money and you had a perfect right to," said Ellen. "Of course you thought the mine was all right or you wouldn't have put the money into it." "God knows I did." "Well, the best business men in the world make mistakes. It is nobody's business whether you took the money out or not, or what you used it for, father." "I don't see how the bills are going to be paid, and there's your poor aunt," said Andrew. He was leaning more and more heavily upon this new tower of strength, this tender little girl whom he had hitherto shielded and supported. The beautiful law of reverse of nature had come into force. Ellen set her mouth firmly. "Don't you worry, father," said she. "We will think of some way out of it. There's a little money to pay for Aunt Eva, and maybe she won't be sick long. Does mother know, father?" "She don't know about anything, Ellen," replied Andrew, wretchedly. "I know she doesn't know about your getting thrown out of work, but about the bank?" "No, Ellen." Ellen rose. "You stay here, where it is cool, till I ring the dinner bell, father," she said. "I don't want any dinner, child." "Yes, you do, father. If you don't eat your dinner, you will be sick. You come when the bell rings." Andrew knew that he should obey, as he saw the girl's light dress disappear among the trees. Ellen went back to the pump and carried her pitcher of water into the house. Her mother met her at the door. "Where have you been all this time, Ellen Brewster?" she asked in a high voice. "Everything is getting as cold as a stone." Ellen caught her mother's arm and drew her into the kitchen, and closed the door. Fanny turned pale as death and looked at her. "Well, what has happened now?" she said. "Is your father killed?" "No," said Ellen, "but he is out of work, and he can't get a job at Lloyd's, and he took all that money out of the savings bank a long time ago and put it into that gold mine that Uncle Jim lost in." Fanny clutched the girl's arm in a grasp so hard that it left a blue mark on the tender flesh. She looked at her, but did not speak one word. "Now, mother," said Ellen, "you must not say one word to father to scold him. He's got enough to bear as it is." Fanny pushed her away with sudden fierceness. "I guess I don't need to have my own daughter teach me my duty to my husband," said she. "Where is he?" "Down in the orchard." "Well, ring the bell for dinner loud so he can hear it." When Andrew came shuffling wearily up from the orchard, Fanny met him at the corner of the house, out of sight from the windows. She was flushed and perspiring, clad in a coarse cotton wrapper, revealing all her unkempt curves. She went close to him and thrust one large arm through his. "Look here, Andrew," said she, in the tenderest voice he had ever heard from her, a voice so tender that it was furious. "You needn't say one word. What's done is done. We shall get along somehow. I ain't afraid. Come in and eat your dinner." The dressmaking work went on as usual after dinner. Andrew had disappeared, going down the road towards the shop. He tried for a job at Briggs, with no success, then drifted to the corner grocery. Ellen sat until nearly 3 o'clock, sewing. Then she went upstairs and got her hat, and went secretly out the back door, through the west yard, that her mother should not see her. However, her grandmother called after her, and wanted to know where she was going. "Down street, on an errand," answered Ellen. "Well, keep on the shady side," called her grandmother, thinking the girl was bound to the stores for some dressmaking supplies. That night Miss Higgins did not ask for her pay. She had made up her mind to wait until her week was finished. She went away after supper, and Ellen followed her to the door. "We won't want you to morrow, Miss Higgins," said she, "and here is your pay." With that she handed a roll of bills to the woman, who stared at her in amazement and growing resentment. "If my work ain't satisfactory," said she. "Your work is satisfactory," said Ellen, "but I don't want any more work done. I am not going to college." There was something conclusive and intimidating about Ellen's look and tone. The dressmaker, who had been accustomed to regard her as a child, stared at her with awe, as before a sudden revelation of force. Then she took her money and went down the walk. When Ellen re-entered the sitting room, her father and mother, who had overheard every word, confronted her. "Ellen Brewster, what does this mean?" Andrew looked as if he would presently fall to the floor. "It means," said Ellen, and she looked at her parents with the brave enthusiasm of a soldier on her beautiful face. She even laughed. "It means that I am going to work. I have got a job in Lloyd's." When Ellen made that announcement, her mother did a strange thing. She ran swiftly to a corner of the room and stood there, staring at the girl, with back hugged close to the intersection of the walls, as if she would withdraw as far as possible from some threatening ill. At that moment she looked alarmingly like her sister. There was something about Fanny in her corner, calculated, when all circumstances were taken into consideration, to make one's blood chill. But Andrew did not look at her. He was intent upon Ellen and the facing of the worst agony of his life, and Ellen was intent upon him. She loved her mother, but the fear as to her father's suffering moved her more than her mother's. She was more like her father, and could better estimate his pain under stress. Andrew rose to his feet and stood looking at Ellen, and she at him. She tried to meet the drawn misery and incredulousness of his face with a laugh of reassurance. "Yes, I've got a job in Lloyd's," said she. "What's the matter, father?" Then Andrew made an almost inarticulate response. It sounded like a croak in an unknown tongue. Ellen continued to look at him and to laugh. "Now look here, father," said she, "there is no need for you and mother to feel bad over this. I have thought it all over, and I have made up my mind. I have got a good high school education now, and the 4 years I should have to spend at Vassar I could do nothing at all. There is awful need of money here, and not only for us, but for Aunt Eva and Amabel." "You shan't do it!" Andrew burst out then, in a great shout of rage. "I'll mortgage the house. That'll last a while. You shan't, I say. You are my child, and you've got to listen. You shan't, I say." "Now, father," responded Ellen's voice, which seemed to have in it a wonderful tone of firmness against which his agonized vociferousness broke as against a rock, "this is nonsense. You must not mortgage the house. The house is all you have got for your and mother's old age. Do you think I could go to college and let you give up the house in order to keep me there? And as for Grandma Brewster, you know what's hers is hers as long as she lives. We don't want to think of that. I have got this job now, which is only $3 a week, but in a year the foreman said I might earn 15 or 18 if I was quick and smart, and I will be quick and smart. It is the best thing for us all, father." "You shan't!" shouted Andrew. "I say you shan't!" Suddenly Andrew sank into a chair, his head locked. He kept moving a hand before his eyes, as if he were brushing away cobwebs. Then Fanny came out of her corner. "Get the camphor, quick," she said to Ellen. "I dunno, but you've killed your father." Fanny held her husband's head against her shoulder, and rubbed his hands frantically. The awful strained look had gone from her face. Ellen came with the camphor, and then went for water. Fanny rubbed Andrew's forehead with the camphor, and held the bottle to his nose. "Smell it, Andrew," she said, in a voice of ineffable tenderness and pity. Ellen returned with a glass of water, and Andrew swallowed a little obediently. Finally he made out to stagger into the bedroom with Fanny's and Ellen's assistance. He sat down weakly on the bed, and Fanny lifted his legs up. Then he sank and closed his eyes as if he were spent. In fact, he was. At that moment of Ellen's announcement some vital energy in him suddenly relaxed like overstrained rubber. His face, sunken in the pillow, was both ghastly and meek. It was the face of a man who could fight no more. Ellen knelt down beside him, sobbing. "Oh, father," she sobbed, "I think it is for the best. Dear father, you won't feel bad." "No," said Andrew, faintly. There was a slight twitching in his hand, as if he wished to put it on her head. Then it lay thin and inert on the coverlet. He tried to smile, but his face settled into that look of utter acquiescence of fate. "I suppose it's the best you can do," he muttered. "Have you told Miss Lennox?" gasped Fanny. "Yes." "What did she say?" "She was sorry, but she made no objection," replied Ellen, evasively. Fanny came forward abruptly, caught up the camphor bottle, and began bathing Andrew's forehead again. "We won't say any more about it," said she, in a harsh voice. "You'd better go over to your Grandma Brewster's and see if she has got any whiskey. I think your father needs to take something." "I don't want anything," said Andrew, feebly. "Yes, you do, too. You are as white as a sheet. Go over and ask her, Ellen." Ellen ran across the yard to her grandmother's, and the old woman met her at the door. She seemed to have an instinctive knowledge of trouble. "What's the matter?" she asked. "Father's a little faint, and mother wants me to borrow the whiskey," said Ellen. She had not at that time the courage to tell her grandmother what she had done. Mrs. Zelotes ran into the house and came out with the bottle. "I'm comin' over," she announced. "I'm kind of worried about your father. He ain't looked well for some time. I wonder what made him faint. Maybe he ate something which hurt him." Ellen said nothing. She fled upstairs to her chamber as her grandmother entered the bedroom. She felt cowardly, but she thought that she would let her mother tell the news. She sat down and waited. She knew that presently she would hear the old woman's voice at the foot of the stairs. She was resolved upon her course, and knew that she could not be shaken in it. Yet she dreaded unspeakably the outburst of grief and anger which she knew would come from her grandmother. She felt as if she had faced two fires, and now, before the third, she quailed a little. It was not long before the expected summons came. "Ellen, Ellen Brewster, come down here." Ellen went down. Her grandmother met her at the foot of the stairs. She was trembling from head to foot. Her mouth twisted and wavered as if she had the palsy. "Look here, Ellen Brewster, this ain't true," she stammered. "Yes, Grandma," answered Ellen. "I have thought it all over, and it is the only thing for me to do." Her grandmother clutched her arm, and the girl felt as if she were in the grasp of another will, which was more conclusive than steel. "You shan't," she said, whispering, lest Andrew should hear, but with intense force. "I've got to, Grandma. We've got to have the money." "The money," said the old woman, with an inflection of voice and a twist of her features indicative of the most superb scorn. "The money! I guess you ain't going to lose such a chance as that for money. I guess I've got $210 a year income, and I'll give up a half of that, and Andrew can put a mortgage on the house. If that Tenny woman has got to be supported because her husband has run off and left her and her young one, you shan't go to work in a shop." "I've got to, Grandma," said Ellen. The old woman looked at her. It was like a duel between two strong wills of an old race. "You shan't," she said. "Yes, I shall, Grandma." Then the old woman turned upon her in a fury of rage. "You're a loud all over, Ellen Brewster," said she. "You ain't got a mite of Brewster about you. You ain't got any pride. You'd just as soon settle down and work in a shop as do anything else." Fanny pushed before her. "Look here, Mother Brewster," said she, "you can just stop. Ellen is my daughter, and you ain't got any right to talk to her this way. I won't have it. If anybody is going to blame her, it's me." "Who be you?" said Mrs. Zelotes, sniffing. Then she looked at them both, at Ellen and her mother. "If you go and do what you planned," said she to Ellen, "and if you uphold her in it," to Fanny, "I've done with you." "Good riddance," said Fanny, coarsely. "I ain't going to forget that you said that," cried Mrs. Zelotes. She held up her dress high in front and went out of the door. "I ain't coming over here again, and I'll thank you to stay at home," said she. Then she went away. Soon after, Fanny heard Ellen in the dining room setting the table for supper, and went out. "Where did you get that money you paid the dressmaker with?" she asked abruptly. "I borrowed it of Abby," replied Ellen. "Then she knows?" "Yes." Fanny continued to look at Ellen with the look of one who is settling down with resignation under some knife of agony. "Well," said she, "there's no need to talk any more about it before your father. Now I guess you had better toast him some bread for his supper." "Yes, I will," replied Ellen. She looked at her mother pitifully, and yet with that firmness which had seemed to suddenly develop in her. "You know it is the best thing for me to do, mother," she said, and although she put it in the form of a question, the statement was commanding in its assertiveness. "When are you going to work?" asked Fanny. "Next Monday," replied Ellen. Chapter 35 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 35. When Ellen had gone to the factory to apply for work, neither of the Lloyds were in the office, only a girl at the desk, whom she knew slightly. Ellen had hesitated a little as she approached the girl, who looked around with a friendly smile. "I want to see," Ellen began, then she stopped, for she did not know exactly for whom she should ask. The girl, who was blonde and trim, clad coquettishly in a blue shirtwaist and a duck skirt, with a large, cheap rhinestone pin confining the loop of her yellow braids, looked at her in some bewilderment. She had heard of Ellen's good fortune, and knew she was to be sent to Vassar by Cynthia Lennox. She did not dream that she had come to ask for employment. "You want to see Mr. Lloyd?" she asked. "Oh, no," replied Ellen. "Mr. Robert Lloyd?" the girl said, whose name was Nellie Stone, laughed a little meaningly as she said that. Ellen blushed. "No," she said. "I think I want to see the foreman." "Which foreman?" "I don't know," replied Ellen. "I want to get work if I can. I don't know which foreman I ought to see." "To get work?" repeated the girl, with a subtle change in her manner. "Yes," said Ellen. She could hear her heart beat, but she looked at the other girl's pretty, common face with the most perfect calmness. "Mr. Flynn is the one you want to see, then," said the girl. "You know Ed Flynn, don't you?" "A little," replied Ellen. He had been a big boy when she entered the high school, and had left the next spring. "Well, he's the one you want," said Nellie Stone. Then she raised her voice to a shrill peal as a boy passed the office door. "Here you, Jack," said she. "Ask Mr. Flynn to come here a minute, will you?" "He don't want to see you," replied the boy, who was small and spare, laden heavily with a great roll of wrapping paper, borne bayonet fashion over his shoulder. His round, impish face grinned back at the girl at the desk. "Quit your impudence," she returned, half laughing herself. "I don't want to see him. It is this young lady here. Hurry up." The boy gave a comprehensive glance at Ellen. "Guess he'll come," he called back. Flynn appeared soon. He was handsome, well shaven and shorn, and he held himself smartly. He also dressed well in a business suit which would not have disgraced the Lloyds. His face lit up with astonishment and pleasure when he saw Ellen. He bowed and greeted her in a rich voice. He was of Irish descent, but American born. Both his motions and his speech were adorned with flourishes of grace which betrayed his race. He placed a chair for Ellen with a sweep which would have been a credit to the stage. All his actions had a slight exaggeration, as of a fresco painting, which seemed to fit them for a stage rather than a room, and for an audience rather than chance spectators. "No, thank you," replied Ellen. Then she went straight to the matter in hand. "I have called to see if I could get a job here," she said. She had been formulating her speech all the way thither. Her first impulse was to ask for employment, but she was sure as to the manner in which a girl would ordinarily couch such a request. So she asked for a job. Flynn stared at her. "A job?" he repeated. "Yes, I want very much to get one," replied Ellen. "I thought there might be a vacancy." "Why, I thought," said the young man. He was very much astonished, but his natural polish could rise above astonishment. Instead of blurting out what was in his mind as to her change of prospects, he reasoned with incredible swiftness that the change must be a hard thing to this girl, and that she was to be handled the more tenderly and delicately because she was such a pretty girl. He became twice as polite as before. He moved the chair nearer to her. "Please sit down," he said. He handed to her the wooden armchair, as if it had been a throne. Nellie Stone bent, frowning over her day book. "Now let me see," said the young man, seriously, with perfect deference of manner, only belied by the rollicking admiration in his eyes. "You have never held a position in a factory before, I think?" "No," replied Ellen. "There is at present only one vacancy that I can think of," said Flynn, "and that does not pay very much, but there is always a chance to rise for a smart hand. I am sure you will be that," he added, smiling at her. Ellen did not return the smile. "I shall be contented to begin for a little, if there is a chance to rise," she said. "There's a chance to rise to $18 a week," said Flynn. He smiled again, but it was like smiling at seriousness itself. Ellen's downright searching eyes upon his face seemed almost to forbid the fact of her own girlish identity. "What is the job you have for me?" said she. "Tying strings in shoes," answered Flynn. "Easy enough, only child's play, but you won't earn more than $3 a week to begin with." "I shall be quite satisfied with that," said Ellen. "When shall I come?" "Why, to morrow morning. No, to morrow is Friday. Better come next Monday and begin the week. That will give you one day more off and the hot wave a chance to get past." Flynn spoke facetiously. It was a very hot day, and the air in the office like a furnace. He wiped his forehead, to which the dark rings of hair clung. The girl at the desk glanced around adoringly at him. "I would rather not stop for that if you want me to begin at once," said Ellen. Flynn looked abashed. "Oh, we'd rather have you begin on the even week. It makes less bother over the account," he said. "Monday morning at 7 sharp, then." "Yes," said Ellen. Flynn walked off with an abrupt duck of his head. He somehow felt that he had been rebuffed, and Ellen rose. "I told you you'd get one," said the girl at the desk. "Catch Ed Flynn not giving a pretty girl a job." She said it with an accent of pain as well as malice. Ellen looked at her with large, indignant eyes. She had not the least idea what she meant. At least she realized only the surface meaning, and that angered her. "I suppose he gave me the job because there was a vacancy," she returned, with dignity. The other girl laughed. "Maybe," said she. Ellen continued to look at her, and there was something in her look not only indignant, but appealing. Nellie Stone's expression changed again. She laughed uneasily. "Land, I didn't mean anything," said she. "I'm glad for you that you got the job. Of course you wouldn't have got it if there hadn't been a chance. One of the girls got married last week, Maud Millet. I guess it's her place you've got. I'm real glad you've got it." "Thank you," said Ellen. "Good bye," said the girl. "Good bye," replied Ellen. On Monday morning the heat had broken, and an east wind with the breath of the sea in it was blowing. Ellen started for her work at 6:30. She carried her father's little worn leather bag, in which he had carried his dinner for so many years. The walk was so long that it would scarcely give her time to come home at noon, and as for taking a car, that was not to be thought of for a moment on account of the fare. Ellen walked along briskly. The east wind blew in her face. She smelled the salt sea, and somehow it at once soothed and stimulated her. Without seeing the mighty waste of waters, she seemed to realize its presence. She gazed at the sky hanging low with a scud of gray clouds, which did not look unlike the ocean, and the sense of irresponsibility in the midst of infinity comforted her. "I am not Ellen Brewster after all," she thought. "I am not anything separate enough to be worried about what comes to me. I am only a part of greatness which cannot fail of reaching its end." She thought this all vaguely. She had no language for it, for she was very young. It was formless as music, but as true to her. When she reached the cross street where the Atkinses lived, Abby and Maria came running out. "My land, Ellen Brewster," said Abby, half angrily, "if you don't look real happy. I believe you are glad to go at work in a shoe shop." Ellen laughed. Maria said nothing, but she pressed close to her as she walked along. She was coughing a little in the east wind. There had been a drop of 20 degrees in the night, and these drops of temperature in New England mean steps to the tomb. "You make me mad," said Abby. Her voice broke a little. She dashed her hand across her eyes angrily. "Here's Granville Joy," said she. "You'll be in the same room with him, Ellen." She said it maliciously. Distress over her friend made her fairly malicious. Ellen colored. "You are hard to talk to," said she, in a low voice, for Granville was coming near, gaining on them from behind. "She don't mean it," whispered Maria. When Granville caught up with them, Ellen pressed so close to Maria that he was forced to walk with Abby or pass on. She returned his "good morning," then did not look at him again. Presently Willie Jones appeared, coming so imperceptibly that he seemed almost impossible. "Where did he come from?" whispered Ellen to Maria. "Hush," replied Maria. "It's this way most every morning. All at once he comes, and he generally walks with me, because he's afraid Abby won't want him. But it's Abby." This morning Willie Jones, aroused perhaps to self assertion by the presence of another man, walked three abreast with Abby and Granville, but on the other side of Granville. Now and then he peered around the other man at the girl with soft, wistful blue eyes, but Abby never seemed to see him. She talked fast. In a harsh, rather loud voice she uttered bitter witticisms which made her companions laugh. "Abby is so bright," whispered Maria to Ellen, "but I wish she wouldn't talk so. Abby doesn't feel the way I wish she did. She rebels. She would be happier if she gave up rebelling and believed." Maria coughed as she spoke. "You had better keep your mouth shut in this east wind, Maria," her sister called out sharply to her. "I'm not talking much, Abby," replied Maria. Presently Maria looked at Ellen lovingly. "Do you feel very badly about going to work?" she asked, in a low voice. "No, not now. I have made up my mind," replied Ellen. The east wind was bringing a splendid color to her cheeks. She held up her head as she marched along, like one leading a charge of battle. Her eyes gleamed as with blue fire. Her yellow hair sprung and curled around her temples. They were now in the midst of a great, hurrying procession, bound for the factories. Some of the men walked silently, with a dogged stoop of shoulders and shambling hitch of hips. Some of the women moved droopingly, with an indescribable effect of hanging back from the leading of some imperious hand of fate. Many of them, both men and women, walked alertly and chattered like a flock of sparrows. Ellen moved with this rank and file of the army of labor, and all at once a sense of comradeship seized her. She began to feel humanity as she had never felt it before. The sense of her own littleness aroused her to a power of comprehension of the grandeur of the mass of which she was a part. She began to lose herself and sense humanity. When the people reached the factories, two on one side of the road, one, Lloyd's, on the other, they began streaming up the outside stairs and disappearing like swarms of bees in hives. Two flights of stairs, one on each side, led to a platform in front of the entrance of Lloyd's. When Ellen set her foot on one of these stairs, the 7 o'clock steam whistle blew, and a mighty thrill shot through the vast building. Ellen caught her breath. Abby came close to her. "Don't get scared," said she, with ungracious tenderness. "There's nothing to be scared at." Ellen laughed. "I'm not scared," said she. Then they entered the factory, humming with machinery, and a sensation which she had not anticipated was over her. Scared she was not. She was fairly exultant. All at once she entered a vast room in which eager men were already at the machines with frantic zeal, as if they were driving labor herself. When she felt the vibration of the floor under her feet, when she saw people spring to their stations of toil as if springing to guns in a battle, she realized the might and grandeur of it all. Suddenly it seemed to her that the greatest thing in the whole world was work, and that this was one of the greatest forms of work, to cover the feet of progress, of the travelers of the earth from the cradle to the grave. She saw that these great factories, and the strength of this army of the sons and daughters of toil, made possible the advance of civilization itself, which cannot go barefoot. She realized all at once and forever the dignity of labor, this girl of the people, with a brain which enabled her to overlook the heads of the rank and file of which she herself formed a part. She never again, whatever her regret might have been for another life for which she was better fitted, which her taste preferred, had any sense of ignominy in this. She never again felt that she was too good for her labor, for labor had revealed itself to her like a goddess behind a sordid veil. Abby and Maria looked at her wonderingly. No other girl had ever entered Lloyd's with such a look on her face. "Are you sick?" whispered Abby, catching her arm. "No," said Ellen. "No, don't worry me, Abby. I think I shall like it." "I declare you make me mad," said Abby, but she looked at her adoringly. "Here's Ed Flynn," she added. "He'll look out for you. Good bye. I'll see you at noon." Abby went away to her machine. She was stitching vamps by the piece, and earning a considerable amount. The Atkinsons were not so distressed as they had been, and Abby was paying off a mortgage. When the foreman came towards Ellen she experienced a shock. His gay, admiring eyes on her face seemed to dispel all her exultation. She felt as if her feet touched earth. And yet the young man was entirely respectful, and even thoughtful. He bade her good morning, and conducted her to the scene of her labor. One other girl was already there at work. She gave a sidewise glance at Ellen, and went on, making her fingers fly. Mr. Flynn showed Ellen what to do. She had to tie the shoes together with bits of twine, placed through eyelet holes. Ellen took a piece of twine and tied it in as Flynn watched her. He laughed pleasantly. "You'll do," he said, approvingly. "I've been in here 5 years, and you were the first girl I ever saw who tied a square knot at the first trial. Here's Mamie Brady here. She worked a solid month before she got the hang of a square knot." "You go along," admonished the girl spoken of as Mamie Brady. Her words were flippant, even impudent, but her tone was both dejected and childish. She continued to work without a glance at either of them. Her fingers flew, tying the knots with swift jerks. "Well, you help Miss Brewster, if she needs any help," said Flynn, as he went away. "We don't have any misses in this shop," said the girl to Ellen, with sarcastic emphasis. "I don't care anything about being called Miss," replied Ellen, picking up another piece of string. "What's your first name?" "Ellen." "Oh, land, I know who you be. You read that essay at the high school graduation. I was there. Well, I shouldn't think you would want to be called Miss if you feel the way you said you did in that." "I don't want to," said Ellen. The girl gave a swift, comprehensive glance at her as her fingers manipulated the knots. "You won't earn 20 cents a week at the rate you're working," she said. "Look at me." "I don't believe you worked any faster than I do when you hadn't been here any longer," retorted Ellen. "I did too. You can't depend on a thing Ed Flynn says. You're awful slow. He praises you because you are good looking." Ellen turned and faced her. "Look here," said she. The other girl looked at her with unspeakable impudence, and yet under it was that shadow of dejection and that irresponsible childishness. "Well, I am looking," said she. "What is it?" "You need not speak to me again in that way," said Ellen, "and I want you to understand it. I will not have it." "My, ain't you awful smart," said the other girl, sneeringly, but she went on with her work without another word. Presently she said to Ellen, kindly enough, "If you lay the shoes the way I do, so, you can get them faster. You'll find it pays. Every little saving of time counts when you are working by the piece." "Thank you," said Ellen, and did as she was instructed. She began to work with exceeding swiftness for a beginner. Her fingers were supple, her nervous energy great. Flynn came and stood beside her, watching her. "If you work at that rate, you'll make it pretty profitable," he said. "Thank you," said Ellen. "And a square knot every time," he added, with almost a caressing inflection. Mamie Brady tied in the twine with compressed lips. Granville Joy passed them, pushing a rack full of shoes to another department, and he glanced at them jealously. Still he was not seriously alarmed as to Flynn, who, although he was good looking, was a Catholic. Mrs. Zelotes seemed an effectual barrier to that. "Ed Flynn talks that way to everybody," Mamie Brady said to Ellen, after the foreman had passed on. She said it this time quite inoffensively. Ellen laughed. "If I do tie the knot square, that is the main thing," she said. "Then you don't like him?" "I never spoke 2 words to him before the day I applied for work," Ellen replied, haughtily. She was beginning to feel that perhaps the worst feature of her going to work in a factory would be this girl. "I've known girls who would be willing to go down on their knees and tie his shoes when they hadn't seen more of him than that," said the girl. "Ed Flynn is an awful masher." Ellen went on with her work. The girl, after a side glance at her, went on with hers. Gradually Ellen's work began to seem mechanical. At first she had felt as if she were tying all her problems of life in square knots. She had to use all her brain upon it. After a while her brain had so informed her fingers that they had learned their lesson well enough to leave her free to think. If only the girl at her side would let her alone. The girl had a certain harsh beauty, coarsely curling red hair, a great mass of it, gathered in an untidy knot, and a brilliant complexion. Her hands were large and red. Ellen's, contrasted with them, looked like a baby's. "You ain't got hands for working in a shoe shop," said Mamie Brady, presently, and it was impossible to tell from her tone whether she envied or admired Ellen's hands, or was proud of the superior strength of her own. "Well, they've got to work in a shoe shop," said Ellen, with a short laugh. "You won't find it so easy to work with such little mites of hands when it comes to some things," said the girl. It began to be clear that she exulted in her large, coarse hands as being fitted for her work. "Maybe mine will grow larger," said Ellen. "No, they won't. They'll grow all bony and knotty, but they won't grow any bigger." "Well, I shall have to get along with them the best I can," replied Ellen, rather impatiently. This girl was irritating to a degree, and yet there was all the time that vague dejection about her, and withal a certain childishness, which seemed to insist upon patience. The girl was really older than Ellen, but she was curiously unformed. Some of the other girls said openly that she was lacking. "You act stuck up. Are you stuck up?" asked Mamie Brady, suddenly, after another pause. Ellen laughed in spite of herself. "No," said she, "I am not. I know of no reason that I have for being stuck up." "Well, I don't know of any either," said the other girl, "but I didn't know. You sort of acted as if you felt stuck up." "Well, I don't." "You talk stuck up. Why don't you talk the way the rest of us do? Why do you say 'am not' and 'aren't'? Why don't you say 'ain't'?" The girl mimicked Ellen's voice impishly. Ellen colored. "I am going to talk the way I think best. The way I have been taught is right, and if that makes you think I am stuck up, I can't help it." "My, don't get mad. I didn't mean anything," said the other girl. All the time while Ellen was working, and even while the exultation and enthusiasm of her first charge in the battle of labor was upon her, she had had, since her feminine instincts were, after all, strong with her, a sense that Robert Lloyd was under the same great factory roof, in the same human hive, that he might at any moment pass through the room. That, however, she did not think very likely. She fancied the Lloyds seldom went through the departments which were in charge of foremen. Mr. Norman Lloyd was at the mountains with his wife, she knew. They left Robert in charge, and he would have enough to do in the office. She looked at the grimy men working around her, and she thought of the elegant young fellow, and the utter incongruity of her being among them seemed so great as to preclude the possibility of it. She had said to herself when she thought of obtaining work in Lloyd's that she need not hesitate about it on account of Robert. She had heard her father say that the elder Lloyd almost never came in contact with the men, that everything was done through the foreman. She reasoned that it would be the same with the younger Lloyd, but all at once the girl at her side gave her a violent nudge, which did not interrupt for a second her own flying fingers. "Say," she said, "ain't he handsome?" Ellen glanced over her shoulder and saw Robert Lloyd coming down between the lines of workmen. Then she turned to her work, and her fingers slipped and bungled. Her ears rang. He passed without speaking. Mamie Brady openly stared after him. "He's awful handsome, and an awful swell, but he's awful stuck up, just like the old boss," said she. "He never notices any of us, and acts as if he was afraid we'd poison him. My, what's the matter with you?" "Nothing," said Ellen. "You look white as a sheet. Ain't you well?" Ellen turned upon her with sudden fury. She had something of the blood of the violent Louds and of her hot-tempered grandmother. She had stood everything from this petty, insistent tormentor. "Yes, I am well," she replied, "and I will thank you to let me alone, and let me do my work, and do your own." The other girl stared at her a minute with curiously expressive, uplifted eyebrows. "Whew!" she said. in a half whistle then, and went on with her work, and did not speak again. Ellen was thankful that Robert Lloyd had not spoken to her in the factory, and yet she was cut to the quick by it. It fulfilled her anticipations to the letter. "I was right," she said to herself. "He can never think of me again. He is showing it." Somehow, after he had passed, her enthusiasm, born of a strong imagination, and her breadth of nature failed her somewhat. The individual began to press too closely upon the aggregate. Suddenly Ellen Brewster and her own heartache and longing came to the front. She had put herself out of his life as completely as if she had gone to another planet. Still feeling this, she realized no degradation of herself as a cause of it. She realized that from his point of view she had gone into a valley, but from hers she was rather on an opposite height. She on the height of labor, of skilled handiwork, which is the manifestation in action of brain work, he on the height of pure brain work, unpressed by physical action. At noon, when she was eating her dinner with Abby and Maria, Abby turned to her and inquired if young Mr. Lloyd had spoken to her when he came through the room. "No, he didn't," replied Ellen. Abby said nothing, but she compressed her lips and gave her head a hard jerk. A girl who ran a machine next to Abby's came up, munching a large piece of pie, taking clean semicircular bites with her large white teeth. "Say," she said, "did you see the young boss's new suit? Got up fine, wasn't he?" "I'd like to see him working where I be for an hour," said a young fellow, strolling up, dipping into his dinner bag. He was black and greasy as to face and hands and clothing. "Guess his light pants and vest would look rather different," said he, and everybody laughed except the Atkins girls and Ellen. "I guess he washed his hands anyway before he ate his dinner," said Abby, sharply, looking at the young man's hands with meaning. The young fellow colored, though he laughed. "There ain't a knife in this shop so sharp as some women's tongues," said he. "I pity the man that gets you." "There won't be any man get me," retorted Abby. "I've seen all I want to see of men, working with 'em every day." "Maybe they have of you," called back the young fellow, going away. "The saucy thing," said the girl who stitched next to Abby. "There isn't any excuse for a man's eating his dinner with hands like that," said Abby. "It's worse to poison yourself with your own dirt than with other folks'. It hurts your own self more." "He ain't worth minding," said the girl. "Do you suppose I mind him?" returned Abby. Maria looked at her meaningly. The young man, whose name was Edison Bartlett, had once tried to court Abby, but neither she nor Maria had ever told of it. "His clothes were a pearl gray," said the girl of the stitching machine, reverting to the original subject. "Good gracious, who cares what color they were?" cried Abby, impatiently. "He looked awful handsome in 'em," said the girl. "He's awful handsome." "You'd better look at handsome fellows in your own set, Sadie Peel," said Abby, roughly. The girl, who was extremely pretty, carried herself well, and dressed with cheap fastidiousness, colored. "I don't see what we have to think about sets for," said she. "I guess way back the Peels were as good as the Lloyds. We're in a free country, where one is as good as another, ain't we?" "No one is as good as another, except in the sight of the Lord, in any country on the face of this earth," said Abby. "If you are as good in your own sight, I don't see that it makes much difference about the sight of other human beings," said Ellen. "I guess that's what makes a republic, anyway." Sadie Peel gave a long, bewildered look at her. Then she turned to Abby. "Do you know where I can get somebody to do accordion plaiting for me?" she asked. "No," said Abby. "I never expect to get to the height of accordion plaiting." "I know where you can," said another girl, coming up. She had light hair, falling in a harsh, uncurled bristle over her forehead. Her black gown was smeared with paste, and even her face and hands were sticky with it. "There's a great splash of paste on your nose, Hattie Wright," said Abby. The girl took out a crumpled handkerchief and began rubbing her nose absently, while she went on talking about the accordion plaiting. "There's a woman on Joy Street does it," said she. "She lives just opposite the schoolhouse, and she does it awful cheap, only 3 cents a yard." She thrust the handkerchief into her pocket. "You haven't got it half off," said Abby. "Let it stay there, then," said the girl, indifferently. "If you work pasting linings in a shoe shop, you've got to get pasted yourself." Ellen looked at the girl with a curious reflection that she spoke the truth, that she really was pasted herself, that the soil and the grind of her labor were wearing on her soul. She had seen this girl out of the shop, in fact only the day before, and no one would have known her for the same person. When her light hair was curled and she was prettily dressed, she was quite a beauty. In the shop she was a slattern, and seemed to go down under the wheels of her toil. "On Joy Street, you said?" said Sadie Peel. "Yes, right opposite the schoolhouse. Her name is Brackett." Then the 1 o'clock whistle blew, and everybody, Ellen with the rest, went back to their stations. Robert Lloyd did not come into the room again that afternoon. Ellen worked on steadily and gained swiftness. Every now and then the foreman came and spoke encouragingly to her. "Look out, Mamie," he said to the girl at her side, "or she'll get ahead of you." "I don't want to get ahead of her," said Ellen, unexpectedly. Flynn laughed. "If you don't, you ain't much like the other girls in this shop," said he, passing on with his urbane, slightly important swing of shoulders. "Did you mean that?" asked Mamie Brady. "Yes, I did. It seems to me you work fast enough for any girl. A girl isn't a machine." "You're a queer thing," said Mamie Brady. "If I were you, I would just as soon get ahead as not, especially if Ed Flynn was going to come and praise me for it." Ellen shrugged her shoulders and tied another knot. "You're a queer thing," said Mamie Brady, while her fingers flew like live wires. Chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Ferrard. Chapter 36. That night, when Ellen went down the street towards home with the stream of factory operatives, she computed that she must have earned about 50 cents, perhaps not quite that. She was horribly tired. Although the work in itself was not laborious, she had been all day under severe nervous tension. "You look tired to death, Ellen Brewster," Abby said in a half resentful, half compassionate tone. "You can never stand this in the world." "I am no more tired than any one would be the first day," Ellen returned, stoutly, "and I'm going to stand it." "You act to me as if you liked it," said Abby, with an angry switch like a cat. "I do," Ellen returned, almost as angrily. Then she turned to Abby. "Look here, Abby Atkins, why can't you treat me halfway decent?" said she. "You know I've got to do it, and I'm making the best of it. If anybody else treated me the way you are doing, I don't know what you would do." "I would kill them," said Abby, fiercely. "But it's different with me. I'm mad to have you go to work in the shop, and act as if you liked it, because I think so much of you." Abby and Ellen were walking side by side, and Maria followed with Sadie Peel. "Well, I can't help it if you are mad at me," said Ellen. "I've had everything to contend against. My father and mother and my grandmother won't even speak to me, and now if you—" Ellen's voice broke. Abby caught her arm in a hard grip. "I ain't," said she. "You can depend on me. You know you can, in spite of everything. You know why I talk so. If you set your heart on doing it, I won't say another word. I'll do all I can to help you, and I'd like to hear anybody say a word against you for going to work in the shop, that's all." Ellen and Abby almost never kissed each other. Abby was not given to endearments of that kind. Maria was more profuse with her caresses. That night when they reached the corner of the cross street where the Atkinses lived, Maria went close to Ellen and put up her face. "Good night," said she. Then she withdrew her lips suddenly, before Ellen could touch them. "I forgot," said she. "You mustn't kiss me. I forgot my cough. They say it's catching." Ellen caught hold of her little thin shoulders, held her firmly, and kissed her full on her lips. "Good night," said she. "Good night, Ellen," called Abby, and her sharp voice rang as sweet as a bird's. When Ellen came in sight of her grandmother's house, she saw a window shade go down with a jerk, and knew that Mrs. Zelotes had been watching for her, and was determined not to let her know it. Mrs. Poindexter came out of her grand house as Ellen passed, and took up her station on the corner to wait for a car. She bowed to Ellen with an evasive little sidewise bow. Her natural amiability prompted her to shake hands with her, call her "my dear," and inquire how she had got on during her first day in the factory, but she was afraid of her friend, whose eye she felt upon her around the edge of the drawn curtain. It was unusually dark that night for early fall, and the rain came down in a steady drizzle, as it had come all day, and the wind blew from the ocean on the east. The lamp was lighted in the kitchen when Ellen turned into her own dooryard, and home had never looked so pleasant and desirable to her. For the first time in her life she knew what it was to come home for rest and shelter after a day of toil, and she seemed to sense the full meaning of home as a refuge for weary labor. When she opened the door she smelled at once a particular kind of stew of which she was very fond, and knew that her mother had been making it for her supper. There was a rush of warm air from the kitchen, which felt grateful after the damp chill outside. Ellen went into the kitchen, and her mother stood there over the stove, stirring the stew. She looked up at the girl with an expression of intense motherliness which was beyond a smile. "Well, so you got home?" she said. "Yes." "How did you get along?" "All right. It isn't hard work, not a bit hard, mother." "Ain't you tired?" "Oh, a little, but no more than anybody would be at first." "I don't look very tired, do I?" Ellen laughed. "No, you don't," said Fanny, looking at her cheeks, reddened with the damp wind. The mother's look was admiring and piteous and brave. No one knew how the woman had suffered that day, but she had kept her head and heart above it. The stew for Ellen's supper was a proof of that. "Where's father?" asked Ellen, taking off her hat and cape, and going to the sink to wash her face and hands. Fanny saw her do that with a qualm. Ellen had always used a dainty little set in her own room. Now she was doing exactly as her father had always done on his return from the shop, washing off the stains of leather at the kitchen sink. She felt instinctively that Ellen did it purposely, that she was striving to bring herself into accord with her new life in all the details. Little Amabel came running out of the dining room, and threw her arms around Ellen's knees as she was bending over the sink. "I've set the table," she cried. "Look out, or you'll get all splashed," laughed Ellen. "And I dusted," said Amabel. "She's been good as a kitten all day, and a sight of help," said Fanny. "She's a good girl," said Ellen. "Cousin Ellen will kiss her as soon as she gets her face washed." She caught hold of a fold of the roller towel, and turned her beautiful, dripping face to her mother as she did so. "That stew does smell so good," said she. "Where did you say father was?" "I thought we'd just have some bread and milk for dinner, and something hearty to night, when you came home," said Fanny. "I thought maybe a stew would taste good." "I guess it will," said Ellen, stooping down to kiss Amabel. "Where did you say father was?" "Uncle Andrew has been lying down all day most," whispered Amabel. "Isn't he well?" Ellen asked her mother, in quick alarm. "Oh yes, he's well enough." Fanny moved close to the girl with a motion of secrecy. "If I were you, I wouldn't say one word about the shop, nor what you did, before father to night. Let him kind of get used to it. Amabel mustn't talk about it either." "I won't," said Amabel, with a wise air. "You know father had set his heart on something pretty different for you," said Fanny. Fanny hushed her voice as Andrew came out of the dining room, staggering a little as if the light blinded him. His nervous strength of the morning had passed, and left him exhausted. He moved and stood with a downward slope of every muscle, expressing unutterable patience, which had passed beyond rebellion and questioning. He stood before Ellen like some old spent horse, He was expecting to hear something about the shop, expecting, as it were, a touch on a sore, and he waited for it meekly. Ellen turned her lovely, glowing face towards him. "Father," she said, as if nothing out of the common had happened, "are you going down town to night?" Andrew brightened a little. "I can if you want anything, Ellen," he said. "Well, I don't want you to go on purpose, but I do want a book from the library." "I'd just as soon go as not, Ellen," said Andrew. "It'll do him good," whispered Fanny, as she passed Ellen, carrying the dish of stew to the dining room. "Well, then, I'll give you my card after supper," said Ellen. "Supper is ready now, isn't it, mother? I'm as hungry as a bear." Andrew, when he was seated at the table and was ladling out the stew, had still that air of hopeless and defenceless apology towards life, but he held his head higher, and his frown of patient gloom had relaxed. Then Ellen said something else. "Maybe I can write a book sometime," said she. A sudden flash illumined Andrew's face. It was like the visible awakening of hope and ambition. "I don't see why you can't," he said, eagerly. "Maybe she can," said Fanny. "Give her some more of the potatoes, Andrew." "I'll have plenty of time after evenings," said Ellen. "I guess lots of folks write books that sell, and sell well, that don't have any more talent than you," said Andrew. "Only think how they praised your valedictory." "Well, it can't do any harm to try," said Ellen. "And you could copy it for me, couldn't you, father? Your writing is so fine, it would be as good as a typewriter." "Of course I can," said Andrew. When Andrew went down to the library, passing along the drenched streets, seeing the lamps through shifting veils of heavy mist, he was as full of enthusiasm over Ellen's book as he had been over the gold mine. The heart of a man is always ready to admit a ray of sunshine, and it takes only a small one to dispel the shadows when love dwells therein. End of chapter 36. Chapter 36 of The Portion of Labor by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 37. Ellen actually went to work, with sheets of foolscap and a new bottle of ink, on a novel which was not worth the writing, but no one could estimate the comfort and encouragement it was to Andrew. Ellen worked an hour or two every evening on the novel, and next day Andrew copied it in a hand like copperplate, large with ornate flourishes. Andrew's handwriting had always been greatly admired, and, strangely enough, it was not in the least indicative of his character, being wholly acquired. He had probably some ability for drawing, but this had been his only outlet. At the head of every chapter of Ellen's novel were birds and flowers done in colored inks, and every chapter had a tailpiece of elegant quirls and flourishes. Fanny admired it intensely. She was not quite so sure of Ellen's work as she was of her husband's. She felt herself a judge of one, but not of the other. "If Ellen could only write as well as you copy, it will do," she often said to Andrew. "What she is writing is beautiful," said Andrew, fervently. He was quite sure in his own mind that such a book had never been written, and his pride in his decorations was a minor one. Ellen, although she was not versed in the ways of books, yet had enough of a sense of the fitness of things, and of the ridiculous, to know that the manuscript, with its impossible pen and ink birds and flowers heading and finishing every chapter, was grotesque in the extreme. She felt divided between a desire to laugh and a desire to cry whenever she looked at it. About her own work she felt more than doubtful. Still, she was somewhat hopeful, since her taste and judgment, as well as her style, were alike crude. She told Abby and Maria what she was doing, under promise of strict secrecy, and after a while read them a few chapters. "It's beautiful," said Maria, "perfectly beautiful. I had a Sunday school book this week, which I know wasn't half as good." Ellen looked at Abby, who was silent. The three girls were up in Ellen's room. It was midwinter, some months after she had gone to work in the shop, and she had a fire in her little airtight stove. "Well, what do you think of it, Abby?" asked Ellen. Ellen's cheeks were flushed as if with fever. She looked eagerly at the other girl. "Do you want me to tell you the truth?" asked Abby, bluntly. "Yes, of course I do." "Well, then, I don't know a thing about books, and I'd knock anybody else down that said it, but it seems to me it's trash." "Oh, Abby," murmured Maria. "Never mind," said Ellen, though she quivered a little. "I want to know just how it looks to her." "It looks to me just like that," said Abby, "like trash. It sounds as if, when you began to write it, you had mounted upon stilts and didn't see things and people the way they really are. It ain't natural." "Do you think I had better give it up, then?" asked Ellen. "No, I don't, on account of your father." "I believe it would about break father's heart," said Ellen. "I don't know but it's worth as much to write a book for your father, to please him and keep his spirits up, as it is to write one for the whole world," said Abby. "Only, of course, she can't get any money for it," said Maria. "But I don't believe Abby is right, and don't you get discouraged, Ellen. It sounds beautiful to me." "Well, I suppose it is worth keeping on with for father's sake," said Ellen. But she had a discouraged air. She never again wrote with any hope or heart. She had faith in Abby's opinion, for she knew that she was always predisposed to admiration in her case. Ellen at that time was earning more, for she had advanced, and had long ago left her station beside Mamie Brady, and now in a month or two she would have a machine. The girls, many of them, said openly that her rapid promotion was due to favoritism, and that Ed Flynn wouldn't do as much for anybody but Ellen Brewster. Flynn hung about her in the shop a good deal, but he made no efforts to pay her decided attention. His religion was the prime factor for his hesitation. He could not see his way clear towards open addresses with a view to marriage. Still, he had a sharp eye for other admirers, and Ellen had not been in the factory 2 months before Granville Joy was sent into another room. Robert Lloyd, to whom the foreman appealed for confirmation of the plan, coincided with readiness. "That fellow ain't strong enough to run that machine he's doing now," said Flynn. "Then put him on another," Robert said, coloring. It was not quite like setting his rival in the front of the battle. Still, he felt ashamed of himself. Quicker than lightning it had flashed through his mind that young Joy could thus be sent into a separate room from Ellen Brewster. "I think he had better take one of the heel shaving machines below," said Flynn, "and let that big Swede, that's as strong as an ox, and never jumped at anything in his life, take his place here." "All right," said Lloyd, assuming a nonchalant air. "Make the change, if you think it advisable, Flynn." While such benevolence towards a possible rival had its suspicious points, yet there was, after all, some reason for it. Granville Joy, who was delicately organized as to his nerves, was running a machine for cutting linings, and this came down with sharp thuds which shook the factory, and it was fairly torture to him. Every time the knife fell he cringed as if at a cannon report. He had never grown accustomed to it. His face had acquired a fixed expression of being screwed to meet a shock of sound. He was manifestly unfit for his job, but he received the order to leave with dismay. "Hasn't my work been satisfactory?" he asked Flynn. "Satisfactory enough," replied the foreman, genially, "but it's too hard for you, man." "I 'ain't complained," said Joy, with a flash of his eyes. He thought he knew why this solicitude was shown him. "I know you 'ain't," said Flynn, "but you 'ain't got the muscle and nerve for it. That's plain enough to see." "I 'ain't complained, and I'd rather stay where I be," said Joy, angrily. "You'll go where you are sent in this factory, or be damned," cried Flynn, walking off. Joy looked after him with an expression which transformed his face, but the next morning the stolid Swede, who would not have started at a bomb, was at his place, and he was below, where he could not see Ellen. Robert never spoke to Ellen in the factory, and had never called upon her since she entered. Now and then he met her on the street and raised his hat. That was all. Still he began to wonder more and more if his aunt had not been mistaken in her view of the girl's motive for giving up college and going to work. Then, later on, he learned from Lyman Risley that a small mortgage had been put on the Brewster house some time before. In fact, Andrew, not knowing to whom to go, and remembering his kindness when Ellen was a child, had applied to him for advice concerning it. He had to do it to keep his wife's sister in the asylum, he told Robert, and that poor girl went to work because she was forced into it, not because she preferred it. You may be sure of that. The two men were walking down the street one wind-swept day in December, when the pavement showed ridges of dust as from a mighty broom, and travelers walked bending before it with backward flying garments. "You may be right," said Robert. "Still, as Aunt Cynthia says, so many girls have that idea of earning money instead of going to school." "I know the pitiful need of money has tainted many poor girls with a monstrous and morbid overvalue of it," said Risley, "and for that I cannot see they are to blame. But in this case I am sure it was not so. That poor child gave up Vassar College and went to work because she was fairly forced into it by circumstances. The aunt's husband ran away with another woman, and left her destitute, so that the support of her and her child came upon the Brewsters, and Brewster has been out of work a long time now. I know. He told me so. That mortgage had to be raised, and the girl had to go to work. There was no other way out of it." "Why didn't she tell Aunt Cynthia so?" asked Robert. "Because she is Ellen Brewster, the outgrowth of the child who would not—" Risley checked himself abruptly. "I know," said Robert shortly. The other man started. "How long have you known?" "She did not tell." Robert laughed a little. "Oh, no," he replied. "Nobody told. I went there to call, and saw my own old doll sitting in a little chair in a corner of the parlor. She did not tell, but she knew that I knew. That child was a trump." "Well, what can you expect of a girl who was a child like that?" said Risley. "Mind you, in a way I don't like it. This power for secretiveness and this rigidity of pride in a girl of that age strike me rather unpleasantly. Of course she was too proud to tell Cynthia the true reason, and very likely thought they would blame her father, or Cynthia might feel that she was in a measure hinting to her to do more." "It would have looked like that," said Robert, reflecting. "Without any doubt that was what she thought. Still, I don't like this strength in so young a girl. She will make a more harmonious woman than girl, for she has not yet grown up to her own character. But depend on it, that girl never went to work of her own free choice." "You say the father is out of work?" Robert said. "Yes, he has not had work for 6 months. He said, with the most dejected dignity and appeal that I ever saw in my life, that they begin to think him too old, that the younger men are preferred." "I wonder—" Robert began. Then he stopped confusedly. It had been on his tongue to say that he wondered if he could not get some employment for him at Lloyd's. Then he remembered his uncle, and stopped. Robert had begun to understand the older man's methods, and also to understand that they were not to be cavilled at or disputed, even by a nephew for whom he had undoubtedly considerable affection. "It is nonsense, of course," said Risley. "The man is not by any means old or past his usefulness, although I must admit he has that look. He cannot be any older than your uncle. Speaking of your uncle, how is Mrs. Lloyd?" "I fear Aunt Lizzie is very far from well," replied Robert, "but she tries to keep it from Uncle Norman." "I don't see how she can. She looked ghastly when I met her the other day." "That was when Uncle Norman was in New York," said Robert. "It is different when he is at home." As he spoke, an expression of intensest pity came over the young man's face. "I wonder what a woman who loves her husband will not do to shield him from any annoyance or suffering," he said. I believe some women are born fixed to a sort of spiritual rack for the sake of love, and remain there through life," said Risley. "But I have always liked Mrs. Lloyd. She ought to have good advice. What is it? Has she told you?" "Yes," said Robert. "It will be quite safe with me." Robert whispered one word in his ear. "My God!" said Risley. "That? And do you mean to say that she has had no advice except Dr. Story?" "Yes. I took her to New York to a specialist some time ago. Uncle Norman never knew it, and nothing can be done. She could have an operation, but the success would be very doubtful." "And that she will not consent to?" "She has not yet." "How long?" "Oh, she may live for years, but she suffers horribly, and she will suffer more." "And you say he does not know?" "No." "Why, look here, Robert, dare you assume the responsibility? What will he say when he finds out that you have kept it from him?" "I don't care," said Robert. "I will not break an oath exacted by a woman in such straits as that, and I don't see what good it could do to tell him." "He might persuade her to have the operation." "His mere existence is persuasion enough, if she is to be persuaded. And I hope she may consent before long. She has seemed a little more comfortable lately, too." "I suppose sometimes those hideous things go away as mysteriously as they come," said Risley. "Yes," replied Robert. "Going back to our first subject." Risley laughed. "Here she is coming," he said. In fact, at that moment they came abreast the street that led to the factories, and the 6 o'clock whistle was just dying away in a long reverberation, and the workmen pouring out of the doors and down the stairs. Ellen had moved quickly, for she had an errand at the grocery store before she went home. She was going to get some oysters for a hot stew for supper, of which her father was very fond. She had a little oyster can in her hand when she met the two gentlemen. She had grown undeniably thinner since summer, but she was charming. Her short black skirt and her coarse gray jacket fitted her as well as if they had been tailor made. There was nothing tawdry or slatternly about her. She looked every inch a lady, even with the drawback of an oyster can, and mittens instead of gloves. Both Risley and Robert raised their hats, and Ellen bowed. She did not smile, but her face contracted curiously, and her color obviously paled. Risley looked at Robert after they had passed. "I have called on her twice," said Robert, as if answering a question. His relations with the older man had become very close, almost like those of father and son, though Risley was hardly old enough for that relation. "And you haven't been since she went to work?" "No." "But you would have, had she gone to college instead of going to work in a shoe factory?" Risley's voice had a tone of the gentlest conceivable sarcasm. Robert colored. "Yes, I suppose so," he said. Then he turned to Risley with a burst of utter frankness. "Hang it, old fellow," he said, "you know how I have been brought up. You know how you know all about it. What is a fellow to do?" "Do what he pleases. If it would please me to call on that splendid young thing, I should call if I were the Czar of all the Russias." "Well, I will call," said Robert. Chapter 37